Chapter 41, Wang Yu ran away. Go to sleep. Wang Yu hugged Sun Qian tightly and whispered in a tone full of affection and tenderness. He thought to himself, I let one person slip away last time, and this time I must not let these two escape again. Sun Qian snuggled into Wang Yu's broad, warm embrace, truly feeling his scorching body temperature and gentle caress. Even she, who had always been unrestrained and uninhibited, couldn't help but blush like the gorgeous, charming sunset. She shyly pressed her head against Wang Yu's firm chest, listening to the strong, powerful heartbeat, as if immersed in a wonderful dream, gradually losing herself. Please carry me over there. How could Wang Yu refuse such a cute and seductive request? With just a little strength in his arms, he easily lifted Sun Qian in an elegant posture, as if the prince in a fairy tale was protecting his beloved princess. Then they walked into the restroom together and gently pushed open the door to go to the bed. Wang Yu carefully placed Sun Qian in the middle of the bed, then lay down on his side. Sun Qian naturally reached out her arm and wrapped it around Wang Yu's arm. In no time at all, she fell asleep, breathing steadily and regularly, her face serene and peaceful, clearly sleeping very soundly and peacefully. Lying on the bed, Wang Yu stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. Despite being very tired, his thoughts were extraordinarily active, and he just couldn't sleep. I'm afraid that in this situation, it would be difficult for any man to sleep. At the moment, his arms, which were tightly held, felt as if they were imprisoned, not daring to move at all. Time passed by minute, and after suffering for more than 10 minutes, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Without caring whether he would wake up the two people next to him, Wang Yu used all his strength to pull his arms out sharply, and then carefully turned Sun Qian over, while quickly turning around himself to get as far away from the two of them as possible. After doing all these actions, he let out a long sigh of relief. He felt so much better. More importantly, he had regained his long-lost freedom. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Yu took the time to open the system interface and carefully check the physical condition of the two women. Surprisingly, the original obsessive lovesickness had miraculously disappeared without a trace. Moreover, their current physical condition was perfect, and all the annoying diseases they had previously had, such as tumors and angina pectoris, had disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Then his gaze moved to his merit points. My goodness! When did they suddenly rise to 1468 points? Wang Yu clearly remembered that the last time he checked, they were only just over 300 points. After careful calculation, he realized that he had worked for 3 days during this period, but his merit points had suddenly increased by more than 1,000. Looking down, he saw that there was indeed another lottery message. Just as he had thought, when the merit points reached a whole number, the chance of winning the lottery would increase. Wang Yu clicked to draw the lottery immediately. Usually, the prizes appeared directly when you draw the lottery, but this time was different. A small line of text appeared at the top of the screen. In view of the current physical condition of the host, the system recommends the prize Huan Din aging. After receiving it, the opportunity to draw the lottery will be cancelled, and the host can also give up this recommendation and draw the lottery directly. Physical condition, Huang Din aging. As someone who had read many medical books for many days, Wang Yu knew exactly what the system meant. This is really like sending watermelons in the desert or lamb soup on Mount Everest. It's timely, considerate, and righteous. He immediately clicked to redeem it, and a lot of very valuable knowledge came flooding into his head. Practicing this exercise not only strengthens the body, it also greatly enhances the body's recovery speed. It also has many benefits for both parties, and can transform people and return them to their best physical condition. It can also extend the life of both parties and preserve youth. Originally, I was worried about Sun Qian's age of 42 and how I could help her slow down the aging process. The next day, Wang Yu did not go to work and called the hospital to take leave. Although the director of the outpatient department was very reluctant, he still agreed with a smile when he thought about the dean's instructions. In fact, it was not that Wang Yu resisted going to work, but in the early morning, when Sun Qian woke up leisurely and prepared to wash in the morning as usual, she suddenly noticed some wonderful changes in herself. So she hurriedly walked over to the mirror, gazed at herself in the mirror, and was surprised to find that the crow's feet that had originally settled on her cheeks had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the once dull, slightly sallow complexion had now also radiated a white luster like it did 10 years ago. In an instant, large, crystal-clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Only now did Sun Qian truly understand that what Wang Yu had said last night was not just empty words. She was so excited that she didn't hesitate to rush to the bedside, pouncing on Wang Yu, who was still asleep, like a nimble kitten. Yuan, who was standing nearby, was once again startled by the commotion, but after hearing Sun Qian's explanation and witnessing her incredible transformation, she looked at Wang Yu with a different gaze. Although Yuan was only 25 years old, she could not resist returning to the age of 18. Wang Yu's face turned extremely gloomy, and he screamed in horror. "What do you want?" His voice was full of fear and anger. "Let me go. Don't come any closer." He struggled desperately. On the other side, Chunmei was extremely anxious because she had not seen her brother and best friend for a long time. She knocked on the door outside, harder and harder each time. If she hadn't heard Wang Yu's voice occasionally, she would have called the police for help. Sun Dishing woke up and didn't pay much attention to the people in the restroom. After all, one of them was his own sister Sun Qian. Even if he was dissatisfied, what could he do? Could he really go into the room and drag his sister out? Since the die was cast, he might as well wait until his sister came out on her own and then make a plan. Sun Dishing had learned his lesson. Instead of continuing to dial the phone number, he sat quietly on the sofa in the corridor and waited. Could his brother-in-law handle this? From morning until afternoon, he could hear the sounds coming from the room from time to time. From initially being slightly dissatisfied with Wang Yu, he now felt very sorry for him. The trace of dissatisfaction from the morning had turned into a deep sense of guilt. At a little after 3 p.m., Sumu promptly called. "Dr. Wang, Mrs. Li's family has prepared all the medicinal herbs. Do you have time to come to the hospital?" "Yes, I'll be right there." Wang Yu immediately nodded in agreement when he heard Su Mu's request, completely forgetting that he had already taken leave. Chapter 42, A Warm Invitation. Wang Yu hung up the phone, moved to the edge of the bed, and just as he was about to stand up, his legs gave way and he almost fell. He muttered to himself. "I can't afford to offend him, I really can't. Xiao Yu, take care on the way." Sun Qian and Yuan also heard the phone call just now and knew that Wang Yu was going to the hospital to save someone's life, so they didn't stop him. With great difficulty, Wang Yu picked up his clothes on the floor, briefly washed them in the bathroom, and then opened the door and left. Sun Dishing, who was at the door, saw Wang Yu, with sunken eyes and unsteady footsteps. He couldn't help but marvel at his sister's prowess. "Brother-in-law, are you okay? Do you need your brother to get you something to supplement your energy?" "No need, brother. I still have things to do at the hospital. Please take care of Chanqian and Yuan." After saying that, he left in a hurry, ignoring Sun Dishing's entreaties to stay. "Brother, you're finally out." Chunmei, who was full of curiosity, stopped Wang Yu in time, who was trying to escape, her eyes shining. "Brother has something to do. You and Yuan follow Sun Qian for now, and I'll come get you after I'm done." After getting rid of Chunmei, Wang Yu started the car and took off with a heavy foot on the accelerator. He was deeply impressed by what happened today. He almost got squeezed dry like a mummy, and he still feels scared when he thinks about it. When he arrived at the hospital, Wang Yu went straight to the inpatient department. As soon as he walked in, the two brothers Yang Kaishan and Yang Kalo came up to him. "Dr. Wang, we've found all the medicinal herbs. The herb called Long Live will be delivered later. Should we get ready first?" Wang Yu took the herbs they handed him and briefly looked them over. The past few days of study had given him some understanding of medicinal herbs. He compared the herbs to the descriptions in the book and determined that the quality was fine. "Don't panic, old gentleman, I'll go and do some more tests on Mrs. Li." The group then went to the intensive care unit. Mrs. Li had already woken up by this time, and she looked in good spirits, although she was still very weak. Wang Yu went up to her and started taking her pulse. The system displayed the results, which showed no new changes. "Later, I will do the acupuncture again myself, and after the old lady has taken the medicine, her life will be stabilized. Dr. Wang is here." Sumu's voice sounded at the door of the ward. Wang Yu looked up and saw her tall figure, but at this time, she was wearing a white coat and a mask on her face, which wrapped Sumu tightly, making him feel a little disappointed. After all, he had not seen Sumu's perfect face for several days, and thinking about it made him feel a little nostalgic. Pulling himself together, Wang Yu was about to greet Sumu, but as soon as he stood up, he saw a woman standing behind Sumu. You, why are you here?" Wang Yu looked at the woman in disbelief. If it had been a stranger, he would not have been so shocked, causing him to stutter. But the person standing behind Sumu at this time was the girl he had been thinking about for many days. If it hadn't been for the incident with Sun Qian and Yuan, Wang Yu would definitely be very happy at this moment, but now he just couldn't be happy. "Why, Dr. Wang, do you know Niece 1? Yang Kaishan asked curiously, seeing Wang Yu's expression. When Xin, who had come to help her uncle deliver the grass, also looked at the man in front of her in surprise. She had never expected to see the two of them meet here, and even less had she expected that Wang Yu would now be a doctor. Mr. Wang, we meet again. My name is Wen Xin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although surprised, Wen Xin didn't react too much. Years of doing business had allowed her to face anything and remain calm. Miss Wen, nice to meet you. Niece Wen, I've brought the stuff. With that, Wen handed over the box in her hand. After receiving the box, Yang Kaishan didn't open it, and gave it directly to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who was still in a daze, calmed down after receiving the box. Since Wen said it was a one-night stand when they parted, and the other party also appeared so calm during this encounter, why should he force it? Moreover, with Sun Qian and Yuan, what reason did he have to pursue Wen? After thinking it over, Wang Yu let go of his obsession of the past few days and began to focus on the old lady Li's condition. After opening the box, he saw that it really was the herb Wan Sui Chow. Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief and immediately took a pair of small scissors, carefully removing a section of the leaves and branches, before letting the old lady put it in her mouth. He didn't know exactly why he was doing this, so he just followed the system's strategy. Dr. Su, I need your help. Later, please take this prescription and have someone in the back prepare the medicine. Well, it's a trivial matter. Sumu said, summoning a nurse over, and gave her the medicine and the prescription Wang Yu handed over. After giving her a few reminders, he sent her away. Yang Keilu, the second son, was not at ease, so he followed the nurse to the back to watch the medicine being boiled. After finishing these tasks, Wang Yu took out the silver needles and came to the old lady Li to prepare to start the treatment. This time, the acupuncture was quite different from the last time. Last time, it was to activate the potential within the elderly person's body, but this time, it was to help the elderly person absorb the medicinal effects better, so that the tonic could be of maximum use. One, who had been preparing to leave, also stayed when she saw Wang Yu's movements. She felt that she knew very little about this man. Sumu, as a highly skilled doctor, of course would not leave when she saw Wang Yu performing acupuncture. How would she give up such a rare opportunity to observe? The two women and Yang Kaishan, who looked worried, all looked at the man in front of them. After Wang Yu took out the silver needles, his whole demeanor changed. He was still very serious about treating the illness. He drew out the first silver needle and firmly inserted it into the old woman's acupuncture point. A few days ago at the outpatient clinic, Wang Yu sometimes used silver needles in conjunction with traditional Chinese medicine to treat patients. At this point, he was able to accurately insert each needle into the correct position. Sumu looked at Wang Yu with some surprise. She had also met many TCM masters who were good at acupuncture, and had observed their needle insertion process many times. However, Wang Yu was very different from them. Wang Yu's needle insertion was very accurate, and his hands were very steady. The depth of the needle insertion was exactly the same as if it had been measured. The time between each needle is also basically the same. Unlike those TCM masters, after inserting one needle, they have to rotate the needle tip and wait a long time before inserting the next needle. After a long time, probably almost 2 hours, Wang Yu has inserted more than 100 silver needles all over the old woman's body. He has also used almost all of the 5 packs of silver needles prepared. After inserting the last needle, Wang Yu wipes the sweat from his forehead and lets out a long breath, finally finished. Seeing that Wang Yu had finished the treatment, the nurse took the decoction that had been prepared a long time ago and slowly poured it into the old woman's mouth. After drinking the medicine, just wait an hour before the needles are removed, Wang Yu explained. After carefully reminding the two old men of the young family of some precautions, Wang Yu left the ward. After all, there were still 3 girls waiting for him to return at Tianjie restaurant. Mr. Wang, do you have time later? I want to invite you to dinner. Wen Xin's words made Wang Yu's footsteps stop. Chapter 43 Wang Yu becomes a listener. What, Mr. Wang doesn't want to go? Wen Xin asked again, looking at Wang Yu, who had stopped and was not speaking. No, I'm willing to go. Wang Yu said a little nervously. I'll wait for you outside, just come out when you're done. After saying this, Wen Xin left. With long, slender legs. Although he didn't know why Wen Xin had invited him to dinner, Wang Yu was very happy in his heart when faced with her invitation. He quickly went to the office, changed his clothes, and was ready to leave. Dr. Wang, you're leaving? Sumu asked as he was getting ready to leave. Yes, I have some things to do later. Do you have a date? Sumu heard Wen Xian's words just now, and Wang Yu was definitely leaving to have dinner with her. Oh, just a friend. Wang Yu didn't know how to explain his relationship with Wen Xian, so he just laughed and quickly left. Sumu looked at Wang Yu as he walked away, and a strange feeling of sourness welled up in her heart. Ms. Wen, may I treat you to dinner today? Wang Yu said sincerely as he walked up to Wen Xian after leaving the hospital. Wen Xian nodded imperceptibly. Then Wang Yu drove the car, carrying Wen Xian towards Tianjie restaurant. How about here? Halfway there, Wen Xian suddenly pointed to the food stalls outside. For some reason, Wen Xin now really wanted to try something she had never tried before. Okay, whatever you say. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pulled over directly. Summer night food stalls are very lively, and Wang Yu took Wen Xin to a restaurant that fried crayfish. They found a corner seat, ordered a spicy one and a 5-spice one, and Wang Yu then prepared to order some drinks. Let's drink some wine. Wen Xin suddenly spoke up. How about some beer? They ordered some cold dishes and a few bottles of beer, and poured a glass each for Wen Xin and herself. Wen Xin took the glass, tried a little, and her face changed slightly. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she tilted her neck and gulped it down. Seeing Wen Xin take the glass, Wang Yu wanted to toast with her, but she didn't seem to be in the mood, and finished the drink on her own. It was awkward holding the glass, so he had to gulp it down too. This is the first time I've drunk beer. Wen Xian let out a breath of beer and said in a light tone. However, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Saying this, Wen Xian poured herself another glass and took it in her hands, drinking it slowly. Wang Yu didn't know how to strike up a conversation. He felt that there was some issue with Wen Xian's current state. What, you don't believe me? No, I believe you. Wang Yu, who was feeling nervous, didn't know how to find a topic to talk about at this point, and the situation was a bit awkward. Wen Xin looked at the fidgety Wang Yu with interest and said again. You divorced your wife? Did the topic change so quickly? And is it really okay for you to ask like that? We've already divorced. You're not bad, you can let go. After saying this, Wen Xin finished the drink in her hand. I admire you, it took me 20 years to achieve something, but you only needed a few days. What do you mean? I don't understand. At this point, Wang Yu could no longer keep up with Wen Xian's pace, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he could only drink quietly with her. The 2 bottles of beer quickly disappeared, so Wang Yu opened 2 more and placed them on the table. Since I was young, my mother has been particularly strict with me, and I haven't eaten many things. Just like this food stall, this is also the first time I've been here, and this is also the first time I've drunk beer. I haven't eaten crayfish before either. As she said this, tears welled up in the corner of Wen Xian's eyes. There's no need to cry about this. Wen Xin ignored Wang Yu's words and continued talking to herself. When I was little, I had to learn a lot of things: etiquette, painting, piano, dancing, tea art. If I didn't learn them well, my mother would scold me severely. At that time, I cried even more than I do now. But then I stopped crying, because I saw that my mother cried even more than I did in private. At that time, although I didn't know why she was always so sad, I knew that whenever I made progress, she would smile very happily. As I grew up, I gradually learned about my identity. I turned out to be an illegitimate daughter, and my mother was just one of the many women father kept outside the home. My mother taught me so well in the hope that father would come back to see us more often. But as far as I can remember, he rarely came back. At that time, I just wanted to spend the rest of my life with my mother, and we could be very happy without father. But I never imagined that my mother would leave me before I grew up. As she spoke, her tears flowed more and more. Wang Yu handed her a tissue and tried to say something comforting, but Wen Xian stopped him. I don't know why I want to tell you all this. Maybe it's because I gave you my virginity and I trust you more. Ha ha ha. Wang Yu still didn't know how to respond, so he continued drinking. My mother ended her life when I was 16. I know it was all because of my father, otherwise she wouldn't have done it. From that moment on, I hated him. After my mother left, my father took me in with the Wen family. The house was big and beautiful, but it wasn't a happy place. I still miss the home my mother and I once lived in. Back then, I wanted to leave that place and stay away from my father. I hated him. So I studied hard every day, trying to get into a university far away from my father. But after the college entrance exam, my father still kept me by his side. The university I applied for was changed by a phone call from my father. I was like a puppet, living my life according to his wishes. After I went to university, I became even more indifferent. I wouldn't talk to anyone, and I didn't have a single friend. That was until I met him in my second year. At that time, he really treated me well, always caring for me and looking after me. Although I never spoke to him, he was always by my side. Slowly, I got used to his company, and sometimes I would even deliberately pay attention to him. After graduation, I confessed my love to him. I can still remember his expression at that time, so happy and joyful. But after my father found out, he never agreed to our being together. For this reason, I rebelled against my father for the first time, and after a big fight, I left the Wen family. I went to find him, because I felt that he was the only one in the world who had treated me best. He was very happy to see me, and he said a lot of things, but I only remember him saying that he would marry me. At that time, his position in my heart was about to surpass that of my mother. My father came to find me a few times, but seeing that I was adamant, he didn't force me to go with him, and I continued to live in the house where my mother and I had lived. Seeing that I was adamant, just as he had done with my mother, my father gave me some money and left. Those were happy days for me. I finally returned to the home where I grew up. Although my mother was no longer there, the house still smelled of her. Chapter 44, Wang Xian's awkward wait. At this time, the waiter served up the crayfish, and Wang Yu peeled one and put it on Wang Xian's plate. Have something to eat first. Wang Xian put down her wineglass, took the chopsticks, and put the shrimp meat in her mouth. The spicy flavor stimulated her taste buds and gave her a different feeling. What, can't you eat spicy food? Wang Yu asked with concern. No, it's delicious. Does it feel strange to hear me say this? No, I'm just a little surprised. Aren't you curious as to why I'm not with him and why this is actually the first time I've been with you? I am quite curious. When I was 25, I wanted him to marry me, but he said to wait. That night was the last time I asked him, but he still told me to wait. But I really don't want to wait. Then why didn't he marry you? Wang Yu was a little surprised. After all, it was not difficult to tell from my words just now that Wang Xian and he had always had a deep relationship. I didn't know at first, but then I figured it out. It was just about status and position. After graduating, he passed the civil service exam and worked hard to become a section chief at a young age. At that time, he was afraid that my illegitimate daughter status would affect his career, so he coaxed me into waiting for a few years. I foolishly waited, and in order to better help him, I studied business. Perhaps it was because I inherited my father's genes, my company grew bigger and bigger, and his position became higher and higher, but the two of us grew further and further apart. When I turned 30, he actually got married, to the daughter of a high-ranking official. I had a huge fight with him when I found out, accusing him of cheating on me, but he told me that he married that woman just to be able to go further in life. He promised me that he would divorce her and marry me in the future, and although I was very unwilling, I foolishly believed him. After that, in order to improve my status, I started doing charity work, building many Hope primary schools and adopting 4 orphans. But it was still useless. As his position became higher and higher, these external things were of little help to him. After that, I asked him every year when he would marry me, and I kept asking for 15 years. In fact, I knew long ago that he would not marry me, but I kept deceiving myself. Until finally I figured it out myself and let go of my expectations for him. So, I admire you. When you knew that your wife had betrayed you, you were able to make the right choice right away. If only I could have been like you back then. Wen Xin said with tears of remorse, her years of waiting had been a complete joke. That's all in the past, and you seem to be doing well now, don't you think? Wang Yu comforted her while helping her peel the crayfish. You're 30, right? Yes. I'm 45, so do you still want to be responsible for me? Wen Xin looked at Wang Yu playfully, wanting to see how he would answer. I can be responsible for you. Wang Yu did not hesitate and agreed on the spot. You don't mind that I'm old. Old doesn't exist. Sun Qian, that 42-year-old old girl, after a night of conquest, her skin feels as young as a 30-year-old woman's, and with time, she will only become more beautiful. How could that be? If I didn't know your age, I would have thought you were 25. Wang Yu's tone was sincere, and he did not dislike Wen Xin's age at all. However, there are some things I can't hide from you. At that moment, Wang Yu briefly told Wang Xian about himself, Sun Qian, and Yuan. Of course, he didn't go into great detail, but simply expressed his relationship with the two of them and said that he would not give up on them. After listening, Wang Xian pursed her lips for a long time without speaking, staring at Wang Yu the whole time until he looked embarrassed, before she spoke. I didn't expect that you would change so much after your divorce. It's true that men are no good, and I pitied you at the time. What can I say? Regardless of the process, the result is that you have gained an advantage. I can't explain it right now, so I can only smile awkwardly. Okay, I'm full. Wenxin said and stood up. Wang Yu was still thinking about whether the other person had agreed or not, and what did it mean to stand up and leave. Do you want me to take responsibility? I'm different from him. As long as you're willing, I'll always wait for you. Wait for me with 2 wives? That's beautiful. When Xin said with a smile. She had just been thinking that if Wang Yu didn't mind her age, she would really marry him. But who knew that in just a few days, this guy would actually have 2 women? The two walked on the road. Wang Yu couldn't drive because he had been drinking, and he had wanted to call a designated driver, but when Xin stopped him. The food stalls were about 2 kilometers from their community, not far or close, and it took the 2 of them half an hour to get there. They didn't speak the whole way. Wenxin didn't want to deal with him at all, and Wang Yu was afraid to speak up after revealing his true self. Okay, I'm here. Wenxin looked at Wang Yu at the entrance of the community and signaled that he could go. Well, I also live here. Wang Yu said awkwardly. Since when have you lived here? After the divorce, I rented a place above yours. Wenxin looked at Wang Yu again to make sure he wasn't joking. Let's go. Wang Yu followed Wenxin silently. The two walked into the residential area together, and it wasn't until the elevator stopped at Wenxin's floor that Wang Yu came back to his senses. I'm here. Thanks for keeping me company today. Wenxin said, and left. Wang Yu returned home with a confused mind, still thinking about Wenxin and her words about taking responsibility for herself. Although he had given up later, Wang Yu was unwilling to let go. He couldn't be blamed for falling in love with everyone he met, but Wenxin's pitiful experiences and troubled relationships had deeply hurt his heart. Oh yes, I haven't given Wenxin the bracelet I bought her. Wang Yu slapped his head and remembered the gift he bought Wenxin with 7 sixes. He went to the bedroom, opened the drawer, took out the bracelet and went straight downstairs. He knew the way very well, after all, he had walked it many times. Once again, he arrived at the door of Wenxin's home. Knocked. Twice, took 2 steps back and stood straight. He had done this many times before. But this time he knew there was someone inside, so he was sure he wouldn't be disappointed. The door opened quickly. When she saw Wang Yu standing outside, Wenxin frowned a little unhappy. She hadn't expected him to keep pestering her. Well, this is something I bought for you at the time, but you've been away for a few days, so I brought it to you now. Saying this, Wang Yu handed over the shopping receipt, which showed the date of issue. Wenxin took it and looked at it, and it happened to be for the day she left. She couldn't help but feel amused. She had left a day early, and if she had stayed a little longer, she would have been with him. But that was in the past, and there was no point dwelling on it. After all, they were not meant to be. Fine, I'll take it. When Xin said, and took the bracelet Wang Yu handed her. Wang Yu felt a little warmth pass through his fingertips, and then he froze on the spot. A system screen suddenly appeared in Wang Yu's mind. Wenxin took the bracelet and closed the door, not noticing Wang Yu's expression. Meanwhile, a storm of emotions was raging in Wang Yu's heart. Chapter 45, A Major Discovery. Child. Wang Yu froze in place, unable to help but whisper. Wenxin's physical condition on the system panel was not very good, but Wang Yu was not concerned about that at the moment. He stared blankly at the last introduction on the screen. Pregnancy, carrying 2 children, risk of miscarriage. The sudden information made Wang Yu not know how to express his feelings. The attitude of Wenxin in the previous conversation was obvious, and although Wang Yu was a little disappointed, he still accepted it. But now in this situation, how could he accept it? Wenxin didn't know that she was pregnant at this time. After all, she had had sex with Wang Yu for about 10 days. 10 days is basically not enough time to go to the hospital for a checkup, and Wang Yu's system is just a bug. Not to mention 10 days, if he had a system at that time, he might be able to detect it when he woke up in the morning. Bang! After talking about the baby, Wang Yu also saw the risk of miscarriage, and at that moment, he did not care about how to explain it to Wenxin. The most important thing at the moment was to let her accept her treatment and save her baby. The urgent and nervous knocking on the door made Wenxin, who was admiring her bracelet, frown slightly. She had indeed planned to marry Wang Yu before, but it was more out of admiration for him and a compromise with her own life. After all, her father and uncle had been urging her to get married for years, both explicitly and implicitly. Although she didn't really care, she was still annoyed by their harassment. Plus, Wang Yu had been her first, and she didn't have any aversion to the man, so marrying him might be a good choice. Life had been so exhausting in the past, and trying something new might make it a little more interesting. But the fact that Wang Yu had two women was unacceptable to Wenxin. Just because she had some good feelings towards him, it didn't mean she would give up her dignity for him. Wenxin still liked the gift Wang Yu had given her earlier, simple and restrained, very much in line with her aesthetic taste. While playing with it, she felt that although Wang Yu was a bit of a playboy, he was still a very attentive man, and it was good to have such a friend. But listening to the knock on the door again outside, the little good impression she had of Wang Yu completely disappeared. It turned out that he was just as greedy as every other man. With a cold and welcoming expression, Wen opened the door and looked at Wang Yu without a trace of emotion in her eyes. "What, is there something else?" Wen's dissatisfied expression and cold tone were like a bucket of cold water, completely cooling Wang Yu down. After regaining his composure, he was a little scared. After all, it was about their child, and if he couldn't explain himself clearly, he probably wouldn't be able to see her again. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu decided not to mention the child for now. After all, he had just revealed his true self, and Wen Xian had also decisively refused. Now it was time to think about how to increase his favorability with her. After thinking about his own specialties, he had an idea. "Miss Wen, I just remembered something. I forgot to mention it earlier because my mind was in a mess. Please don't mind." Wen looked at him without saying a word, her eyes indicating that Wang Yu should continue. The bracelet he had just given her was indeed very valuable. Now that he was knocking on the door again, saying that he had something to say, she was curious to hear what kind of scheme he was cooking up. Wang Yu once again brought up the system panel, looked at it carefully, and then had a plan in mind. As a gynecological expert, he of course had to start by fiddling with Wen's physical condition. "Miss Wen, as you know, I am a doctor. When I was with you today, I discovered that you have many hidden issues with your body." "Oh, what issues? Why didn't you say anything just now?" "Well, I was going to say something just now, but I didn't find a good opportunity. I was thinking of waiting until you calmed down, but then what happened made me forget when I got nervous. I remembered it just now and hurried over." "Go ahead, tell me what's wrong with my body." If Wen Xian hadn't witnessed Wang Yu's treatment of Granny Li with her own eyes and realized that he really had real skills, he would have definitely started to shoo people away. "It's a bit complicated, let's go inside and talk." Although it was nighttime, the temperature outside was still a bit high, and there were a lot of mosquitoes. Wang Yu was worried that if he talked here, it would affect Wen Xian's health. If a mosquito bit his child's mother, he would be heartbroken. Wen Xian leaned against the door and didn't move. She carefully observed Wang Yu, and didn't notice anything wrong from his expression or movements. She turned around and walked into the house. "Come in, but don't get any bad ideas." "How could I? I'm a doctor." "Ha ha. How could I not get any bad ideas?" After entering the house, Wang Yu and Wen Xian sat facing each other. The furnishings in the room were no different from when he left last time. But this was not the time to appreciate them, so it was better to appease Wen first. "Miss Wen, I can take your pulse. I study traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Although I can see some issues, I still want to confirm them by taking your pulse." A white, round jade arm was extended. Wang Yu knew that you have to do everything thoroughly when acting. After a few days of outpatient work, he was already able to pretend to be a qualified doctor. He gently placed 2 fingers on Wen Xian's wrist, his mind free of any distractions, his eyes slightly narrowed, his face grave, and his head bobbing slightly up and down. Not to mention that he really looked intimidating in his current appearance, at least now Wen Xian believed him. She really thought that he had knocked on the door this time out of concern for her health, and she felt a little guilty that she had not only doubted his motives just now, but also been so cold to him. After taking her pulse for about 5 minutes, Wang Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand, having prepared his exact words during that time. "Miss Wen, have you been feeling migraines in the past few years, especially in the back left side of your head?" "Yes. I went to the hospital for a checkup and was told that it was due to overwork, so I just needed to rest more." "Are you feeling better now?" "No, it's getting worse." At this moment, Wen Xian had no doubts about Wang Yu and had full trust in him. Well, let's put that issue aside for now and move on to the next one. What next? Any other issues? Wang Yu, I get a physical every year, and apart from this headache, I don't see any other issues. Some conditions cannot be detected by machines before they develop, and by the time they are detected, it is already too late. Trust me, I won't lie to you. So, what other issues do I have? Cold hands and feet, and I sweat easily. My cervical spine aches for a period of time every time the seasons change. My periods are often irregular, and the amount of blood I lose is quite a lot each time. On rainy days, I often get stomachaches and have no appetite all day, and I can't eat anything. Wang Yu told her about all the issues that the system had detected in one go, although of course he had hidden the last one. After Wenxin had finished listening, she thought carefully about her physical condition over the past few years. She hadn't really paid much attention to it before, but now that Wang Yu had mentioned it, she immediately realized that she did have these issues. Dr. Wang, what disease have I got? Is it serious? Wang Yu's words immediately made her correct her attitude and automatically switch to that of a patient. Wenxin had given up on love, but she would not give up on her life. After all, the world was so beautiful, and she wanted to see more of it. Chapter 46, Massage is indeed a very good treatment. At this moment, Wenxin looked very lonely and scared, and she no longer had her usual toughness and indifference. After all, no one wants to be afraid of getting some strange disease. Don't worry, it's serious, but I can cure it. At this point, the roles were reversed, and Wang Yu took the initiative, although he was ashamed of his actions. But he was telling the truth, and Wenxin's physical condition was not an exaggeration at all. The cause of your headache should be genetic from your mother, and you can recall whether your mother had this condition when she was alive. Cold hands and feet and sweating are signs of physical weakness and liver issues. The others are caused by long-term living habits and irregular work and rest. Individually, none of them are very serious, but now that they are all combined, they are very troublesome to treat. Your current physical condition is therefore very dangerous, and your life is in danger at any time. Oh, it's not your life that's in danger, it's my child's life that's in danger. After all, it is clearly written in the system that there is a risk of miscarriage. So, what should I do? Do I need to be hospitalized for treatment? That's not necessary. I said it can be cured, and I'm sure I can cure you. But it's best not to continue working for now. And you need to get plenty of rest every day. And you need to follow my dietary requirements for the next 3 months. Okay, no problem with that. I can handle things at work online, and I'll just stay at home for the next few months. Seeing Wenxin being so obedient, Wang Yu felt the need to show off a little to strengthen her trust in him. I'll give you a massage to help ease the issues in your head, stomach, and cervical spine. Tomorrow I'll go buy some herbs and combine them with acupuncture to start the treatment. Massage? When Xin didn't know anything about traditional Chinese medicine, but she had never heard of massage being used to treat illnesses, so she was a little skeptical. Pushing the blood through the channels, have you heard of it? What I'm going to do is stimulate the acupuncture points on your body to activate your immunity. When Xin nodded and stopped thinking. Let's get started then. Let's go to the bedroom. You lie on the bed, so I can treat you more easily. Half an hour passed. Ms. Wan, how do you feel now? Well, I feel much better, and my hands and feet are much warmer. An hour passed. Ms. Wan, move around a bit. Is the soreness in your neck gone? Really? Wang Yu, you're amazing. 2 hours passed. Dr. Wang, how much longer do I have to be treated? Wenxin's face flushed like a big apple from the warm touch on her lower abdomen. You have a more serious problem, so you need to press a little longer. 3 hours passed. Phew! With Wang Yu's help, Wenxin's body had recovered a lot, and her years of illness had been greatly relieved. She had already fallen asleep. Wang Yu withdrew his hand, looked at the sleeping Wenxin, and felt a sense of accomplishment. He would do this every day for the next month, and he was sure he could win her over. Pulling the quilt over Wenxin, Wang Yu went home in a happy mood. After taking a shower, Wang Yu lay in bed, thinking about the 3 women in his heart. The aftermath of his divorce made him feel like he was still in a dream. Now he had a wife, 2 of them in hand, and the other one was also coming soon. What's more, he would have his own child in 10 months. Happiness came too fast, and he was both a little excited and a little nervous. Knowing that Wang Yu had gone to the hospital to save someone's life, Sun Xian had taken the initiative to arrange for Ye Wen and Chun Mei to help him, and had just asked him to call back when he had time. It was now past 11 o'clock, so she was still awake. Thinking this, Wang Yu dialed Sun Xian's phone number. After chatting with Sun Xian for a while, the phone was snatched away by Chunmei. The cousin expressed her strong dissatisfaction with her brother over the phone, and it was only after Wang Yu had promised a whole bunch of unequal treaties that the phone was passed to Yuan. Wang Yu had deep feelings for Yuan. The young girl's love for him made him feel heartbroken just watching her, and now she was willing to share him with another woman just to be with him, which touched Wang Yu deeply. On the phone, Wang Yu comforted Yuan with all his tenderness and promised to give her a perfect wedding in the village, which calmed her nervous heart. In the next few days, please take care of Yuan and Chunmei. I'm a bit busy here, so I'll visit your home in a few days. If there's anything urgent, just go ahead and I'll talk to you when you're free. I'll take care of Yuan and Chunmei. Okay, thanks, Qian. Good night. Good night, little brother. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu felt a bit lost. He and Sun Xian had only known each other for a short time, and although he liked her, he knew it was more out of sexual interest than anything else. However, he is really grateful to Sun Xian now. Although he doesn't know why she inexplicably likes him, and the methods she used were not very honorable. But she is largely responsible for his ability to have both her and Yuan. In the future, Wen will join this family, and she will need a lot of help from Sun Xian. The next morning, Wang Yu came to the clinic early. Good morning, brother Yu. As soon as he arrived in the consultation room, Tian appeared in front of Wang Yu and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Yu, you took the day off yesterday, but you had the patients complaining for a long time. Those women almost tore the outpatient department apart. Is it that exaggerated? Wang Yu didn't know that his reputation had spread far and wide in just a few days. Yesterday, he didn't come in because he took the day off, and the women who came because of his reputation didn't get to see the legendary Dr. Wang, so they really made a scene. It's that serious? Aren't there other doctors? The hospital doesn't need me. Wang Yu was a little puzzled. Hey, forget it, the director tried to persuade him for a long time, but there are still dozens of patients who specifically want you to treat them. Then try hard today and try to get off work early. Hearing that he is so popular, Wang Yu is still very happy, but the number of people who come to see him will definitely increase accordingly. There is also a warm family waiting for him to take care of. If he doesn't improve his treatment speed, he can't even think about getting off work on time. Okay, brother Yu, our goal is to not work overtime. Let's work together. Putting on his white coat, Wang Yu began his busy day. Sumu stopped by halfway through, feeling that there was something he wanted to say, but seeing Wang Yu's situation, he had to give up. Wang Yu, who was fully engaged in his work, was very serious. Although he was forced by the system, he still attached great importance to his patients. He tried to use the least costly means to treat their illnesses, and for this purpose, he used simple massage and acupuncture. By noon, there were still many patients outside, so Wang Yu sent Tian to the cafeteria to help serve meals, and he never left his chair. He spent the whole day eating lunch for 10 minutes, going to the bathroom twice, and it wasn't until 6 p.m. that he finally finished seeing all the patients for the day. Tired out, Wang Yu didn't stay at the hospital for a moment, changed his clothes, and hurried home. After all, there was still his intended wife and child there who needed his care. Chapter 47, You Need to Use Some Tactics to Woo a Woman. On the way home, Wang Yu remembered that he had said he would help Wenxin prepare meals for 3 months. But in his current situation, he simply couldn't find the time to cook, and even if he did have the time, he knew his cooking skills very well. Who could he ask for help? Chunmei could cook, but his sister was too carefree, and letting her cook for Wenxin, something might happen. Yuan has cooked for him a few times when he was home, and the food was delicious, but Wang Yu simply couldn't bring himself to entrust her with the task. Xiao Qingmei is willing to share herself with others, and then let her take care of another woman of his, which is too bullying. Even if Yuan is willing, Wang Yu will not agree. As he thought about it, Wang Yu thought of a very good candidate. He immediately dialed the other person's phone. Hello, brother-in-law. Who better to cook than Sun Dishing, the owner of a restaurant? After all, he has so many chefs under him. Brother-san, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Tell me, Brother-san will definitely take care of it for you. Well, I have a friend who is not in good health and needs to follow a diet for treatment. The hospital does not have the conditions for this, so I have come to you. That's all. Well, what's wrong, Brother-san? Is it inconvenient? No, it's no big deal. I'll have someone contact you later, just tell him your requirements. Thank you, Sangu, we'll settle the bill together when the treatment is over. No need, your friend is San Ji's friend, just a few meals, on Sangu. Is this guy so generous? You have to know that you don't just need ordinary ingredients, there are a lot of expensive ones, especially the soup that nourishes the fetus every day, it's not less than 2,000 yuan. If you do the math, it's estimated to cost more than 3,000 yuan a day, 100,000 yuan a month, and 300,000 yuan for 3 months. Brother San, you'd better charge for it. What I'm going to cook is quite expensive. It'll cost about 300,000 yuan for 3 months. 300,000 yuan, that's so little, it's only the cost of a few meals for Brother San. Okay, I have to go, someone will contact you later. After saying this, Sun Dishing hung up the phone. While Wang Yu was still in a daze, a phone call came in. The person on the other end was very polite, asking Wang Yu's needs in detail, and then politely hung up after writing down the address and time for the meal delivery. Brother San is awesome, Wang Yu thought to herself, but if Sun Dishing knew that he was cooking for this guy's woman for free, he would probably be furious. Back in the community, Wang Yu did not go home, but went straight to Wenxin's home. After the massage yesterday, Wen Xian slept very comfortably, and when she got up in the morning, her body felt indescribably relaxed. Her complexion looked much better today. She was watching TV in the living room. Since she didn't need to go out and didn't wear any makeup, she looked beautiful, but it was hard to hide the signs of aging on her face. What was she looking at? Did she look ugly without makeup? Feeling Wang Yu's gaze, Wen Xian felt a little sour in her heart. After all, she was in her 40s. Wang Yu's praise did not make her happy, and she sighed slightly and said, "You start to look ugly when you get old, so don't comfort me. It's not like it's something I can't accept. In fact, I have a way to slow down aging. No, there's no point in slowing it down, because you'll still get old eventually. Just heal me, and I'll be happy as long as I'm healthy." Wen Xian only thought of traditional Chinese medicine and physiotherapy as a way to slow down aging. As a woman, and being so wealthy, she felt that she knew more about maintaining her health than Wang Yu. Okay, let's first heal your body, and then when the opportunity arises, we can use my methods. Then Wang Yu began to take Wenxin's pulse again. Although it was not necessary, they had only just begun, and they could not afford to be careless, or else they would lose the wife they had almost gotten, and they would not be able to cry. Do you still need massage today? Wenxin asked shyly. Well, for the next 3 months, we will determine the timing and method of massage based on the treatment effect. Then can we start now? Wait a minute. I've found a restaurant today. From now on, they will come every day at mealtimes to deliver your meals. For the next 3 months, you need to follow my diet and not eat anything else. Okay, thank you. Wen Xian was very touched by Wang Yu's words. If it wasn't for him. After all, there was no fate. The two of them watched TV and chatted in an off-and-on manner. After about an hour, there was a knock on the door. Wen Xian, who had stopped pasting the door, went over. Is Miss Wen here? This is the food that Mr. Wang ordered. Seeing the other person wearing the staff uniform of the Tianjie restaurant, he couldn't help but admire the efficiency of Sun Dishing's subordinates. I ordered it, and Miss Wen is inside. Just hand me the food. After taking over the food box, Wang Yu began to make preparations. After opening the food box, Wang Yu found that the food inside was still hot, and each plate was placed separately, with a seal on top to prevent cross-contamination. There were also the appropriate plates and chopsticks and spoons. Although they were all disposable, the quality was really good. Come and eat. Let's see what doesn't suit your taste and I'll adjust it. Wang Yu said to Wenxin as he set the food on the table. It looks good and smells delicious. Thank you. Wenxin came to the table and looked at the food on it with a good appetite. Let's eat. The two of them started eating right away. The portion was quite large, and Wenxin definitely couldn't finish it alone, so Wang Yu didn't hesitate to dig in. The two of them finished dinner in half an hour. Wang Yu cleaned up the dishes and then wiped down the table again. Wenxin sat there quietly watching Wang Yu work, feeling that this man was really quite good. Looking back on her life, there had been a total of 3 men who had cared about her, including Wang Yu. One was her own father, but his care had come more from a material perspective. The other person Wenxin doesn't want to mention is someone with whom she had a deep emotional entanglement in the past, but over the years they have only seen each other a few times, and it is more of a verbal comfort to Wenxin. Of course, Wenxin, who has come to her senses, now regards him as full of hot air and doesn't believe a word of it. But this kind of care from Wang Yu is truly reflected in his life, peeling crawfish for her, treating her illness, just now feeding her, and after eating, cleaning up on his own initiative. This kind of care is something she has never experienced before, and it feels really good and makes her happy. Just as when Xin was still daydreaming, a cup of warm tea was handed to her. It was brewed before dinner and contains some Chinese medicinal herbs. Have a sip and see if it suits your appetite. When Xin, who had come back to her senses, felt the warmth in her hands and almost fell at that moment. Thank you, it's quite delicious. After taking a small sip, Wen Xin's eyes became more and more gentle. No, it's the least I can do. This is no tea, it's clearly a sedative. After seeing Wen Xin accept it, Wang Yu felt indescribably happy. Chapter 48, A Call from his ex-father-in-law. 3 hours later, Wen Xin fell asleep again under Wang Yu's prodding. After covering the quilt and closing the door, Wang Yu also returned to his own home. He wasn't in a hurry, there was still plenty of time. After a brief wash, he called Sun Qian. The three of them chatted for over an hour before Wang Yu hung up the phone and prepared to rest. Yuan, let's go to the hospital to see Xiaoyu tomorrow if we're free. Since they parted that day, they had spoken on the phone twice, but they had not yet met. Sun Qian's heart had not been at ease, and although they had had good conversations on the phone, she was always worried when she could not see him in person. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yuan did not share Sun Qian's worries, but purely missed Wang Yu. Early the next morning, Sun Qian took Yuan and Chunmei, who did not know what to do, and went straight to the hospital. Since they had been here before, the three of them went straight to Wang Yu's consultation room. They were shocked by the scene in front of them as soon as they arrived at the door. What a long queue, and so many women. Sun Qian went to the information desk to find out what was going on, and learned that these were all female patients, and that they were basically all there to see Wang Yu. Sun Qian, who looked strange, dragged Yuan and the other girl and pushed their way to the door of Wang Yu's consultation room. What are you doing? You can't cut in the queue. Yes, we are all here to see Dr. Wang. Why aren't you three behaving properly? The female patients in line chided Sun Qian and her two friends. I'm not here for a consultation. I just want to see Dr. Wang. I'll just wait at the door. The crowd was too strong, and even Sun Qian couldn't handle it. She explained loudly, and then pushed Chunmei, who hadn't reacted yet, to the front. This is Dr. Wang's sister. She came from her hometown to see him. I came the day before yesterday, Chunmei wanted to say, not that she wanted to see her brother, but that they both missed their men. Everyone, listen to me, we are not here for a consultation, we just came to see my brother. Chunmei had never seen such a scene before, and she was very nervous. When the crowd heard that they were relatives of Dr. Wang, they stopped criticizing and made way for them to go to the door. Are all these people here to see a doctor? Yuan said incredulously. Well, I asked. There are so many people here every day. If this continues, my brother will get tired to death sooner or later. At this time, the door to the consultation room opened, and a patient walked out. Then a little nurse immediately called in another patient. The three of them saw Wang Yu inside through the gap in the open door, and he was indeed very busy. Yuan took Sun Qian to the wall to avoid the crowded crowd. Sister, is brother Yu always this busy every day? Yuan felt a little sad for Wang Yu. This is the first time I've seen it too, and I just heard about it. There's not much going on in the morning, so let's take a look around here. Okay. As they were talking, Wang Yu finished seeing another patient. As the morning passed, the three women felt very sorry for Wang Yu, who had never come out. When it was finally 12 o'clock, they thought they could have lunch together and chat. But they only saw the little nurse from the consultation room go out by herself, and the door to the consultation room was left open. Wang Yu finished seeing one patient, and then the next patient walked in of his own accord. At this time, no matter how many people were outside, how crowded it was, Wang Yu's office always remained quiet. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the little nurse returned with a lunchbox, that Wang Yu stopped seeing patients. After spending a few minutes finishing his lunch, going to the bathroom, and then getting back to work, the three women now understood just how busy Wang Yu was. Let's go back first, I don't think we'll be able to wait today. Looking at the line behind them, which had barely decreased since the morning, Sun Qian felt that Wang Yu must be working overtime at the hospital because he went home so late every day. She didn't want to affect him here at the moment, so she took Yuan and Chun Mei and left the hospital. On the way back, none of the three spoke much. On the way here, they felt that even if Wang Yu was very busy, he still had to find time to see the three of them, but he hadn't shown up at all yesterday. The three women were more or less uncomfortable, but when they actually saw the situation in which Wang Yu was working. At this point, those little emotions were long gone, and they all felt very sorry for him. "Chunmei, didn't you want to come here to look for work?" Sun Xian had heard Wang Yu mention in passing that his cousin was coming to the city to work. Given Wang Yu's situation, it was unlikely that he would be able to find the time to do this in the next few days, so she immediately wanted to help him with this matter. "Yes, yes. Both Yuan and I are here to look for work." Chunmei did not reveal her little secret with Yuan, and simply nodded in response. "Chunmei." Yuan pulled her hand and whispered. "If you don't find a job, it will be obvious. Are you going back in a few days?" Chunmei whispered in Yuan's ear for a while. "If I find a job, I can not only stay in the city, but also be by my brother's side." "What a good thing." Yuan felt that Chunmei's words made sense, and nodded repeatedly. "Let's go eat first. Later, I'll take you to my shop to have a look. If you feel like it, you can stay and help me." "Wow, sister-in-law is a big boss," Chunmei exclaimed. Sun Xian was overjoyed to hear her called sister-in-law. After eating, they took the two girls to a spa, then went to her brother's shop to shop for various things. It wasn't until after 4 p.m. that they arrived at her own jewelry store. If Wang Yu saw it at this time, he would be shocked to find that the brand of this store was actually the same as the one where he bought the bracelet in the mall. "This is my territory. You'll see in the next 2 days, learn from it, and there's also an exhibition area in the mall that belongs to me. I'll take you there later." Looking at the shiny things in front of her, Chunmei's eyes turned into little stars. She was so happy. Wang Yu didn't know at this time that Sun Xian had helped him again, and she was still busy at the hospital. Like yesterday, she was busy until 6 p.m. before she finished seeing patients. She changed her clothes and quickly slipped away. "Brother Yu, what's wrong? You're in such a hurry. Go home and cook for your sister-in-law." Tian Tian was stuffed by Wang Yu with a big mouthful of dog food. But before Wang Yu could go back, he received a familiar phone call. This phone call used to call himself a lot, but after his divorce, he never called again. But thinking about it, the other party at least gave him a helping hand in the end and gave him 5 million, so he picked up the phone. "Hello, Uncle Chen, what's up?" "Wang Yu, there's something I want you to help me with." Uncle Chen doesn't know who to trust anymore. Chen Shuxing's tone was indescribably despondent. Thinking about what had happened to him, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That mother and daughter had really screwed them over. "What is it?" "If I can help, I will. It's not convenient to talk on the phone, so if you have time, come over to my place. When XIN has someone delivering meals there, and going over there now is just a passing fancy, not really of much practical significance. It's better to go see what's going on at Chen Shuxing's place." "Okay, Uncle Chen, just give me a minute. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, he drove towards his ex-father-in-law's villa. Chapter 49, Chen Shuxing's Suspicions. Arriving at the front door of his ex-father-in-law's villa, Wang Yu had a feeling that things had changed. He used to resist coming here. He didn't have a good impression of Chen Shuxing. During the years of their marriage, Wang Yu would never visit unless it was necessary. Although the Chen family was very wealthy, he was never a man who would bow to the pressure of money. He wanted Wang Yu to bow to him? After the divorce, Chen Shuxing actually asked his ex-son-in-law for help one day. He rang the doorbell, and soon a nanny came to open the door. This nanny, Wang Yu had never seen before, and the familiar Auntie Li had gone somewhere. However, this was the Chen family's business, and it had nothing to do with him. After stating his purpose, he was invited in by the nanny and taken to the living room, where he saw his former father-in-law sitting there. "Uncle Chen." Wang Yu looked at the emaciated Chen Shuxing and couldn't help feeling a little sorry for him. At this age, he must be so angry to encounter such a thing. "Come in, sit down." Chen Shuxing no longer had the arrogant attitude he used to have. He now looked like an old man entering his twilight years. A few white hairs had originally appeared, but now there were many more, showing how much the betrayal of Li Yuzhen had hit him. "Xiao Yu, thank you for coming." Chen Shuxing thought about starting with a few polite words to get closer. After all, this former son-in-law had never had a very good attitude towards him. "Uncle Chen, if there's something you want to say, just say it. I won't refuse if I can help." Wang Yu didn't have much time to waste here, and he had a lot on his plate, so he made his position clear right away. "Take this, I want you to go and get a paternity test done for me tomorrow." Chen Shuxing hesitated for a moment, and handed Wang Yu an envelope. "Uncle Chen, you suspect that the rest of the words were not said, but the meaning was already very clear. Yes, there are some things that we must always find out, aren't there? I don't want to die without knowing the truth. As Chen Shusheng said this, his eyes sharpened, full of murderous intent. Wang Yu thought about what Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang did that day, and their relationship, and it was hard to prevent them from doing even more disgusting things. Okay, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Wang Yu took the envelope and put it in his pocket. Uncle Chen, your health is your own, so you must take care of yourself. After all, you are only in your 50s, and you still have a long life ahead of you. Looking at the old man in front of him, Wang Yu really felt for him. If tomorrow's result was as he suspected, Wang Yu was afraid that Chen Shusheng would be so angry that he would die directly. After all, he had tasted this kind of feeling before, and it was not so easy to calm down. Chen Shusheng's tone was sinister and full of murderous intent. He has been in the business world for decades, and his ruthlessness is not comparable to someone like Wang Yu, who has only been in society for a few years. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Wang Yu didn't respond, and simply said goodbye. He had no interest in the Chen family's affairs, and he had only come this time to repay Chen Shusheng for the last bit of fairness he had shown him. Go ahead, and remember to keep it a secret. Yes. Don't worry. On the way home, Wang Yu didn't take this matter to heart. After all, he had already cut himself off from the Chen family, and there was no need to get involved anymore. Even if Chen Yuding really wasn't Chen Shusheng's biological daughter, so what? He could still help her hide it. Thinking about his own troubles, Wang Yu couldn't help but curse, and his hatred for his ex-wife grew even more. When he saw the leftovers on the table, Wang Yu didn't mind and sat down to clean them up. Then he prepared a cup of tea for Wen Xin and started tidying up. Sipping tea and watching the man work, Wen Xin felt at ease and protected. Afterwards, the two went to the bedroom and began the 3-hour massage. Wen Xin was now addicted to this feeling. After each massage, she slept soundly, thinking that it was nice to spend time with him like this. Wang Yu hesitated whether to give Wenxin a chance and give himself a chance as well. Once again, he covered Wenxin's sleeping body. Wang Yu did not leave, but stood by the bed for a long time, then bent down and kissed her forehead lightly before turning around and leaving. What he didn't know was that when the door closed, Wenxin opened her eyes for a moment, then turned over with a smile on her face and fell asleep again. The next day, when he arrived at the hospital, Wang Yu was still very busy and did not even have time to go for a paternity test. The Maria Hospital is also capable of performing the test, but since it is a private hospital, the results are not legally valid. Wang Yu began to think about going to a public institution to get the results, but judging from the situation, it would be difficult to find time to do so today. At the moment, he was thinking about asking for help, and then he saw Tian, who was busy working, and he got an idea. Tian, wait, help me with something. What is it, brother Yu? Take this. With that, he handed Tian the envelope that Chen Shusheng had given him. Brother Yu, is this the red envelope you gave me? Tian was very happy to receive it and wanted to open it immediately. No, wait. Go to the Central City Hospital for me and do a paternity test. Remember to keep it confidential. Brother Yu, do you? Tian looked at Wang Yu incredulously, her eyes wide. Don't guess, it's a friend of mine who asked me to help. Wang Yu saw Tian's misunderstanding and immediately explained, but he was also a little guilty. After all, he was really being framed. Oh, I see, a friend. Sweetie nodded her little head in agreement, but obviously didn't believe it. You can't hide things like this. Who would ask someone else for help? Damn it, what's the point of explaining? This girl obviously doesn't believe her own words. Now go, if anyone asks, just say you went shopping for me. He said and was about to send Sweetie away. Brother Yu, don't be sad, you still have me. Sweetie, who was about to leave, looked back at Wang Yu affectionately. Her expression of wanting to say something but unable to was really very attractive. Okay, stop acting, and hurry back. Humph. You don't even know how to cooperate, it's rare that I'm doing such a good job. After she finished speaking, Sweetie quickly ran out. Wang Yu looked at the cheerful little nurse and couldn't help but smile. Although every day was very busy, he didn't feel tired at all having such a lively young girl to work with. After thinking for a while, he continued to see patients. After all, his merit points were still far from 10,000, and he was still looking forward to the next lottery draw. When he spoke with Sun Qian on the phone last night, he also learned that she had arranged for her younger sister and Yuan to go to school. He grew to like Sun Qian more and more, and thought that after finishing up today, he would go out to dinner with them. He hadn't seen them in 2 days and really missed them. Chapter 50, The Sad Son-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law. After a long day, Wang Yu finished work early as there were fewer patients than the day before. The young girl came back just before noon, and after handing Wang Yu the report, her eyes revealed curiosity and pity as she watched him all afternoon. Wang Yu couldn't help but explain a few times, but it was useless. After all, the young nurse also knew about his divorce. In this situation, his explanations were too weak. After insisting on seeing all the patients, Wang Yu, who had endured the afternoon, gave the little nurse a knock on the head, took the appraisal results she returned, and fled the hospital in a hurry, in the angry gaze of Tian Tian. When he arrived at the Chen's, the same nanny who answered the door yesterday opened the door. Wang Yu didn't say a word after entering. He placed the appraisal results on the table, sighed slightly, and then turned and left. Chen Shusheng looked at Wang Yu's appearance and already knew the result. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Wang Yu didn't know what to say, and Chen Shusheng didn't want to say anything at the moment. These two men with the same fate, who could comfort each other? However, Wang Yu has already completely come out of it, and has already completed the severing. Although his mood is very heavy at the moment, it does not affect the rest of the trip. When they arrived at the Tianjie restaurant, they could see 3 girls waiting at the door from afar, but they did not see Sun Dishing's figure. Here he comes. Sun Qian walked up and unceremoniously took Wang Yu's arm. Yuan couldn't help but want to go over to Wang Yu when she saw him, but in the end, she was too shy and not as bold as Sun Qian. After saying hello, she shyly followed behind. Chunmei had been brainwashed by Sun Qian over the past 2 days and had accepted the 3 of them, including Wang Yu, despite their absurdity. After complaining a bit, she didn't say much more. When they arrived in the private room, the food was already ready, and the 4 of them sat down and started eating right away. Chunmei sat far away by herself, watching the 2 women who kept refilling Wang Yu's plate with food, which was so filling that she looked like she was about to burst. She immediately buried her head in her rice, hoping that if she didn't see it, she wouldn't have to deal with it. Yuan, next month, I'll take you back to the village, then ask someone to go to your family to propose, and we'll hold the banquet in the village. Yes, whatever brother Yu says. Yuan was very happy to be able to stay by Wang Yu's side, and when she heard that she could hold the wedding with him, she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Xian Chen, what do you need me to do on your side? Wang Yu didn't know much about Sun Qian's family situation, and didn't know what to do for the time being, so he asked directly. You don't need to worry about my side of things. My 3rd brother said he'll take care of everything, so we just need to set a date. My family has been desperate for me to get married for years, and now that I'm getting married, they're all very happy. But what are you going to do, and how are you going to explain it to your parents? Sun Qian's words woke Wang Yu from his happiness. He had never thought about this before, and there was definitely no problem with his parents accepting Yuan. But with Sun Qian added to the mix, he was worried not about whether they would accept her, but whether he would get beaten to death by his father. But this is definitely something that Sun Qian cannot be told. My parents love me very much, so there won't be a big issue. I can just go back and talk to them about it when I have time. Both women were happy with Wang Yu's reassurances and had a very enjoyable meal. Where are we going next? Wang Yu asked after the meal, as he was in the habit of doing. Xiao Yu, let's go upstairs for a bit. Me and Yuan have something to discuss with you. Sun Qian's eyes lit up and she said. 40 minutes later, Sun Dishing, with a flushed face and a slight hint of alcohol on his breath, stumbled into the private room. He looked hazily into the empty room and saw only Chunmei there. He couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, where are they? Chunmei was a little uneasy. She lowered her head, her fingers clutching the corner of her shirt, and hesitated before whispering, 3rd floor. Her voice was so soft that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow it away. However, how could Sun Dishing not understand the deeper meaning? He shook his head helplessly, glanced at his watch, and cursed under his breath, shit. It's only a little after 7, and my brother-in-law is going to suffer again today. Despite his sympathy for Wang Yu, he didn't dare to easily disturb his sister's enjoyment. Chunmei, it's getting late, let me walk you home. Sun Dishing patted his chest and said with a show of bravado. Well, thank you, 3rd brother, Chunmei nodded gratefully, a look of relief flashing in her eyes. Why be so polite with 3rd brother? If you need anything in the future, just come to 3rd brother, I won't say no if I can help. Sun Dishing waved his hand, then led Chunmei out of the restaurant. Lu Zi, take my sister home safely, if a single hair on her head is out of place, I'll skin you alive. Sun Dishing stood at the entrance of the restaurant and loudly ordered a young man. At this time, Wang Yu was doing manual labor. Sun Qian and Yuan had enjoyed his master-level massage techniques and felt that all the minor physical problems they had previously experienced had disappeared. Taking advantage of the fact that they had nothing to do after finishing eating, they grabbed Wang Yu and started giving him a massage. "Sister Qianqian, no one can do it like you," Wang Yu said dejectedly while working. "My shoulders still feel a little uncomfortable, so give them a good massage." Sun Qian simply ignored Wang Yu's words and directed him to do his job properly. Yuan, on the other hand, was smiling and drinking tea, watching the two argue. At this moment of warmth, she couldn't sleep no matter how she turned over and over. In the afternoon, Wang Yu sent her a text message, saying that he had something to do and couldn't go over. But she didn't really care. After dinner, she remembered Wang Yu's words and made herself a cup of tea. Bored, she watched TV, but she couldn't muster any energy. Usually at this time, Wang Yu would have already started giving her a massage. But at the moment, she felt a hollow in her heart, and it was a little hard to adapt. After a quick shower, she wanted to go to bed early, but she had been lying in bed for almost 4 hours and couldn't sleep. Her mind was always thinking about the fragments of time she had spent with Wang Yu. It wasn't until after 3 in the morning that she fell into a drowsy sleep under the powerful drowsiness. When Wang Yu woke up, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. He felt like he had endless energy, and he could see more clearly. He could hear the subtle breathing sounds around him clearly. The obvious changes in his body gave him a deeper understanding of Huangdi aging. For the next 20-odd days, Wang Yu went to the hospital for treatment during the day, went to Wenxin's place for massage in the evening, and every other day he went to Sun Dishing's restaurant, ate his meals for free, slept in his bed, and took advantage of his sister. Life was so beautiful, and Sun Qian and Yuan's skin and temperament had also undergone obvious changes. Although they didn't really return to the age of 18 like Wang Yu said, their fresh skin and energetic bodies exuded the breath of youth. Chapter 51. Wang Yu's pay rise, surprised to see his ex-mother-in-law. "Dean, you wanted to see me." Wang Yu saw that Dean Han was waiting in his own consultation room as soon as he arrived at work today. "Dr. Wang, you have been with our hospital for a month, and based on your performance during this time, the board of directors has made some adjustments to your treatment," Han Cohen said with a smile. "Wang Yu has brought huge profits to Marian Hospital in the month since joining. As the hospital's most profitable department, it used to bring in more than 7 million yuan in revenue each month, but after this month's figures came out, not only President Han, but also the hospital's directors were shocked. This month in the gynecology department, Wang Yu's clinic alone received nearly 7,000 patients and generated a net profit of nearly 30 million yuan. After Wang Yu's reputation spread, the other departments and inpatient wards of the hospital also saw an increase in revenue of more than 10%. The hospital's overall revenue increased by 30%. This huge surprise made Dean Han feel closer to Wang Yu than his own father. Oh, how to adjust? Wang Yu didn't really care. He didn't spend much, and he had more than 10 million yuan in cash, so he wasn't very interested in income. After all, he came here to work, and he was still driven by the merit points. He had already earned 10,000 merit points a week ago. And he had also won the lottery and drawn a new supernatural power to bestow blessings. Now he felt more and more like the mountain god and earth god of the past, able to give birth to children and bestow blessings. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. However, his merit points increased by 200 points, which made him very excited. He finally had a new way to gain merit points. Then he gave Sweetie a shot, gaining 8 merit points. When he was about to bless his 2 women and sister in the evening, he found that he was restricted by the system. After these days of experimentation, he figured out the mechanism of blessing. He could only bless one person a day, and the amount of merit points he gained was determined by how many good deeds the person being blessed had done. Wenxin had obtained the most because she had been engaged in charity work for many years. Sweetie, Yuan and Chunmei had obtained a few merit points each because they were young, and although they often helped people, it was after all just trivial things. However, when Sun Qian was blessed, she obtained 126 merit points, which surprised Wang Yu at the time. This girl is a deep well, she has done so many good deeds, so she was heavily rewarded at the time. Because the time to obtain the blessing magic power was short, Wang Yu didn't have the opportunity to use it much. Today, he wanted to try blessing Su Mu to see the effect. Who knew that as soon as he started work, he met Dean Han, and without hesitation, he immediately blessed him, and a faint golden light entered Dean Han's body. Then Wang Yu discovered that his merit points hadn't increased, but had actually decreased by 3. Damn, Han Cohen is definitely not a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have deducted his merit points. Fortunately, he has not done anything evil, but he is probably a businessman at heart, only thinking about profit. Not only has he not done any good deeds, but he has also done some things to harm people. The 3 merit points deducted are probably a punishment for blessing a bad person. It immediately makes him understand that this supernatural power cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise if he uses it on the wrong person, he might lose all the merit points he has worked hard to earn. Dr. Wang, Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? If you have any requests, you can let me know. After Han Cohen had mentioned the treatment, he saw Wang Yu expressionless, not saying a word, staring at him blankly. He thought Wang Yu was unhappy with the increased treatment and was a little nervous. No, I'm very satisfied. Thank you Dean Han and the directors for your consideration. Dr. Wang, I'm glad you're satisfied. This is this month's commission, please take it. In the future, every month's commission will be deposited into this card. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Han Cohen left after handing over a bank card. Wang Yu didn't hear what Han Cohen said, and when he saw the bank card Han Cohen had left behind, he became curious. Brother Yu, you're amazing. After President Han left, Tian came in to congratulate Wang Yu. She had heard Wang Yu's terms and conditions clearly from the doorway. Tian, I've always been amazing. Of course, I'm the best, but Dean Han is really generous, not only giving you a 10 million annual salary, but also giving you 30% of the income from the consultation room. How much? Wang Yu immediately asked after hearing this. 10 million annual salary plus 30% of the income from the consultation room. What's wrong, brother Yu? It's nothing, I thought I heard it wrong. The 10 million annual salary was still very attractive to Wang Yu, but it paled in comparison to the 30% share. Although she did not know the specific income data for last month, he knew how many patients he had seen. After all, every person treated in the system would be prompted with a merit income ranging from 1 to 5 points. Moreover, the fees charged by Maria Hospital were very high. For a simple cold or fever, it would cost more than 3,000 yuan, and for a more serious case, it would directly exceed 10,000 yuan. He had seen more than 6,000 patients last month, which averaged 10,000 yuan per person, which was also more than 60 million yuan. After deducting the cost of medicinal herbs and paying taxes, there is still a net profit of over 20 million. After calculating like this, I will at least get to keep more than 6 million. Thinking about this, Wang Yu quickly put the card in his pocket. This money really smells good. Wang Yu was even more motivated to work next. He smiled at every patient, and for those women who wore gold and silver and were dressed in designer clothes, he shamelessly chose more expensive treatment methods. After a month, Wang Yu's reputation had spread far and wide, and every woman with a little money in the city of Su was aware of the great Dr. Wang. The number of patients had now stabilized at around 150 per day. For Wang Yu, he was able to see all his patients by 5 p.m. So he and Tian had been living it up, and now that he had made some money, he was thinking of taking a few days off to go back to his hometown with Tian to set a wedding date. Patient 126, it's your turn. Tian continued to call out the patient numbers outside. At this time, there were not many patients left, and Wang Yu also wanted to hurry up and finish work. Then Wang Yu saw an unexpected person appear. It was his ex-mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen. After Li Yuzhen was discovered by her husband to be having an affair, she was kicked out of the Chen family and did not get a single penny of the property. This month, Chen Shusheng has been targeting the Lu family's assets like crazy, even going so far as to destroy 1,000 of his enemies and 800 of his assets. In the past, most of the Lu family's assets were made through contracts with the Chen family, but now not only has the Chen family cut off all transactions with the Lu family, they have also been deliberately suppressed by Chen Shusheng, and their assets have shrunk rapidly. Now, not to mention making money, it would be great if they could avoid going into debt. Lu Baoqiang, who was in a depressed mood, was not as nice to Li Yuzhen as he used to be, and he was always busy outside and rarely came home. Li Yuzhen was also aware of her own issues. After the divorce, she had stayed at home all the time and didn't dare go anywhere. Now, she was the pariah of the socialite circles in Shudu City. However, she had been feeling unwell in the past few days. Although she was shameless, she still wanted to live, so she sneaked into the hospital to see if she had caught any disease. Chapter 52, Don't Abuse Your Supernatural Powers. I heard that this Dr. Wang is exceptionally skilled, and there is no illness that he cannot treat. Li Yuzhen also came here out of admiration. Although the Lu family is on the verge of bankruptcy these days, Li Yuzhen has also saved quite a lot of secret money over the years. After entering the consultation room, she felt that the doctor in front of her looked somehow familiar. Wang Yu, who had changed his hairstyle and was wearing a pair of flat-rimmed glasses and a mask, also looked at his former mother-in-law blankly. "Brother Yu, let's see the doctor." Tian patted him, which brought Wang Yu back from his daydream. "Stretch out your arm." Wang Yu deliberately lowered his voice, and Li Yufan didn't hear it, so she obediently stretched out her arm. Wang Yu gently took her pulse, and without looking at the system panel, he discovered that Li Yufan was pregnant. After seeing so many patients, Wang Yu's medical skills have also increased rapidly. Sometimes for minor illnesses, he prescribes the medicine himself first, and then looks at the system's prescription, which is basically more or less the same. His pulse-taking skills are astonishingly accurate. After all, skilled hands don't just talk. He called up the system panel, and sure enough, it showed that Li Yuzhen was pregnant. This is still his own damn fault. Wang Yu remembered his bold attempt to stand on the air conditioner. The system is really amazing. Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang are both in their 50s, and they have both produced children. But what to do now really stumped him. After all, no matter what Li Yuzhen did, she didn't do anything to him. "She's cuckolding Lin Chusheng. What does it have to do with me, Wang Yu?" "Ms. Li, you're pregnant, I suggest you go get an ultrasound." Wang Yu told her the situation as it was, as a matter of official business. Pregnant. Li Yuzhen was stunned and couldn't accept it for a moment. "Doctor, are you sure?" She reacted and took Wang Yu's hand, asking nervously. "Ms. Li, don't get excited, it's not good for the fetus. You should go get an ultrasound, you can see it now." At that moment, Wang Yu wrote out the first ultrasound order of his medical career. Tian, Ms. Li is old, you stay with her." "Okay, Dr. Wang." Wang Yu felt very self-reproachful as he watched the dazed Li Yuzhen being led out of the consultation room by Tian. Although Lu Baoqian was the one who had done the work, it was really him who got her pregnant. Sigh. It's too late to say anything now. But then again, although it's not clear whether Chen Yuding is Lu Baoqiang's daughter, Wang Yu is very sure that the child in Li Yufan's belly is definitely his, and it's also a son. I wonder if Lu Baoqiang will thank himself when he finds out. After all, he's so old and has never had a child, so I'm kind of his benefactor. After some idle musings, Wang Yu didn't pay it any mind and continued with his work. In the next 10 minutes, Wang Yu finished seeing all the patients and was in a good mood, ready to leave. Just as he walked out the door, Chen Yuding blocked him with tearful eyes. "What's going on today? Did they mother and daughter make a plan? One went to the consultation room to see me, and the other blocked me at the door. Is there something wrong?" Wang Yu didn't want to get involved with his ex-wife again, so he took a few steps back and avoided Chen Yuding's outstretched hand. "Honey, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Can we start over and live together again?" Wang Yu found Chen Yuding's words a little ridiculous. Now she wanted to start over, but why hadn't she done so before? "Chen Yuding, do you remember what I said during the divorce? Save some face for yourself and don't make me look down on you." "No, I don't want face. I want your husband." Chen Yuding threw herself into Wang Yu's arms, crying. At this moment, Wang Yu stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to hide or not, because if he didn't, he would suffer. The crowd, who had gathered to see what was going on, stopped and started to gather around. Seeing the situation, Wang Yu immediately grabbed Chen Yuding and fled. "You have no shame, but I do. We agreed not to bother each other after the divorce." When they reached a remote corner of the parking lot, Wang Yu let go of Chen Yuding and looked at her, who was still choking with sobs. "Chen Yuding, you need to think clearly. It is impossible for the two of us to get back together. From the moment you betrayed me, you should have expected this day. Honey, I really know I was wrong. I will stay at home with you every day, okay? Stay at home every day? You don't want your company anymore? You are willing to be a housewife?" Wang Yu's words made Chen Yuding freeze for a moment, but she quickly recovered, grabbed Wang Yu's hand, and kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness. The two of them tangled in the parking lot for more than half an hour, and Wang Yu really wanted to slap her unconscious. "Chen Yuding, have you had enough? We are divorced, and you betrayed our marriage. Do you really think you can be forgiven just by saying you were wrong? The birth of Coco and Xiaobao was the biggest insult of my life. I am already very restrained now that I have not killed you adulterers. Get out. Don't bother me again in the future." After saying this, he turned around and left directly. As she watched Wang Yu leave, Chen Yuding was utterly desperate. 2 days ago, she had been swept out of the house by Chen Shusheng. The company had also been taken back by him. She couldn't get through on the phone, couldn't see anyone when she went to the group, and wasn't even allowed to go back to her old home. Kiki and Xiaobao had also been sent back, and at that moment, it felt as if the whole world had abandoned her. She couldn't understand why her father had treated her like this, and even refused to have his beloved granddaughter. Unwilling to accept this, she waited outside Chen Shusheng's villa all day. Finally, she found an opportunity to break in. "Dad! Why are you doing this to me?" Facing Chen Yuding's accusations, Chen Shusheng's expression did not change the slightest. Looking at Chen Yuding was like looking at a stranger. At this time, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Chen Yuding looked at her father's cold face and couldn't find the words to accuse him. "Chen Yuding, although some things are not your fault, your existence is the biggest fault to me. I don't want to see you again in the future." "Dad!" Before Chen Yuding could say anything else, Chen Shusheng interrupted her and handed her the paternity test report. "If you don't understand anything, just ask Li Yuzhen. And don't call me Dad." With that, Chen Shusheng went upstairs. Chen Yuding looked at the paternity test in her hands. It looked so familiar. More than a month ago, her secret had been discovered by her husband, and it was this report that had ended her marriage and family. Now, holding it again, Chen Yuding didn't even dare to take a look. "Madam, please leave." The words in her ear made Chen Yuding snap back to reality. Looking at the unfamiliar nanny in front of her, she felt that something even more terrible than her own mother's betrayal must have happened. She picked up the identification report, opened it, and once again saw the words of no blood relationship, which made Chen Yuding hold her breath and her eyes roll directly into a coma. Chapter 53, The Suicidal Chen Yuding. After waking up, Chen Yuding found herself alone in the hospital, feeling suffocated by the loneliness. Her mind kept recalling the bits and pieces of her time with Wang Yu, and as she thought about it, tears could not help but fall. She had come here today with great determination to try to win Wang Yu back, but the result had only made her feel more desperate. The man who had once looked at her with such adoration would never forgive her. Their relationship was now completely over. "Yuding, why are you here?" Li Yuzhen spent a long time calming down after the ultrasound confirmed that she was really pregnant. She was about to drive to find Lu Baoxiang to tell him about the pregnancy when she met her daughter in the parking lot. Seeing her heartbroken, her heart ached terribly, and she immediately ran over to prepare to embrace Chen Yuding in her arms. Who knew that before she could reach out, she was stopped by Chen Yuding's cold stare. "Daughter, I'm your mother." Li Yuzhen pleaded sadly. "You are my mother, but you tell me, who is my father?" Ignoring Li Yuzhen's grief, she asked coldly. "Chen Shusheng, what's wrong, my daughter, why are you asking this?" Li Yuzhen actually didn't know that Chen Yuding was Lu Baoxiang's daughter, because at that time she and Chen Shusheng were already married. When she was pregnant, the two of them had sex with her, although she was worried about it for a while afterwards. But after a few years, nothing happened, and it gradually faded away. But when she heard Chen Yuding's questioning, the dusty memories were opened, and a cold chill came over her. "I really hope you're not my mother." Chen Yuding threw the identification report at Li Yuzhen's feet and turned and left. Li Yuzhen looked at her daughter leaving, unable to hold back her grief, and her fingers trembled as she picked up the identification report. When she saw the identification result, she was completely stunned. Her mind was in a mess, and an inexplicable feeling of joy rose in her heart. Lu Baoxiang had always been sad about not having his own child. After Li Yuzhen got married, he had also tried with a few women, but he didn't know if it was because he had done too many bad things. None of them were able to conceive his child, and this became a heartache that had been haunting him until now. At this time, Li Yuzhen discovered that Chen Yuding was not Chen Shusheng's daughter, so she must be Lu Baoxiang's. If Lu Baoxiang knew about this, he would definitely be very happy, and he would be as good to her as he used to be. And the child in her belly has only strengthened this bargaining chip. After all, Lu Baoxiang, who had given up having children, knows that he not only has a biological daughter who is 30 years old, but he will also become a father soon. That kind of wish that has been denied for many years is fulfilled. As a mother of 2 children, she will definitely be very happy for the rest of her life. Li Yuzhen, who was originally very sad, immediately picked herself up, put away the identification report, took out her phone and called Lu Baoxiang. "Baoxiang, there's something I need to tell you in person." "What is it?" "I can't tell you over the phone." Lu Baoxiang's tone was impatient. "You need to come home immediately." This is very important, and it's definitely good news. Li Yuzhen didn't pay any attention to Lu Baoqiang's tone. When she got home, she showed him the ultrasound report and the paternity test. I guess if I told him to kneel down and wash my feet, Lu Baoqiang would happily boil the water. Okay, I'll go back right away. Lu Baoqiang was silent for a while, but then decided to go back and hear Li Yuzhen's good news. Recently, he had been driven crazy by Qin Shusheng. His assets, which had originally been worth hundreds of millions of yuan, had shrunk to only 20 million yuan under the other party's relentless attack. But he dared not let anyone know what he had done, so he could only suffer in silence. Chen Yuding left the parking lot and walked aimlessly down the street. At the moment, she didn't know where to go or who else she could rely on. She had not been able to get in touch with her lover for a long time, and the last time she spoke to him, he told her to wait a few more days. At first, she had still had some hope, thinking that after all, she had given him 2 children, but he had not contacted her for more than 10 days, and when she called, there was no answer. Her former father-in-law had also driven her out of the house and taken back all her assets. Now she only had the house that Wang Yu had bought for her and the 1 million yuan he had given her during the divorce. Although these assets were already quite good, for Chen Yuding, who had grown up with a privileged lifestyle, they did not give her the slightest sense of security. This time, she came to win back Wang Yu, which was her last hope, but the result dealt her a heavy blow. Walking on the street, she felt like a walking corpse without a soul. The once happy family was in pieces. Her husband had left her. Her mother had betrayed her. Her father was indifferent. And she was actually the daughter of her mother's lover. The suffocating feeling was about to drive her crazy. Walking across a bridge, Chen Yuding looked at the rushing river below and thought that jumping in might be a good choice. Yuding, don't. Just as she took off her shoes and climbed over the railing, a young man ran past, shouting. Chen Yuding looked back and saw the person coming, and smiled bitterly. Is this a hallucination? Why did he appear before my eyes when I was about to end my life? I hate it so much. If it weren't for this man seducing me all the time, Wang Yu and I would definitely be very happy now. Yuding, Yuding. When Liang finally pulled Chen Yuding back just as she was about to jump. Let go of me, it's all because of you, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have come to this. Chen Yuding, who had been saved, struggled violently and bit Wen Liang's arm. The feeling of the sting came, but when Liang hugged her even tighter. Chen Yuding bit for a while, slowly losing her strength. She hadn't eaten for 2 days and was now very weak. The struggle just now had used up the last bit of strength in her body. Wen Liang, you destroyed my family, I hate you. Chen Yuding looked at Wen Liang with a complex look in her eyes, a mixture of joy at being saved and hatred at being abandoned. Don't worry, I won't leave you in the future. Ignoring Chen Yuding's words, Wen Liang picked her up and walked towards the car by the roadside. He opened the car door and sat in the back with Chen Yuding. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wen Liang remembered the first time he met her. At that time, he was still a freshman, while Chen Yuding was already a senior. However, Wen Liang was hopelessly in love with her, and after 2 months of crazy pursuit, the two finally got together. But after being together for just a month, she was sent abroad by her mother, and was strictly ordered not to fall in love during college. Facing her mother's demands, Wen Liang did not have the courage to resist at all. When the two separated, they spent an unforgettable night together, and Wen Liang promised that he would definitely come back. Chapter 54, Chen Yuding's Past. But Wen Liang never imagined that 2 years later he would get the news that Chen Yuding had gotten married. After inquiring from various sources, he found out that she had fallen in love with another guy just 2 months after he left. Wen Liang was almost furious when he got the news, and then he went to confront Chen Yuding, but was told that she was pregnant at the time and was so scared that she found someone. When he asked her where the child was, he was told that she had secretly aborted it. Holy shit, you were going to get an abortion, why did you need a fall guy? Wen Liang was completely baffled by Chen Yuding's way of thinking. Although he was a little angry, Wen Liang still liked her very much, especially after they got married. Her aura as a wife was even more attractive. He couldn't help but want to hug her immediately, but she rejected him firmly. She said that she was already married and loved her current husband very much, and asked Wen Liang not to disturb her life in the future. Wen Liang was so angry that he almost went to Wang Yu to fight. In his eyes, this guy had taken away his woman and made him a cuckold. But thinking that he had not yet graduated from university, he dared not disobey his mother's orders and could not give Chen Yuding a guarantee, so he gave up immediately. But looking at the delicate and luscious woman in front of him, how could he bear not to take a few bites, and this was his white moonlight. He immediately began a more intense pursuit, and as Wen Liang knew Chen Yuting's preferences very well, it only took a week this time to successfully win her over. The two then kept seeing each other behind Wang Yu's back. After Wen Liang graduated, Chen Yuting wanted to divorce Wang Yu and have him marry her. But in order to inherit his mother's company, Wen Liang dared not agree, especially since Chen Yuting was still married. If she knew that I had disobeyed her when I was at school and had married a woman with a husband, she would probably kick me out of the Wen family. Wen Liang had no choice but to appease Chen Yuting while working hard, and finally gained his mother's approval some time ago. Now he was made the acting general manager, which made him extremely happy. After calling Chen Yuting once, he started dealing with the company's affairs and was busy until today, when he finally found time. However, he couldn't get through to Chen Yuting on the phone, and he had a bad feeling. He immediately started looking for her in Suzhou City through his connections, and soon found Chen Yuting wandering lost and disoriented on the street. After confirming her location, Wen Liang immediately drove there, and then saw Chen Yuting preparing to jump into the river. At that time, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul, but at this moment, holding her in his arms, he felt particularly at ease. Yuting, my mother has finally given me power, and we can be together forever. Chen Yuting, who was desperate, heard Wen Liang's words, and a glimmer of light slowly appeared in her eyes. You didn't lie to me, you really can marry me. Well, really. Hearing Wen Liang's assurance, Chen Yuting threw herself into his arms and couldn't help but burst into tears. This month's experience had made her fall from the clouds into hell, and at this moment, having received Wen Liang's assurance, she couldn't hold back anymore. If Wang Yu saw the picture of the two of them embracing, it would definitely refresh his new perception of Chen Yuting. An hour ago, she was saying that she knew she was wrong and promised to live a good life, and now she's already in the arms of another man. Haha, women. After getting rid of Chen Yuting, Wang Yu was in a bad mood. When he arrived at Wen Xian's house, there was no smile on his face. What's wrong? What happened? Wen Xian couldn't help but ask during dinner. Facing Wen Xian, Wang Yu didn't hide anything either. After all, he didn't have any secrets from her. He immediately told her about his afternoon experience. Wen Xian was stunned. Your ex-mother-in-law, she's amazing. Wen Xin was deeply impressed by Li Yuzhen. She couldn't believe there were such women in the world. I didn't expect it either, but it's got nothing to do with me. Then why are you frowning? Don't you want to keep me company? No, when I got back, my ex-wife came to see me, and it made me sick. After Wen Xin heard this, although she felt some sympathy for Chen Yuting's ordeal, she thought about what she had done and didn't think she deserved pity. She immediately persuaded Wang Yu a little. After dinner, Wen Xin held her teacup and looked at the busy Wang Yu. She had been holding back something in her heart for a few days and couldn't help but want to say it. Wen Xin, who had lacked care since childhood, had basically fallen under Wang Yu's massage and careful care. At this point in their relationship, there was only the final layer of window paper separating them, and Wang Yu could also feel the changes in Wen Xin. But when he thought about the child she was carrying, he still didn't dare to say it, for fear of affecting Wen Xin's emotions. After tidying up, the two went to the bedroom. Lying down, Wen Xin looked at Wang Yu, who was preparing to give her a massage, and couldn't help but say, "Don't go tonight, okay? This. I haven't even made a move yet and you're already lying down." Wang Yu was caught off guard and a little dazed, but looking at Wen Xin's hopeful eyes, he nodded immediately. "Let's go to bed early, and we'll do it again in the morning." With that, Wen Xin covered her head with the quilt. "Okay, whatever you say." Would Wang Yu refuse such a request? Of course not. Although he knew that Wen Xin was pregnant, he could be careful, couldn't he? "I'm going to take a shower." That night, Wen Xin experienced Wang Yu's tenderness and a completely different feeling from the last time. Wang Yu treated her like a precious treasure, being careful not to use any force at all. Physically and mentally satisfied, she slept well and happily in Wang Yu's embrace. In the morning, the two woke up at the same time. Looking at the woman in his arms, Wang Yu couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. "You really won't find me annoying?" Wen Xin snuggled up against Wang Yu's chest like a lazy kitten. "No. But I'm already 45 years old. In a few years' time, you'll still be young, but I'll be old." Wen Xin's tone was full of indescribable despondency. "How could you possibly grow old? You'll be young and beautiful forever." Wang Yu couldn't help but cup Wen Xin's face in his hands and admire it carefully. Wen Xin felt a little shy when she caught his burning gaze and couldn't help but pinch Wang Yu. "Okay, don't coddle me. We can just be together for a few years, and then I'll leave on my own. The huge age difference made when Xian faced the reality and decided to leave Wang Yu when she could no longer maintain her beauty. Miss Wan, you come with me. Without explanation, and regardless of the fact that the two of them were not dressed, Wang Yu pulled Wen Xian to a full-length mirror. Standing behind Wen Xian, he hugged her tightly and rested his head lightly on top of her head. Look, do you see any difference in yourself? Wen Xin, who had been shy and had her eyes closed, couldn't help but open them when she heard Wang Yu's words. When she saw herself and Wang Yu in the mirror in this state, she couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh of Wang Yu's waist. You're going to die, let go of me. Feeling the struggle of the person in his arms, Wang Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Don't move, you first carefully observe your changes. Wang Yu hugged Wen Xin tightly, making her face the mirror, and said gently. Chapter 55, Deception. Wen Xin saw that Wang Yu was not joking, and with great effort, she suppressed her shyness and looked carefully at herself in the mirror. Her figure was still perfect, her skin was snow white and flawless, and her face was rosy and full of radiance. The little wrinkles that had once distressed her had also disappeared. She immediately broke free from Wang Yu's embrace and took 2 steps forward, looking carefully at her face in the mirror. She looked for a long time, so long that tears could not help but fall. Hey, don't cry. Wang Yu saw this and immediately came forward to comfort her. A pregnant woman's emotions should not change too much, and when Xian looked like this, which made him very worried. You have to know that these past few days, he has gone to great lengths to save his child from the risk of miscarriage. No, I'm not crying. When Xian wiped her cheeks a little anxiously, then turned around sharply and hugged Wang Yu tightly, her voice slightly trembling as she said, It must be you, right? I remember you once told me about a way to slow down aging. Is it all true? Her beautiful big eyes were now sparkling with great anticipation and excitement. Wang Yu smiled gently and replied softly, Of course, when have I ever lied to you? However, after hearing this answer, Wen Xin was not satisfied, but became even more curious, and asked, But how is this achieved? Tell me quickly. Her big round eyes were full of a thirst for knowledge and a desire to explore. Facing Wen Xin's persistent and determined gaze, Wang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, revealing an indescribable smile, and he deliberately lengthened his intonation and asked in return, Oh, do you really want to know that much? Wen Xin nodded without hesitation in response, indicating that she was very sure that she wanted to know the reason. Wang Yu had a sly smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with an unkind light. Wen Xin, on the other hand, gazed at him with a gaze full of trust and anticipation, her eyes becoming more and more determined. Okay, I'll tell you in detail. After saying this, the two of them lay down again side by side, their bodies close together. Wang Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke, I have been diligently practicing a unique method, and this method is incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian's interest was completely piqued, and she couldn't wait to ask, What kind of magical method is it? Wang Yu gave a mysterious smile and played hard to get, the name of the method doesn't matter, the key is that it has a magical effect, it can keep us young forever. Wen Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, Really? That's great. So how exactly do you achieve it? Do you give me a massage every day? Wang Yu shook his head gently and explained with a smile, Of course it's not that simple. What is it? Come closer and I'll tell you. As Wang Yu explained, Wen Xin slowly began to understand a little, but she always felt that something was wrong. But looking at her own state, at least 10 years younger, she couldn't help but believe it. I'm not lying to you. Wang Yu was very pleased with himself. Well, you're a good husband. Hey! I knew no woman could resist such temptation. He was going to go to the hospital to ask for leave, then take Yawen back to the village, tell their parents about their relationship, and go to the Song family to propose marriage. I'll go now, and see you in a couple of days. Kissing Wen Xin's forehead again, Wang Yu left. When he arrived at the hospital, Wang Yu went straight to the office of Director Han. After explaining his reason for being there, Han Cohen did not make things difficult for him and directly granted him 3 days leave. After leaving the director's office, Wang Yu was about to go to Yawen's place, thinking that today he would first take her to buy a new car, and then take her home in the afternoon. He had been busy recently and had not had time to replace the car, but now he had finally found some free time. Dr. Wang, hurry, Director Su is looking for you. Sweetie saw Wang Yu, who was in a daze, quickly running over, grabbed his hand and dragged him inside. Ah, what's wrong, sweetie? Hurry up, the police just sent a patient over, he's been shot multiple times, and Director Su wants you to go help quickly. Stop pulling, gunshot wounds are a matter for the surgeons, what do we gynecologists have to do with it? Hurry up, saving a life is like putting out a fire, there's no time to explain. Looking at the nervous and anxious young nurse, Wang Yu didn't hesitate any longer and immediately ran towards the operating room. Just as he arrived at the door of the operating room, he saw a dozen policemen gathered there, their faces indescribably difficult to see. Make way, Dr. Wang is here. Tian said loudly while pushing her way forward. The policeman immediately made way for him. Wang Yu was dragged in before he could react. After putting on the protective clothing, he went directly to the operating table. At this time, Sumu was working nervously. When he saw Wang Yu coming, he immediately spoke. Dr. Wang, the patient's condition is very dangerous. He has 4 penetrating gunshot wounds and 3 bullet casings in his body. I'm not very confident that I can save him, so I can only ask for your help. Well, I've never performed an operation before, and I don't know what to do in this situation. Leave the surgery to me. I want you to help me monitor the patient's condition at all times, and be able to use your acupuncture to help the patient stop the bleeding in time. You were the one who saved the heavily bleeding patient back then. Okay, I'll do my best. Hearing this, Wang Yu also let out a sigh of relief. When he entered, he noticed that the person on the operating table was a woman. As a systematic being, he was still very confident in his ability to grasp the condition of the injured. Immediately, Wang Yu took the injured person's pulse, and the system immediately displayed the current condition. It was similar to what Su Mu had said, but it was even more detailed. Looking at the wound that was still bleeding, Wang Yu no longer hesitated and immediately took out the silver needles to start stopping the bleeding. After a dozen silver needles were inserted, the bleeding finally stopped. Su Mu was also able to breathe a sigh of relief. First, he disinfected the 4 penetrating wounds, and then he began suturing. Wang Yu kept an eye on the condition of the injured person, and whenever there was a new bleeding wound, he immediately stopped the bleeding with silver needles. The two worked in perfect harmony and managed to close the 4 wounds in just over an hour. It was only then that Wang Yu had time to take a look at the injured man, but with his face covered in blood, he couldn't tell what he looked like. We'll be removing the bullets soon. I'm confident about the ones in the thigh and abdomen, but the one in the chest is too close to the heart, and the risk is too high. I'm only 20% sure. Don't look at me, I've only killed chickens with a knife before, and I rely on the system for most of my medical treatments. For such a powerful surgery, you can see what I'm doing. Wang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Dr. Wang, I know you're very skilled, so I hope you won't hide it. This month, all the patients you've treated have recovered, except for those with terminal cancer and those with incurable diseases. You must help me this time. Wow, I'm so powerful, how come I didn't know? I'm not sure what kind of patients I've seen. Some of their diseases are indeed very complicated and difficult to diagnose, but they're really not incurable. Curing so many only proves that my diagnosis is accurate and the treatment is fast. Where do you see that I am highly skilled in medicine? Among those with diabetes, myocarditis, and pancreatitis, which ones have you seen me cure? However, looking at Su Mu's hopeful gaze, Wang Yu really couldn't bear to refuse. Okay, I'm a bit confident about the heart one, but I also need your help. Chapter 56, Wang Yu, who has been targeted again. After getting Wang Yu's affirmative reply, Su Mu immediately launched a rescue. Just like she said, the bullets in the thigh and abdomen were all removed in just over half an hour. Now there was only the most dangerous one near the heart left. Dr. Wang, the injured person, is the captain of the criminal police brigade. This time, she was injured while facing more than a dozen armed criminals alone, so please do your best to save her. Hearing Su Mu's words, Wang Yu couldn't help but admire her. A woman facing a dozen armed criminals, that was truly courageous. As soon as the next blessing was bestowed upon the captain, the system background immediately increased her merit points by 1241. Holy cow! Is this a police officer or a female bodhisattva, having done so many good deeds? The huge amount of merit points had Wang Yu not just admiring this policewoman, but also worshipping her in his heart. Although I don't know what she has done, it doesn't matter, her merit points have already said it all. Director Su, when you operate on her under my command, the two of us working together will definitely be able to save her. After saying this, Wang Yu took out the silver needles and then gestured for Su Mu to cut open the clothes on her chest. Soon the wound appeared in front of Wang Yu, a bullet hole the size of a thumb, looking so hideous and terrifying. Calming his mind, Wang Yu immediately stopped the blood that was still spilling out by administering 5 consecutive acupuncture needles. From here, the knife was used to make a horizontal cut of 30 millimeters, with a 14 millimeter penetration into the flesh. Wang Yu began to direct Sumu. After all, although he knew what to do, his current ability was not good enough. Sumu nodded, and then carefully began to cut according to Wang Yu's words. Although it was the first time the two had cooperated, they had a good understanding of each other, and soon saw the bullet inside. At this point, they were already more than halfway there. All that was needed was to use tweezers to remove the bullet, and the operation would be essentially complete. Director Su, wait. The faster you remove the bullet, the better, even if it causes secondary damage outside. Through the system, Wang Yu knew that the blood vessel under the bullet had already been broken, and that there was no bleeding now purely because of the compression of the bullet and the muscles inside. If they were still careful to remove it, the broken blood vessel would leave the compression of the bullet, which would definitely cause severe internal bleeding. Therefore, he must be quick, giving himself enough time to stop the bleeding with silver needles, otherwise the policewoman would likely die from excessive blood loss. Sumu did not know why Wang Yu was doing this, but he still chose to believe him. Get ready, start. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, Sumu took out the bullet with the greatest speed. A jet of blood sprayed out of the wound, and Wang Yu immediately began to administer acupuncture, so fast that there was even a afterimage. In a matter of moments, 12 needles were inserted, and together with the 5 that had been inserted earlier, the bleeding was successfully stopped. Watching Wang Yu's miraculous acupuncture technique, Sumu's eyes flashed with admiration. What are you looking at? Hurry up and apply the medicine and close the blood vessels. Wang Yu couldn't help but urge as he watched the stunned Sumu. After more than 2 hours of surgery, the policewoman's life was finally saved. Wang Yu and Sumu walked out of the operating room together. Doctor, how is our captain? More than a dozen policemen immediately gathered around. But only one spoke. The surgery was a success, and the patient will be able to be transferred to a regular ward once she is past the 24-hour critical period. Sumu's words caused more than a dozen policemen to smile. They immediately took off their hats and saluted her. No, this surgery depends entirely on Dr. Wang. I only had a 20% chance of success, and I assisted Dr. Wang throughout the entire process. What? You assisted me? It was clearly me assisting you, okay. Before Wang Yu could react, he was surrounded in the middle. Sumu was a woman, so the police didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm. Now it was Wang Yu's turn. He was immediately overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. However, he was still very restrained. After expressing his gratitude, he let Wang Yu go. After changing his clothes, Wang Yu looked at the time and saw that it was already noon. He decided to go find Yuan for lunch before buying a car. Dr. Wang, let's go have lunch together. Sumu stopped Wang Yu, who was trying to leave, as soon as she changed her clothes. Looking at Director Su in front of her, Wang Yu always felt strange. What was wrong with this woman today? She was usually very indifferent. I'm going to eat at noon. Are you going to eat at noon? Wang Yu's words were cut off by Sumu. Eat? Hey! I can't lie. Then let's eat together. After we eat, you can go back to your work. Sumu's words left Wang Yu at a loss for how to refuse, and he gave up the idea of going to have dinner with Xiao Qingmei. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria. Wang Yu was about to head towards the cafeteria. Let's go out and eat, my treat. Sumu finished speaking, and without waiting for Wang Yu to agree, he pulled Wang Yu towards the parking lot. Just grab a bite, you don't have to spend so much. Wang Yu sat in the luxurious private room and looked at the exquisite and elegant dishes on the table, and couldn't help but be amazed. This woman is really willing to spend. A set meal costs 28,888. Is this eating or eating gold? Dr. Wang, I really want to thank you today. Sumu looked grateful. You really don't need to, saving lives is what we doctors should do. Wang Yu was a little confused. Was this really necessary? No, when Nan Nan was brought here, I didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, and it was you who saved her. Sumu's eyes were slightly red as she spoke. Nan Nan? Do you know that policewoman? Hearing Sumu's address, Wang Yu felt that they must have a relationship. Well, Nan Nan is my best friend, and also my only friend. Today, I almost lost her. Thinking about her best friend almost dying, Sumu felt a wave of fear. Oh, I see. You really are a friend to admire, daring to face so many armed robbers alone. Wang Yu felt shocked when she thought of the policewoman's gunshot wound. Yes, she has been brave since she was little. Su Mu's words reminded Wang Yu of kindergarten, when Nan Nan would beat up boys who were older than her, and they would run away when they saw her. You invited me to dinner because of this? Sort of. The food is here, Dr. Wang, please. Then he helped Wang Yu pick up a piece of spare rib. Wang Yu was also polite, declining Su Mu's offer to feed him again. He took the chopsticks and started eating directly. It's not to say that this 28,888 set meal is better than the food in the cafeteria, but if you have time, bring one Xian, Shen Shen, and Yuwen to come and try it together. Su Mu ate very slowly, most of his gaze fixed on Wang Yu, watching him eat so happily, his smile growing even wider. After finishing eating, Wang Yu simply said goodbye. He didn't want the car anyway, so he and Yuwen took a taxi there. It was also good to go straight from the forest shop back to the village with the car. He could sell the car at a later time. As he watched Wang Yu's back as he left, Su Mu, who had been alone for many years, lightly nibbled his lower lip, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. His gaze revealed a strong sense of possessiveness. Chapter 57, Wang Yu, who had just arrived home, was tied up. Yuwen, what do you think of this car? Do you like it? After Wang Yu bought the car, he didn't leave, and dragged Yuwen to buy her one as well. Brother Yu, that's not necessary. Chunmei and I can just take Shanshan's car to work every day, there's no need to go to such expense. Don't refuse, this is a betrothal gift for you, just pick the one you like. When Yuwen heard the word betrothal gift, she couldn't refuse, but the young girl, in order to save Wang Yu money, pointed to the QQ, which cost tens of thousands of yuan, and said that's what she wanted. Wang Yu, angry, slapped her hard on the buttocks right in the store. Then, ignoring Yuwen's angry expression, he bought $1 million luxury car in the midst of the astonished stares of the salespeople. You have to know that Wang Yu only bought himself a car for 400,000 yuan, but he was willing to spend 1 million yuan on a car for his woman. The female salesperson looked at Yuan with envy and jealousy. After paying, Wang Yu had someone drive Yuan's new car to the Tianjie restaurant, then made a phone call to Sun Dishing to help receive it, and then returned to the village. As for Chunmei, her younger sister had just started working, and taking leave of absence would affect her future development. Although she is already part of the Sun family, she must behave herself because she does not want to let her sister-in-law down. This is Wang Yu's own understanding, but as for what his sister Chunmei thinks, that will have to wait until he and Yuwen return. On the way back to the village, Wang Yu drove with one hand while wearing a blissful smile. Yuwen blushed, kept her eyes closed, bit her lips, and held onto the seatbelt with both hands. When she couldn't hold back any longer, she pinched Wang Yu's mischievous hand hard. Then she reclined the backrest, climbed to the back seat, straightened her clothes, thought about what had just happened, and really wanted to bite the guy in front of her a few more times. As the saying goes, a happy person is a person with a happy spirit. Wang Yu drove the new car, carrying his young wife, humming along the way, eating the fruit that Yuan had peeled, as happy as he could be. Soon the two returned to the village. Wang Yu dropped Yuan off at home before heading back to his own home. It wasn't yet dinner time, and the front door was left open. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of cooking, and Wang Yu couldn't help but swallow. Mom's cooking smells so good. Mom, I'm home. Wang Yu pushed open the door and headed straight for the kitchen. He was so happy to see his mother still busy with the cooking. He thought about the promise he had made to his mother when he left the village, and realized that he had fulfilled it. Thinking about the 2 children who will be born in 9 months, he felt so happy. His mother's long-cherished wish will finally come true, and he will finally have a reason to bring both parents to the city and take care of them. Less than 2 months after the divorce, he already has 3 women and 2 children, as well as tens of millions of assets. Chen Yuting is truly a scourge. He will stay away from her in the future. Mom! Wang Mu looked back and saw her eldest son appear in front of her, opening his arms to embrace her. He picked up the rolling pin on the worktop and gave Wang Yu a blow to the head. What you said on the phone was true, you didn't lie to me. I didn't lie to you, Mom, I'm telling the truth, I went back to the village with her today. Wang Yu said, ignoring the rolling pin in his mother's hand, and embraced her, kissing her hard on the cheek. The mother was very happy with her son's behavior, but her daughter-in-law was more important at the moment. She pinched Wang Yu's ear, dragged him away from her, and walked out of the kitchen to meet her new daughter-in-law. After walking around the yard and taking a look inside the house, she didn't see a single hair. Where is she? Where is my daughter-in-law? The old lady felt like she had been fooled by her son again, and angrily questioned Wang Yu. Mom, sit down, don't be angry, you actually know this daughter-in-law very well. Who is it? Don't give me that smirking face. I know a lot of people, so hurry up and tell me who it is. Xuanmei's classmate, Song Shu's little girl. Yawn, that girl. Well, we came back together, so she's probably already told her family by now. Upon hearing this, Wang's mother stood up from her stool and walked back and forth a few times in the room. You, a second marriage, still go and provoke someone's daughter, and I won't care if your Uncle Song comes over and beats you up. Wang Yu shrunk his neck at the sound of this. To be honest, Uncle Song does have a bad temper, and there are two older brothers above Yuan. They look nothing like Yuan, they are burly and rough, and it is obvious that they have no issue carrying gas tanks up to the 6th floor. Just as they were worrying about this, there was a commotion outside. Wang Yu was curious and went out to have a look. Holy shit! Is the whole Song family out in force? A dozen strong men, surrounding Uncle Song and his two sons, the three of them standing in front of Wang Yu's house in a rage, ready to speak, when they saw Wang Yu's head poking out of the door. You little brat, you're really home. Seeing Wang Yu, Song's father could no longer hold back his anger. He had raised his precious daughter for more than 20 years, and after only a few days away, she had been completely taken advantage of by this bastard. Usually, he looks pretty good with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes. When I heard the news of Wang Yu's divorce, I was even at home to say that it was a pity for him. Who knew that this brat would turn around and snatch his daughter away? Uncle Song, don't be angry, just listen to me. What the fuck, tie him up for me. At the sound of an order, a dozen strong men rushed forward and tied Wang Yu up in a few moves. At this time, Wang's mother came out of the house. Sister-in-law Wang, I'm not going to talk to a woman like you. Go and get your husband, I'll wait for him to give me an explanation. After saying this, she beckoned to the crowd and left. Wang's mother looked at her son, who was being carried away like an animal, and immediately panicked. She ran back into the house, took out her phone and called her husband. Hurry back, my son has been kidnapped by the Song family. What? That old fool Song Jianjun dares to kidnap my son. Stop talking, hurry back, my son slept with someone's daughter. The Song girl? Slept with her. The angry father-in-law was stunned by the news. His son was amazing, just like his father was back in the day. His mood immediately changed. He lost the arrogant attitude he had just now and said to his mother-in-law with a smile. This daughter-in-law is very good, just wait, I'll go back right now and settle this marriage tonight. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Your son has been kidnapped, and you're not going to save him? What's the point of talking about marriage? It's fine, that kid is tough as leather, a few beatings won't hurt him. It'll be worth it to get a new daughter-in-law. Go find the matchmaker and prepare some gifts. We'll go to the Song family tonight to propose. Chapter 58, Never act like a fool in front of your real father and father-in-law. Ha ha ha. Family. Wang Yu's father and family relatives came to the Song family with a large number of gifts, and they were overjoyed to see Song Jianjun sitting in the middle of the courtyard. As for Wang Yu, who was tied up on the side, he didn't even look at him. Wang Jintao, shut the hell up, who do you think your family is? Song Jianjun looked at this guy and was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He had originally planned to give the Wang family a good scare when they arrived. Who knew that this guy wasn't playing by the rules? Look at the large group of Wang family relatives behind them, carrying pigs, carrying food, carrying oil, and holding two large trays in their hands. Is this to discuss things? It's clearly to pay the bride price. In-laws, don't be angry. My son is unmarried and your daughter is unmarried. The two of them are fond of each other. We, as their elders, must not drive a wedge between them. Ignoring Song Jianjun's anger, Wang Jintao went up and put his arm around his shoulder, and they became good friends. As for Song Jianjun's relatives, they didn't know what to do without his orders. The young wives and daughters of the Wang family went up to them and spoke so sweetly that they blushed. In no time, everyone had a handful of candy and their pockets were full of melon seeds and peanuts. Wang's mother took hold of Song's mother and the two mothers whispered to each other, not sure what they were saying, but they looked like they were having a good time. Song, I came here with good intentions. Your daughter will definitely enjoy her life with us in the Wang family. We all know each other well, so why are you frowning? Fuck. My daughter is so good, but your son has taken her. I'm feeling really bad about it, and I'm lucky I'm not punching you right now. And you want me to smile at you? The Song family courtyard was in a mess. The two families were chatting with each other, eating candy, and snacking on melon seeds. There was no sign of any conflict. Dad, untie me. Wang Yu, tied to the tree, couldn't help but beg for help when he saw someone from his family coming. "Stay put and don't interrupt me while I discuss things with your father-in-law." Wang Yu was speechless upon hearing this, and doubted whether he was really born of this family. He turned to his mother and noticed that she had turned her back on him without even looking at him. "Hey! You really aren't born of this family. Lao Song, look. 188,888,888, you can see how sincere my family is, right?" Wang Jintao said, lifting the red cloth covering one tray to reveal neatly arranged cash. He then lifted the cloth covering another tray to reveal a red silk cloth. On the silk was a set of gold jewelry, from head to toe. The noisy courtyard was suddenly quiet. Looking at the real gold and silver, he was dumbfounded. The Wang family had gone all out. You have to understand that usually when there is a wedding in the village, the bride price rarely exceeds 10,000, so this time I really learned a lot. These are the bride prices from our Wang family. "Lao Song, you say something, is this going to work?" Wang Jintao's words echoed in the quiet courtyard, and at this moment, the Song family and the Wang family's gaze also fell on Song Jianjun. At this moment, Song Jianjun was also shocked by what he saw. He had never seen so much money before, and he never expected Wang Jintao to be so generous. In the afternoon, his daughter came back and told him about her affair with Wang Yu, and when pressed by her mother, she also admitted that they had already had sex. At that time, Song Jianjun was furious, but what could he do now that it had come to this? As the evening wore on, he could not swallow his pride and looked for trouble with the Wang family, so as to prevent his daughter from being bullied after she married over there. However, judging from the situation, the Wang family really treated his daughter well, and the anger in his heart dissipated a lot. "Wang Jiantao, your family will no longer be in power in the future, so why should my daughter go and eat dust there? Keep the jewelry and take the money back." Lao Song still cares deeply for his daughter, so how could he accept such a large amount of bride price? Not only did he now agree to the marriage, he was also prepared to return all the cash. As for why he accepted the jewelry, it was all for his daughter, and when the time came for her to marry and move there, she would take it back with her. "Can you untie me first?" Seeing that his father had emptied the family's assets for him and had been tied up for 2 hours, Wang Yu was really anxious. Song Jianjun waved his hand, and a few Song family nephews and nieces immediately untied Wang Yu. Moving his wrists, Wang Yu walked over to the tray, wrapped the cash directly in a cloth, and then stuffed it into his father's arms. Song Jianjun, who had already compromised, saw that Wang Yu was so rude, and his face immediately turned dark. "Dad, take it back. This little amount of money you have is a disgrace to me." Wang Yu's words completely silenced Wang Jintao, who was about to scold him. "Kid, do you know that this is all the family's savings? I've risked everything for you. Listen to what you're saying. You actually feel ashamed of it. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll have your last name." However, Wang Yu pretended not to see, took out a check from his pocket, and placed it directly on the tray. This was specially prepared before coming back, as a bride price for yuan. "Uncle Song, 6,666,600 yuan, please keep it." Wang Jiantao, who was about to beat his son, stopped. Song Jianjun, with a dark face, didn't even feel the cigarette drop from his mouth. The surrounding spectators were like being under a spell, not moving a muscle. You could hear a pin drop in the courtyard, everyone's gaze fixed on the check. Wang Jintao was worthy of being a village official, his reaction was quick. After he recovered, he took the check in his hands and looked at it again. This check is actually real, this brat is even more ruthless than his father. How much mind control has that Song girl given him? Come on, Dad, don't be embarrassed, you're so agitated over a little money. Wang Yu looked at his father's ignorant expression and couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Uncle Song, if there are any other issues you need to raise, as long as I can handle it, it's no problem." "Oh, yes. I bought a car for you this afternoon. It's not much, just over 1 million, and it's also a marriage gift. I'll send it over once the paperwork is done in a few days." Song Jianjun, who had just recovered a little, was almost shocked again by Wang Yu's words. Listen to this. Is this even human speech? A little money, never seen the world, a car worth over 1 million yuan is called not spending much money. Kid, I don't think you came here today to propose marriage, you came here to act like a fool. Damn it, collect the things, I agree to this marriage. After saying this, he glanced at Wang Jintao. Wang Yu's previous act of acting like a fool had deeply hurt the fragile hearts of the two old men. Since the marriage was set, the next act was a family matter. Beat him. The two old men tacitly began to take it out on Wang Yu. "You've never seen the world, have you? You acted like a brat in my house, didn't you? You're losing face, aren't you? You want me to make demands, don't you? Uncle Son, Dad, I'm sorry, please stop." Then there was a flurry of activity in the courtyard, and the two old men, both furious, could not be provoked. Wang Yu found the right moment and ran over the wall. Chapter 59, The eldest brother-in-law does not behave in a drunken manner. As they watched the bastard boy escape over the wall, the two old men smiled at each other, and the tense atmosphere just now completely turned into joy. "Damn it, prepare the wine and food to entertain all the relatives and friends. Brother Son, your child is capable, so you should still accept this gift." Although Wang Jintao was surprised at his son's arrogance, he had no intention of withdrawing the check. "Okay, I'll do as you say." At this time, Wang Yu ran out, his teeth gritted from the pain. His father and father-in-law had really been ruthless. But it seemed that his marriage to Yuan was set in stone. Hey! As a result of his previous act of pretending to be cool, why was it different from what was written in the book? His father shouldn't have looked at him in admiration, patting his shoulder and shouting, "Is my son worthy of the emperor?" The father-in-law should also have been in tears, praising himself as an invaluable good son-in-law. But when it comes to himself, he was beaten up severely by the two old men. As he thought about it, Wang Yu arrived at the familiar back mountain, and suddenly an indescribable feeling overwhelmed his heart. He couldn't put it into words, but he always felt that something was waiting for him. Looking up, he saw the mountain god temple that had already been built, and he suddenly remembered the slap that had changed his fate. Hey! I was so busy that I forgot about this, and I've long wanted to come back and study the mountain god statue properly. But it's not too late. If I go back, I might get beaten up again, so I might as well go up and take a look. Having made up his mind, Wang Yu walked towards the mountainside. The back mountain was not high, with a maximum height of only 300 meters from the foot to the peak. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Yu arrived in front of the mountain god temple. The feeling became even stronger. There was definitely something waiting for him inside. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the voice of the system. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Golden Body Temple. May I ask if you wish to bind to it?" Wang Yu immediately chose to bind to it. Binding successful. System unlocking new mode. New mode unlocked successfully. Please check for yourself. The system's message ended, and Wang Yu saw a new panel. The mountain god protects the people of the area. You can activate the god's protection. Divine protection can ensure good weather and a good harvest in the current territory, and can ward off evil spirits and disasters to ensure the safety of the people. The current protection range is 20 kilometers in all directions. Activating protection mode consumes 100 merit points per day. After reading the introduction, Wang Yu stood there in shock. He had really inherited the position of mountain god. Could it be that the previous mountain god was also someone from the village? But in the past 6 months, he hadn't heard of any old man or woman passing away. I can't figure it out, I can't think it through. But this divine protection makes Wang Yu very happy, being able to protect his hometown and let the people in the village live a good life. This land has raised me, and now that I have the ability, of course I want to give back. Wang Yu looked at his merit points, 13,492. With 100 points a day, they would last a long time, and now that he is steadily earning more than 300 points a day, he is not worried about running out of merit points at all. There is also the blessing bestowed once a day. After I used it on that policewoman last time, it immediately skyrocketed by more than 1,000 points. Once I figure out the correct way to use it, I'm sure I can earn merit points even faster. At that moment, I directly activated the protection of the gods, and my merit points also decreased by 100 points. After activating it, Wang Yu felt a gust of wind, and a light drizzle fell within a 20-li radius. At the same time, he could clearly feel the sense of intimacy coming from the land beneath his feet. The marks on his body from the ropes and the swelling from the beating by the two old men slowly faded. In just 10 minutes, Wang Yu felt refreshed and didn't feel a bit uncomfortable. While he was enjoying this feeling, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was his dear mother calling. "Hello, is there something wrong, mother? Where have you been? Hurry back for dinner, we're waiting for you." His mother's words of reprimand could not suppress his joy. "Okay, mother, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu, in a happy mood, immediately ran to the Song family. Along the way, he felt as light as a swallow, and his strength seemed to have increased a lot. After entering the Song family, he saw 2 tables placed in the living room, and 20 people were drinking and having a good time. His father and Uncle Song were sitting together, smiling like real brothers. "Come over and sit there." Seeing his son standing in the doorway, Wang Zhantao pointed to an empty seat at his table and said, "Where's my mother?" After sitting down, Wang Yu noticed that the room was full of men and there was not a single woman in sight. He immediately asked about the whereabouts of his mother. "The women are in the back room, and so is your mother." Song Jianjun explained a few words and was not angry with his son-in-law anymore. After all, capable people will be recognized wherever they go. "Uncle Song, where's Yuwen? Can I say a few words to her?" Seeing that his future father-in-law's attitude had improved a lot, Wang Yu immediately made his request. Although things had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Wang Yu still felt uneasy without seeing Yuwen. Song Jianjun heard Wang Yu's words and remembered that this kid had gone behind his back and proposed to his daughter. He ignored him and just drank with Wang Zhantao. Wang Yu felt no embarrassment when he touched his nose. "If you don't tell me, I'll find her myself." He was about to stand up and go to the back room to take a look, but although this was a good idea, Yuwen's 2 brothers were not there for show. One of them pressed on one shoulder, making Wang Yu, who was halfway up, sit back down again. "Brother-in-law, if there's something you want to say, we can talk about it tomorrow. For now, just sit down." Yuwen's eldest brother looked at Wang Yu, and the more he looked at him, the more he wanted to punch him. He cheated his own younger sister without saying a word, and just thinking about it made him angry. "Come, brother-in-law, let's drink." Yuwen's second eldest brother then smiled and raised his wineglass. "Brother-in-law, I'm not very good with alcohol." Looking at the 2 uncles next to him, Wang Yu felt a little guilty. "Drink." The eldest uncle didn't give Wang Yu a chance to resist and poured him a full glass of white wine. "Hey! You guys want to drink with me, so I won't be rude." Immediately, Wang Yu raised his glass and started to drink with the 2 uncles. Half an hour later, the second uncle was taken away in a glorious manner, mumbling something as he left. Wang Yu watched his second uncle, who had drunk more than a gin of wine and was unable to continue, and then smiled as he lifted his wineglass and stopped his eldest uncle, who was trying to escape. "Come on, drink up, eldest uncle." Seeing Wang Yu's arrogant manner, the eldest Song family member immediately slammed his hand on the table and said, "Fine, I'll drink." After saying this, he finished the wine in his glass and then shouted at the people at the next table. "Hu Zi, Sure Tu, Sanhua, come here and keep your brother-in-law company." Wang Yu looked back. Holy shit, 3 burly guys in their 20s came up to him with wine glasses in their hands. "Fuck, you're not behaving like a good brother-in-law. Ha, you think you can bully me in my own home?" That night, Wang Yu didn't know how much he drank. He felt that these Song brothers were all animals, ganging up on him. His cousins and their friends, on the other hand, just laughed and watched the fun, not thinking about helping at all. In the end, he didn't even know how he got home. It really is true that a son-in-law shouldn't be too arrogant in his father-in-law's house. Chapter 60, Wang Yu, pressured by his 2 brothers-in-law, runs away. Sigh. Wang Yu, who woke up the next day, could still feel a throbbing headache. After getting up in the morning, his mother helped him make a bowl of honey water, which he was now holding and drinking. "Mom, where's Dad?" Putting down the bowl in his hands, Wang Yu felt much better. He hadn't woken up yet. "You 2 drank too much yesterday and were carried home." Well, it seems that the Song family has not only tidied itself up, but also its father. "Mom, have we finished talking about everything? Have you set a date for the wedding?" The drunk Wang Yu only managed to hold out until he saw the first hot dish. What happened afterwards was all in fits and starts, and he didn't even know when his wedding was. The 2 people in charge of the family had both drunk too much, and the matter was not settled, which made the mother-in-law feel a little unhappy. "Okay, but I can't drink anymore at noon." "Well, who told you to drink? I'll stop you, and you lie down for a while." Patting his head, Wang Yu put down his bowl and lay back on the bed to sleep. In a daze, he felt his nose tickling, and when he reached out to pat it, he felt he had patted a soft little hand. His nose also smelled a familiar smell. Wang Yu opened his eyes and asked incredulously, "Sister Chanxian, why are you here?" "Chun Mei brought me here. You and Sister Yuan didn't tell me about such an important matter, and I'm really sad. It's true that you can't guard against a thief in your own home. I originally thought that I and Yan would come back and finish things up before telling Sun Xian, but now it seems that I have been betrayed by my younger sister. I just feel that I owe you both an apology for this, so I didn't tell you. It's fine, I'm not here to cause trouble. As a member of my staff, I, as the boss, of course had to come over to give my blessings. Ah, Qianqian, you're so sweet. Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. He was engaged to Yuan, and another woman came over to join in the fun, which felt a little strange. Have you met my mother? Yes, I've met your aunt. You two didn't say anything, did you? Wang Yu was a little worried. After all, he wasn't ready to confront his parents. No, we just exchanged greetings. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Sun Xian said impatiently. She was also nervous when she met Wang Yu's mother just now. The other party didn't know her identity, but she knew very well that she was her daughter-in-law. Sun Xian, who was meeting her mother-in-law for the first time, was inevitably a little embarrassed, and she didn't speak as freely as before. Wen's gentle and soft-spoken manner made Chunmei dumbfounded. Where's my mother? She went out to buy groceries with your father. Where's Chunmei? She's watching the door for me, otherwise I'd have come in. With both parents out, there's even a lookout outside. Hey, Qianqian. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. Close the door. And the curtains? Pull them up. Chunmei, sitting in the doorway playing with her phone, vaguely heard the noise coming from inside the house, and her face immediately turned red. Biting her lip, she ran over, closed the door to the main room, and then quickly ran out of the courtyard. After closing the main door, she let out a long sigh of relief. This cousin is really going too far, daring to do this in broad daylight. More than an hour later, Sun Xian walked out with a flushed face, and seeing Chunmei sitting in the doorway, she deliberately cleared her throat. Sister-in-law, you're out. After putting away her phone and saying hello, the two women didn't know what to say. Chunmei's face was flushed, and she didn't know what to say either. Let's go find Yuan. After all, I'm here to give Yuan a blessing on behalf of the store. Yes, sister-in-law, I'll take you there. Don't call me sister-in-law, call me boss or sister. Wang Yu was now very happy. His headache was gone, his legs no longer ached, and his spirits were improving. Humming a song, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Xiaoyu came out to help with the dishes. From the courtyard came the sound of his mother's voice. Coming, Mom. The three of them, along with two older sisters from the neighborhood who had come to help, got busy. The kitchen at the Wang household was filled with the aroma of cooking. Meanwhile, Sun Xian, who had arrived at the Song household, was warmly welcomed. After receiving Sun Xian's congratulatory gift of 100,000 yuan, Song Jianjun was dumbfounded. Just yesterday, Wang Yu had been pretending to be his son, and today this girl came over. Not only is she beautiful, but she also dresses in a way that shows she comes from a wealthy family. From the introduction, he learned that she was the boss of his daughter, a rich man who owns a shop in the city. But at this time, holding the heavy cash in his hands, the old man Song didn't know how to express his feelings. Is it because he is uneducated? Are people in the city so generous nowadays? This is 100,000 yuan, how much rice can it buy? Sister Qianqian, thank you. After some discussion, Yuan saw that Sun Xian's attitude was very firm, and the two were still partners, so he took the money right away. Then she took Chunmei and Sun Xian to her bedroom. The three girls started chatting away. When it was noon, Song Jianjun took the whole family and then invited Sun Xian to go to the Wang family's house together. After all, she was her daughter's boss, and he was so generous, so taking her there would definitely be a long-lasting source of pride. But when they arrived at the Wang family's house, they discovered that Wang Yu's mother actually knew Sun Xian as well, and the two of them seemed to be on familiar terms as they chatted. At that moment, she also gave up the desire to show off. The two families sat together and first discussed the wedding date, which was set for the 10th 2 months later, and then discussed some details. However, these were things that Yuan and Wang Yu did not understand, so they could only listen to the elderly talking about various rules and etiquette. The two brothers-in-law looked at Wang Yu with a face full of provocation. After the younger brother was carried away yesterday, the eldest brother did not last long either. Although Wang Yu was knocked down by the other brothers of the Song family, they did not fare much better. They were holding their breath, wanting to regain face. Wang Yu ignored their stares and smiled as he served Yuan. There were also constant little movements under the table, touching here and there, making Yuan want to pinch the flesh on his hands and turn it a few times. In-laws, it's settled then. Okay, the two families will do it together then, make it a bit more lively. With the two old men reaching a consensus, the engagement banquet came to an end. After the party broke up, Wang Yu wanted to sneak away. The two uncles looked at him with very strange eyes as they left. He felt that if he didn't run now, he would definitely be retaliated against by the Song brothers that night. He immediately found his parents and said that he still had patients in the hospital and had to rush back after finishing things up. Wang Zhentao didn't say anything, but Wan's mother was a little reluctant. Don't worry, Mom. When Yan gives birth, you'll have plenty to do. My son has to go first. After the car drove out of the village, Wang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He called Yu Wen and told her that he had to go back first, and then he talked to Sun Qian for a while. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu headed towards Shuzhou City. On the way back, he couldn't help but think of Wen Xin. After they confirmed their relationship, they hadn't discussed what to do in the future. Moreover, he didn't know any of Wen Xin's family members. Tomorrow was still a day off, so he would go back and discuss with her whether or not to go visit the Wen family. Chapter 61, The Kind Wen Xin. On the way back to the city, Wang Yu sat in the car, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the quiet in the car was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Shusheng calling. The two had not contacted each other since the last appraisal incident, and now Chen Shusheng suddenly called, which really surprised Wang Yu a bit. After answering the phone, Chen Shusheng indicated that he wanted to ask Wang Yu to meet him at the Chen group tomorrow to chat. This request made Wang Yu a little confused. After all, Chen Shusheng had experienced so many things in the past, and his situation was much more miserable than his own. Although they now know the truth and have taken some revenge, how can the damage caused by decades of emotional investment be healed? Chen Shusheng had always valued family heritage and future generations. For a long time, he had been thinking of letting one of Chen Yuding's daughters take her mother's surname, so that even after he passed away, someone would come to pay their respects. However, Li Yuzhen had used a ruthless tactic to completely destroy Chen Shusheng's hopes. Chen Shusheng had originally placed his hopes on his granddaughter, but when the truth came to light, he discovered that the daughter he had raised for 30 years was not his biological child. Such a heavy blow, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would not have been able to bear it for long, but this old man has held on so strongly until now, it is really quite remarkable. Thinking about this, Wang Yu could not help but feel admiration for Chen Shusheng. Faced with his invitation, Wang Yu did not think long before agreeing. After all, they were both down and out, both victims of that mother and daughter, so it could be considered a kind of fate. After returning home, Wang Yu took a shower, changed into some clean clothes, and then impatiently came downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw her child's mother. Wen was half reclining on the sofa, looking warm and lazy. Her thin pajamas wrapped her sexy figure, her snow-white, pink thighs folded together, and her delicate little feet were swinging playfully. At the moment, Wen was holding a book in her hands, intently reading it. The noise at the door caught Wen's attention. Why did you come so early? Today? I just came because I missed you. I didn't come yesterday, did you miss me? No. Wen Xin blushed and said something she didn't mean. Wang Yu liked her more and more as he watched. Wife, we didn't have treatment yesterday, so let me take a good look at you now. As for the fact that he wanted to discuss visiting the Wen family on the way here, he just laughed and said, we'll talk about it later. The weather was really nice tonight. Wang Yu, who had changed his clothes, sat obediently by the bed and looked at Wen Xin, who had a slight blush on her face, and said, Wife, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? It's about us. Your family, they don't want me to meet them. Relying on Wang Yu's chest, Wen Xin was enjoying his gentle caresses. Hearing this, her body stiffened for a moment, and she thought again about her father, whom she had hated for half her life. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Wang Yu felt Wen Xin's change in emotions, and lowered his head to gently kiss her forehead. Why don't we go meet my uncle first, and as for my father, let me think about it, okay? Okay, whatever you say. Feeling the loss of warmth and emotion, Wang Yu wanted to change the subject, as it would be bad if it affected the fetus. I remember you saying that you adopted 4 children. Tell me about it. No, after we get married, they will have to call me Dad too. You're beautiful. Thinking about Wang Yu's age and the age of his adopted children, she couldn't help but laugh. Okay. I'll tell you. 15 years ago, do you know about the fire in Shizhou City? Well, I was in the 10th grade at the time, and the school was quite close to the fire, so I not only knew about it, I also saw it. Oh, then I won't explain much. At the time, I was still in the Magic City. I saw the fire on the news and wanted to do something. So I led a group of people with supplies to Shudu City. When Xian's words were slow and gentle, as she explained in detail the cause, course, and result of the fire. She also talked about the economic losses and casualties. These figures struck Wang Yu's heart. Wen Xin's explanation made him understand how many families were crying behind those cold numbers. Thinking about the woman in his arms, who had sacrificed so much at that time, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. During the rescue, several firefighters sacrificed their lives in the fire. Their bravery and sacrifice made me feel the preciousness of life. Then I wanted to do something, so I prepared some money and gifts to help their families, not wanting to let the heroes bleed and cry. That was also when I adopted my first child. I remember that the child was only 11 years old, and his father had died. His mother collapsed when she received the news and committed suicide. His grandparents had also passed away early, and he was left all alone in the family. From my own upbringing, I knew very well that if I just left him some money, the child would have no future at all. So I adopted him at that time. As she listened to this heartwarming story, Wang Yu deeply felt her kindness. 13 years ago, I adopted a second child, a child abandoned by her parents. Because she was born with congenital heart disease, her biological parents spent all the family's money and borrowed from relatives and friends, but they were unable to cure her. With no other choice, when the little girl was 6 years old, they left her alone in the hospital. At that time, I happened to meet her and saw that the little girl reminded me of when I was a child, so I took her home. How is her health? Wang Yu perked up at the mention of congenital heart disease, and perhaps he could try it himself. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad, but 2 years ago his biological father came looking for him, wanting to give his heart to his daughter, but I refused. Oh, that child's parents are also pitiful people, able to go bankrupt for their child. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing else they could do, they wouldn't have abandoned her in the hospital. Yes, that couple, after learning that their daughter had been adopted, regretted it and kept searching. After they found her, the man knew that he could have a heart transplant and agreed without hesitation to donate his heart. However, the girl did not agree. She did not want to cause trouble for others anymore, and I respected her decision. Don't be sad, take me to see her when the time comes. Yes, your medical skills are so good, you must be able to do something. Honey, let's go tomorrow, okay? When Xian reacted and turned in Wang Yu's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes full of pleading. Chapter 62 Wang Yu tricked Chen Xuxing into becoming lame. When Xian's words caused Wang Yu to hesitate. He had already agreed to Chen Xuxing's invitation for tomorrow. He always kept his word and did not want to break it, but looking at Wen Xian's hopeful gaze, he did not want to disappoint her either. Wen Xian seemed to see through Wang Yu's dilemma and said, "Why don't I bring Wen over, and you can take a look at her at home?" "Okay, no problem. I have some things to do during the day tomorrow, but I can come over after I'm done." "Okay, whatever you say, honey." Wen Xian said, and then she leaned over Wang Yu's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. She felt indescribably happy. "Honey, there are still 2 children. Are they orphans too?" "Well, they're brother and sister. The older one is 22, and the younger one is 20. They were also adopted 13 years ago. Their parents were both drug enforcement officers who died in the line of duty. I took them home after I found out, and they are both attending school in the Magic City. I never thought my woman was so kind." Stroking Wenxin's warm hair, he gently sniffed the fragrant strands and felt a pang of love in his heart. He never imagined that Wenxin, who had such a difficult life, had done so many good deeds over the years. It was no wonder that she had gained more than 200 merit points from just one blessing. However, when compared with the female police officers' more than 1,000 merit points, Wenxin's 200-odd merit points after being blessed felt a bit too little. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what the mechanism of this blessing was. The two of them were so attached to each other that the people from the Tianjia restaurant came to deliver food. After dinner, Wang Yu tidied up a bit, smiled at each other, and then returned to the bedroom. This night was really warm and cozy, but also very happy. Wang Yu had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he slept soundly, hugging the soft body. Early the next morning, after serving Wen Xian breakfast and carefully checking her body again, Wang Yu hurried to the Chun group. Upon arriving at the Chun group, Chen Xuxing's secretary directly took Wang Yu to the rooftop. Seeing the old man standing on the edge of the roof with a miserable expression on his face, Wang Yu, who had been in a good mood, almost screamed. After calming down, he said to Chen Xuxing, Uncle Chen, you're an old man, what's there to be upset about? Don't jump, you have to think about your death. Shit. It seems that this guy has no family left, his wife is gone, his daughter is not his biological child, and not to mention his two granddaughters. Wang Yu didn't know what to say halfway through his persuasion. So he reorganized his words and persuaded him again. You have to think about it. You still have such a big company, so much money, and you're only in your 50s, with many years to live. Jumping off would really be for nothing. Chen Shuxing's originally indifferent face couldn't help but crack a smile when he heard what Wang Yu said. He came here partly to cool off in the breeze, and partly because the roof was relatively open, so that what he wanted to say to Wang Yu later wouldn't be heard by others. Unexpectedly, his careless action actually made the former son-in-law so agitated. Betrayed by his loved ones, a trace of warmth could not help but arise in his heart. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I haven't lived long enough yet, I just came up here to take a look, don't be so nervous. People scare people to death. The old guy really is something. After knowing that he had misunderstood, Wang Yu also let out a sigh of relief. Although this old man had always treated him badly in the past, Wang Yu really didn't want to see him die. Uncle Chen, what's the matter that you asked me to come over? Well, I want you to inherit all my assets after I'm gone. Chen Shuxing's words directly stunned Wang Yu. Inherit for me? So I can just lie down and relax now? You have to know that after the Chen Group's development over the past few years, it has risen from a few hundred million at the beginning to billions. Wang Yu felt incredible at the thought of such a large fortune falling on his head. Could it be that Chen Yuding is really a disaster, and after he divorced her, his fortunes completely changed? Money and women have been coming to him like crazy these days, and he can't help but feel grateful for his wisdom at the time. Uncle Chen, have you been under some kind of stress again? You were just talking nonsense, weren't you? Chen Shuxing let out a small sigh as he looked at Wang Yu, who was full of disbelief. Li Yuzhen is pregnant again. Yesterday morning, that animal Lu Baoxiang came to see me and called me an outcast. No matter how much money I have, no one will ring the bell for me when I die, and I won't even have anyone to pay their respects to. At that time, I had someone throw them out, and then I was going to step up the pressure on the Lu family, but then I thought it was boring. Even if I made the Lu family go bankrupt, it wouldn't change my final outcome. So I thought of you, Wang Yu. I'll be your godfather, and you'll take care of me in my old age. By then, the entire Qin group will be yours. How about it? Chen Shuxing's words were very tempting, but Wang Yu refused without even thinking about it. Although billions of dollars were incredibly large, he could never call him father and support him in his old age. It was impossible. However, he could not reject the old man openly either. If he really jumped off the building out of desperation, it would be a human life. Wang Yu thought about how to reject him without arousing Chen Shuxing's resentment. Chen Shuxing felt that Wang Yu was very conflicted, but he was not worried at all. No one can resist the temptation of billions. He looked at Wang Yu confidently, waiting for his answer. This guy has no offspring, so I'll just help him get some sons. Lu Baoxiang and Li Yuzhen are both in their 50s, and the god of fertility can work. Chen Shuxing is also in his 50s, and he can get a few young girls in their early 20s to conceive his children. Once he has a biological son, he is unlikely to be interested in me. After thinking it through, Wang Yu knew what to do. Uncle Chen, you should leave your company to your own children. Chen Yuding is not my child, you know. Uncle Chen, don't worry. Just think about it, Lu Baoxiang and Li Yuzhen were about the same age as you when they got pregnant again. It's not hard to find someone younger to have a child with. Kid, you think I haven't thought about it? Not to mention that they are an exception, my body is not doing well, and the probability of being able to have a child is lower than winning the lottery. Uncle Chen, I think you should give it a try. And I can help you. My family has an ancestral recipe that is said to have been passed down from the imperial doctor in the palace. It is very effective for men. Wang Yu's words made Chen Shuxing slightly tempted. After all, if he could really have his own child, who would bother to adopt a son? This was a way out of his dilemma. Immediately, he looked at Wang Yu seriously and asked. Really, you're not lying to me. Uncle Chen, do you think I need to lie to you? After all, I can get billions of property just by nodding my head. If I'm not sincere about helping you, would I say this? In other words, there's no harm in you trying, and it might just work. Wang Yu's words made a lot of sense, and Chen Shuxing couldn't think of a reason to refute them. At that moment, the slight stirring of his heart was like a small flame warming his cold heart a little bit. Okay, Uncle Chen, I'll listen to you. Chapter 63 Uncle Chen, let's have a checkup. Chen Shusheng listened to Wang Yu's words, and he was still very excited just now, but now he looked at the Sioux City Male Hospital in front of him and fell into deep doubt. Xiao Yu, what did you bring me here for? Uncle Chen, although there is a prescription, you still need to have your body checked, otherwise there is no way to control the dosage. Chen Shusheng glanced at Wang Yu and felt the sincerity in his eyes. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. He had come this far, so he could not turn back. After registering at the hospital, the two of them went to the infertility treatment clinic. Standing at the top of the stairs, they looked down. Wow! There are quite a few people here. They couldn't help but sigh at the difficulties couples face nowadays when trying to have a child. After waiting in line for more than an hour, it was finally their turn. As Wang Yu and Chen Shusheng walked into the clinic, a middle-aged female doctor looked at him. Young man, what is your issue? Wang Yu was full of question marks. Is she asking me? Looking at Wang Yu, who didn't answer, the female doctor then turned to Chen Shusheng and asked, Old sir, why don't you tell me about your son's issues? Young people nowadays are too shy. Holy shit! This is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Wang Yu immediately became anxious. How could he be infertile when he was such a stud? What kind of eyes did this doctor have? He immediately spoke up. Doctor, you've got it all wrong. I'm not the one seeking treatment, it's this old gentleman. In the suspicious eyes of the female doctor, Chen Shusheng couldn't help but blush, but he nodded in agreement. Old man, you really don't need to do this at your age. You already have a son, what's the point of all this trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just enjoy your old age? The female doctor kept opening the examination forms while earnestly persuading Chen Shusheng to give up the idea. After seeing infertility for so many years, this was the first time she had encountered someone so old, 56 years old, and still wanting a child. She didn't know what he was thinking. Looking coldly at Wang Yu standing by the side, she couldn't help but think to herself, this son of mine is probably not right in the head either. He actually doesn't stop his father from messing around, and he actually wants to find himself a brother or sister to raise as his own children. In the female doctor's disgusted eyes, the two of them quickly left with the test forms in hand, looking dejected. Wang Yu, I have never been so humiliated in my life. Are you sure you aren't lying to me? Chen Shusheng, who was about to explode with anger, grabbed Wang Yu as soon as he came out of the consultation room and scolded him. Uncle Chen, I really didn't lie to you, just go get checked up. With that, he pushed Chen Shusheng into a small cubicle. 3 minutes later, Chen Shusheng came out. Wang Yu rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Holy shit, that was fast. What are you looking at? Chen Shusheng felt like he was crazy for believing Wang Yu's words and doing such a shameless thing. Understood, let's go wait outside, and he'll be out in a little while. When they reached the top of the stairs outside, Wang Yu handed Chen Shusheng a cigarette, and the two of them began to smoke. Uncle Chen, don't worry, it was a little fast, but don't put too much mental pressure on it. Chen Shusheng turned around directly and ignored him completely. After finishing the cigarette, the two of them chatted for a while, and Wang Yu told Chen Shusheng that he and the village's Xiao Qingmei had already set a wedding date, and they would get married in 2 months. Chen Shusheng also offered his blessings and promised to give him a big red envelope. However, Wang Yu refused. After all, the former father-in-law appeared at his own wedding, and he was afraid of being mixed doubles again by his own father and the current father-in-law. After looking at the time, which had passed by for an hour, the two went to collect the results. After reporting his name, Chen Shusheng, under the astonished eyes of the nurses and patients, took the slip and left in a hurry. The two stopped only when they reached the hospital gate in one breath. Uncle Chen, let me see. What are you looking at this for? Aren't you supposed to let the doctor see it? No, you can give it to me, there's no need to go find the doctor again. Upon hearing this, Chen Shusheng handed the test results to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who had received the test results, skipped straight over the values for volume, color, liquefaction time, quantity, and vitality. He stared at the survival rate at the bottom and saw that it was 0.4%. Holy cow! That's so low. But as long as it's not zero, his own fertility magic will work. After all, the amount is several hundred million at a time, and although 0.4 seems insignificant, it is definitely enough. Uncle Chen, it's settled. Go find a few people over here, and I'll examine them to see which one is suitable. Wang Yu, who knew what was going on in his heart, said happily, patting Chen Shusheng on the shoulder. Okay, wait a minute, I'll make the arrangements right away. After saying this, Chen Shusheng called his secretary. Secretary Pang, find me 10 female college students between the ages of 20 and 24, good-looking and healthy. Okay, Chairman. I don't know what to do or what reason to use for the recruitment. Chen Shusheng felt that he had spoken a little rashly when he heard this, and said thoughtfully, they must be single, without boyfriends, and tell them to help me have a child. The contract will be for 3 months, and I will pay 1 million yuan whether or not they can get pregnant. If they can get pregnant, I will pay 10 million yuan. Well, that's it. Call me when you find someone, and remember to sign a confidentiality agreement with them. Yes, Chairman, I'll get right on it. After listening to Chen Shusheng's conversation with his secretary, Wang Yu was given a glimpse into the world of the rich. It really is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Think of his roommate, who couldn't even find a girlfriend in college, and this old man is directly asking for 10. Sigh. It's so nice to be rich. Xiao Yu, let's go have dinner together. Secretary Pang is very efficient at his job, and there are tons of women like this, so we'll have results soon. Chen Shusheng's words left Wang Yu speechless. After all, what he said was true. No one who has never faced it can imagine the allure of 1 million. Especially in this era where money is king, Chen Shusheng's worth would probably make many girls agree to go into debt for him. If she gets pregnant, she'll be set for life, and the odds are much higher than winning the lottery. Even if she doesn't get pregnant, she's not losing anything, and it's worth it just to be able to stay in a 5-star hotel for a night. Chen Shusheng took Wang Yu to a 5-star hotel owned by the Chun Group. In the nearly 100 square meter private room, there were only the two of them, and dozens of dishes were arranged on the table. Next to them was a beautiful woman playing the piano, and there were 2 waitresses standing next to them, feeding them. There were also 2 waiters by the table. Whenever they saw someone linger over a dish for more than 3 seconds, they would take some of it out and put it on a plate next to them. Wang Yu, who had never enjoyed such treatment before, was still in a state of dream. It was unimaginable to imagine the life of the rich. Chapter 64, Keep It All. Chen Shusheng enjoyed the food while occasionally observing Wang Yu. He had arranged this lunch long ago. He had thought that Wang Yu would agree to be his godson and come here to celebrate, but although his wish had not been granted, he could not waste the opportunity. After all, he had not enjoyed such treatment for many years, and at the moment, watching Wang Yu's ignorant appearance, he felt particularly happy. He had regained some of the face he had lost at the hospital. Chairman, the people have been found. Secretary Pang said respectfully at the door. Well, let them in. Xiao Yu, next you look at which one is suitable, and keep whichever one you like. If there is no suitable one, we will find another. Well, don't worry, Uncle Chen, leave it to me. As the 2 men chatted, 10 beautiful women walked into the private room. They were young, pretty, and full of energy. Wang Yu knew from the eager eyes of these girls that they were all hardworking and good kids. Without hesitation, he went over to each of them to check their health. The girls, faced with the handsome Wang Yu, did not linger in their eyes for even a moment. Knowing the situation, they all looked at Chen Shusheng, sitting on the sofa, with burning passion. The income of 100 in 3 months made them very excited. What handsome guys in love were all rolled aside. After systematic testing, these girls were all in good health and suitable for childbearing. It can be seen that Secretary Pang has done a very good job and is a very capable and good secretary. Uncle Chen, these are all good, they are all quite suitable, just choose whichever one you have a connection with. Wang Yu's words made Chen Shusheng very happy, but when he looked at the girls across from him, he didn't show any signs of excitement. He said to Qin Shu, keep them all. You take them to sign the contract, and then arrange a time to send them to me at a suitable time. Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this. Holy cow, this old guy actually wants them all, and he's not afraid of getting tired himself. Is there an issue with Xiao Yu? No, as long as Uncle Chen likes it. Wang Yu thought about it and didn't stop it. After all, it wasn't easy for the girls, and they had all lost face. If they didn't make any money because he had blabbered, that would be a sin. Let me help you, brother, and everyone has a chance to make 10 million. He immediately used his divine child-giving powers, and the stomachs of the 10 girls were each enveloped in a red halo. Hee. You're welcome. I hope the old guy won't be overjoyed when the time comes. Uncle Chen, you'd better take it easy. Although I can guarantee that you will have your own child, you should still take care of your health. Don't worry, I know. After that, the two of them continued eating. After they finished eating, Wang Yu began to write a prescription for nourishing the body. The prescription was copied by Wang Yu when he was treating an illness some time ago, based on a woman who was about the same age as Chen Shusheng. As for whether or not it would be effective for a man to take a woman's nourishing medicine, Wang Yu didn't worry at all. After all, it wasn't really going to be relied on. After removing a few herbs that are only used by women and adding a few tonic herbs for men based on his long period of trial and error, the secret recipe passed down from the imperial court was successfully created. Uncle Chen, I'll leave if there's nothing else. We'll have results in 2 months, so we'll get in touch then. Yes, go ahead. I'll thank you properly when they get pregnant. Okay, I won't hold back then. After saying this, Wang Yu left. Taking a taxi to the residential area, Wang Yu went straight to Wenxin's home. Thinking about the child Wenxin was carrying, he felt it was best to knock on the door first. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, Wang Yu no longer backed up and stood straight. After all, his status was different now, so he could just wait at the door. Soon a pretty girl opened the door and looked at Wang Yu standing outside and said, "Are you Uncle Wang?" Hearing this little girl call him uncle, Wang Yu couldn't help but touch his face, wondering if he looked that old. But thinking about his relationship with Wen Xin, there was nothing wrong with her calling him that. He smiled and nodded, saying, "You must be Wen Wan, right? I'm a friend of your mother's." "Oh, Uncle Wang, please come in," she said, opening the door and letting Wang Yu in. When he arrived at the house, Wang Yu looked at Wen Xin, who was a little uneasy and uncomfortable, and couldn't help but smile a little. This was without disclosing the relationship between the two. But it doesn't matter, it won't be long before Wen Wan starts calling me dad. "Mr. Wang, thank you for coming to see my daughter." Wen steadied her nerves and spoke with poise. "Ms. Wan, you're welcome. We're friends, it's only right that we help you." Wen Wan looked at the two of them and felt that there was something strange about them. They didn't seem like friends, but that was none of her business. In the morning, she received a call from her mother saying that she had found a very capable doctor who could cure her illness and had asked for time off to come for treatment. She was very touched. Although she was an adopted child, her mother had been very good to her, and she had cried several times throughout the morning. However, looking at such a young Wang Yu, although she called him uncle with her mouth, she felt in her heart that her mother had been cheated by him. "Uncle Wang, I don't know how much you would charge for treating my illness without you." The two of them did not understand the young girl's thoughts, and thought that she was only asking because she was worried about the cost. "It's free, uncle will treat you for free," Wang Yu said gently. But Wen Wan was devastated when she heard this. This guy is not trying to cheat her mother out of money, he is trying to cheat her mother out of her heart. He is after both money and sex. Thinking this, Wen Wan began to secretly observe Wang Yu, and sure enough, she discovered that this guy was up to no good with her mother. His lecherous gaze kept fixed on her mother, and his sinister smile was really infuriating. "I really want to beat him up, what should I do? Why is this girl always looking at me secretly? Did you say something to her? Why do I feel that she is looking at me with a strange expression?" Wang Yu, who had been watched by Wen Wan for a long time, also noticed that something was wrong with the girl, so he secretly asked Wen Wan. "Wan Wan, when you first met her, she was a little curious, don't think about it anymore, just show her," she said, secretly pulling Wang Yu's hand to show her comfort. Unexpectedly, this scene was discovered by Wen Wan. Looking at her mother taking the initiative to hold Uncle Wang's hand, she felt particularly scared. Is it already too late? Has my mother already been fooled by this bad guy? No, I have to expose him, I have to protect my mother. Just as Wen Wan was rambling, Wang Yu sat opposite her. The girl held out her hand. "I'll take your pulse. The old Chinese medicine doctor is online again." Wen Wan, who heard the voice, was a little reluctant, but she obediently held out her small hand. Looking at the arm in front of him, which looked like white jade, Wang Yu's heart did not waver at all. "At the moment, I am not just a doctor, I may also be her father in the future, stay calm, stay calm." Wang Yu, who did not change his expression, placed his hand on Wen Wan's wrist. It was a little cool and a little slippery. This one does not need any help from me, just an 18-year-old girl, which made Wang Yu a little unable to hold back. He steadied his mind and began to take her pulse seriously. Her pulse was indeed much weaker than normal, but he couldn't see any issues, so his level of expertise was indeed limited. He immediately opened the system panel and took a look. Chapter 65 Kitchen-specific latex gloves, thickened and wear-resistant and puncture-proof. Wanxin was right, this girl not only had congenital heart disease. She also had issues with other parts of her body, with varying degrees of weakness in all her internal organs. The system gave the diagnosis of congenital developmental insufficiency, but it wasn't an incurable disease. By activating the body's secondary development through massage, stimulating cell activity with acupuncture, and then nourishing it with long-term dietary supplements and several nourishing medicines, it can still be cured. After reading it, Wang Yu withdrew his hand and frowned, thinking carefully. The system only gave one treatment method, and this massage really stumped him. After all, men and women are different, and his relationship with Wanxin made him indecisive. After thinking about it, he felt that he should discuss it with Wanxin first. He immediately turned back and gave Wanwan a look, indicating that they should talk alone. Wanwan was slightly stunned when she saw this, but then she smiled and pulled Wanwan up. Wanwan, stay with your mom for a few days, and take some time off from school. Okay, Mom. Wanwan nodded obediently. Well, you go buy some groceries now, and later Mom will take you out to eat something delicious. Wanwan knew as soon as she heard this that he was going to send her out, and that this Uncle Wang really wasn't a good person. No, I can't go out, I have to protect you. Mom, I brought everything when I came, there's no need to buy anything else. Wanwan gave Wang Yu a defiant look after she said that. Why is this girl looking at me like that? Have I offended you? Wang Yu felt a little puzzled. Wanwan smiled helplessly and said to Wang Yu with a bearded mouth. The girl has grown up and has the right to know her own condition, Xiaoyu, just tell me. Okay, I'll just give a brief explanation. Then the three sat together, and Wang Yu gave a detailed introduction of Wanwan's condition and described the treatment methods. When Xian heard that there was also massage therapy, and she secretly pinched Wang Yu's waist, looking at him with big, sad eyes. Wang Yu was a little guilty after being attacked, and he forced himself to endure the discomfort in his waist and smiled awkwardly. This is something that can't be helped. What does it matter to me, Wang Yu, what treatment methods the system gives? Although the patient is an 18-year-old little lowly, I really don't want it like this. Wanwan watched the two interact secretly, feeling indescribable sorrow in her heart. Her mother had indeed been deceived by this Uncle Wang. She didn't think much about her own illness. She had become accustomed to it over the years and didn't hold much hope. Wanwan, let your Uncle Wang give it a try. His medical skills are very good, and your Uncle Wang is no outsider. She said this, looking at Wang Yu, her face red. Mom, you mean you too? Wanwan opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking at Xian incredulously, a little disbelieving. She had to know how many young talents her mother had rejected over the years, and what charm did this guy have that he had actually stolen her mother's heart. Wang Yu saw Xian's showdown and immediately went over to hold her little hand. He had wanted to touch it since he came back, and now he finally didn't have to pretend anymore. He gently helped Xian arrange her hair, kissed her forehead lightly, and without saying a word, clearly declared his sovereignty. Wanwan was almost choked to death by this mouthful of dog food. She forced back the discomfort in her heart, looked at Xian pitifully, and blinked her big eyes. It's okay, you're all grown up now, stop being a baby, let Uncle Wang treat you. Xian was persuading her daughter, while Wang Yu was putting forward new demands to the staff of the Paradise restaurant. Wanwan's condition required great care in terms of diet, and neither she nor Xian had the aptitude to cook. It would be best to trouble Brother San after all. After hanging up, he wondered if he could get some medicine for the treatment from the hospital, so he immediately called Su Mu. Director Su, can you do me a favor? Dr. Wang, you're too polite. What's the matter? Well, I have a niece who isn't feeling well, and I'd like to write a prescription to help her feel better. I was thinking of having it prepared at the hospital and then have someone pick it up. Yes, you want me to get the medicine for you and then have it prepared? Yes, Director Su, as you know, you are the only friend I have in the hospital, so I have no choice but to trouble you. After the medicine is ready, I will ask Sweetie to pick it up. Please send me the prescription first, and I will let you know when it is ready. Thank you, Director Su, I will treat you to dinner sometime. I have to go now, I have something else to do. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu felt that this Director Su was quite nice. Usually she seems like an iceberg beauty, but she is quite helpful. After dealing with the issues of medicinal food and prescriptions, the next step was acupuncture and massage. The silver needles were readily available at home, but the issue of massage was a real problem. After thinking about it for a while, I couldn't come up with a good solution. I couldn't just take a stick and poke little Luoli all over, after all. I'll go up and get the treatment tools, you guys get ready, we'll start the massage in a bit. After saying this, Wang Yu slipped away. Wenxin felt very uncomfortable when she heard that Wang Yu was going to give Wenwan a massage. She had been pushed and grabbed for so long, how could she not know about the intimate contact inside? But how could this compare to her daughter's life? Sigh. Although they are not related by blood, she is still not afraid of Wenwan having such thoughts. Thinking this, Wenxin seemed to have made up her mind and immediately took Wenwan's small hand and went to the bedroom. Wang Yu returned home and touched the table with his hand. There was a lot of dust. This guy hasn't been home for many days. Ever since he made things clear with Wan Xin, he's been sleeping there every day, and the upstairs part of the house has been vacant for a long time. He turned on the light, took out the silver needle, and felt that he should come back to clean up sometime. Recently, Wenwan has been here, so he shouldn't go too far. Then he went to the kitchen, got a pair of brand new latex gloves, and went downstairs. These gloves were the only solution Wang Yu could think of. He was really afraid that Wenwan would be angry with him after he gave her a massage. Now that there is an isolation with latex gloves, it is still much better. When he arrived downstairs, Wang Yu first called Sweetie and asked her to go to Sumu's place and wait, and then sent the address of Wenwan's home. It is still convenient to have your own little nurse, and one command is executed very well by Sweetie. When she arrived in the bedroom, Wang Yu put down the acupuncture needles and then looked at Wenwan, who had a rosy face, her eyes closed, one hand clenched into a fist, and the other hand holding Wan Xin tightly. She looked so cute, all nervous. Wang Yu gave a small smile and took out his own thick, hard-wearing latex gloves for washing dishes. He opened the packaging, put them on his hands, and grinned at Wan Xin with his big white teeth. Surprised? Not surprised? I didn't think so. Wang Yu was wearing such thick gloves, and he even made a face at himself, so Wenwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The slight resentment she had just felt was swept away by this scene. Her eyes shone with radiance as she looked at her man, her heart warmed as she thought that he had always been so attentive to her emotions. Chapter 66 Mom, congratulations on finding happiness. After the two of them exchanged glances, Wang Yu began the massage. As soon as he touched Wenwan's body, he could feel the little girl's nervous trembling. However, Wang Yu didn't feel anything. The gloves were really thick, and he couldn't feel anything. After Wenwan had been nervous for a while, she didn't feel the way she had imagined. Although the massage was very comfortable, her own touch was indeed cool and hard. She opened her eyes and saw at a glance the gloves that directly wrapped half of her arm. She felt inexplicably relieved. This Uncle Wan was not a bad person, and he did not take advantage of her. Perhaps he really cares about his mother. She turned to look at her mother next to her. Her small hands couldn't help but pull twice. She was looking at her husband in a daze, and her warmth was discovered by her daughter, who couldn't help but look embarrassed. Wenwan found her mother's appearance very interesting. Although she was shy, she hadn't seen her mother so happy in a long time. Half an hour later, after Wang Yu finished the massage, he took off his gloves and placed them on the table and said, "Okay, just do it again in 3 days." "It's over so soon?" Wenxin asked incredulously. After all, she had been giving Twina for 3 whole hours, and basically every day without fail. Her daughter had such a serious condition, and she was only going to give Twina for half an hour, twice, which made her doubt. Wenxin's words made Wang Yu feel a little guilty. After all, he had been up to no good and had indeed tricked her. "Don't worry, there are no issues. Wenwan's illness mainly depends on acupuncture." "Really?" Wenxin seemed to have figured something out, looking at Wang Yu with a heart full of distrust. This guy has a purpose and a means of approaching me. Thinking that at that time I felt wronged by him, and I still feel a little guilty, when Xian's hand could no longer resist reaching Wang Yu's waist. Between her 2 fingers, there was a thin layer of soft flesh, and then there was a 180-degree rotation. Wang Yu sucked in a cold breath from the pain, but looking at Wenwan, who was tidying the bed, he didn't dare make a sound. He looked pleadingly at Wan Xin, but it didn't have much effect, so it was clear that this time his wife was really angry. "Honey, let go. I know I was wrong. I was wondering at the time why the treatment involved massage and took 3 hours. Did you have bad thoughts about me from the start?" "No, honey, listen to me." "Well, you didn't have bad thoughts about me? So you were trying to take advantage of me?" "No, I did have bad thoughts, I always had bad thoughts." Wenxin felt like laughing at Wang Yu's words. This man had such a cute side to him. Her heart softened at the moment and she let go of his fingers. Feeling the small hand at his waist leave, Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Women were terrifying when they got angry. He had to know that he was not only protected by his knowledge of self-defense, but also by his cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. But in the face of two slender, delicate fingers, they were useless. It really hurt when it should have. Honey, don't be angry. I'll give you a good massage tonight. After saying this, Wang Yu ran out. When Xin recalled all the massages over the past few days, and how she had inexplicably been pushed into the covers by him, and could not help but curse him in her heart. After arriving in the living room, just as the staff from Tianjie restaurant came to deliver the food, Wang Yu opened the door to receive it and began to prepare dinner. As usual, he first poured the soup that calms the baby's nerves into a glass cup, and then placed Xin's food and Wan's food separately. After all, one is for the pregnant woman, and the other is for the young girl, so it would be embarrassing if they ate the wrong one. When Wan and her mother were still whispering in the bedroom, and they had not come out yet. Mom, when did you and Uncle Wan get together? Don't ask about adult matters, child. Mom, I feel that Uncle Wang is very nice to you. What do children know about adult matters? Mom, I saw you two just now making eyes at each other. Don't say anything about adult matters, or I'll beat you up. When Xin, who had been somewhat embarrassed by Wan's words, couldn't help but pull the little girl over and threaten her severely. It was only after Wan had begged for mercy many times and given her word that she was let go. The little girl, who had gained her freedom, quickly escaped, and before she left, she said to Xin, Mom, congratulations on your happiness. These words struck right at Xin's soul. For many years, ever since her mother had passed away, she had never felt the slightest bit of happiness. Her father and daughter had turned against each other, her lover had cheated on her, and after waiting for so many years, she was still alone in the end. She thought she would just wait for death and loneliness until she met Wang Yu. He was a man of light, betrayed by his wife and abandoned by his family, but he quickly emerged from the gloom. He was self-reliant, never relying on others, rational and clear-headed, able to decisively cut ties with things that did not belong to him. He took responsibility for you, took charge, treated his own illness, helped with the housework, took good care of you, took things seriously, and although he was a bit of a playboy, he was really good to himself. As she thought about this, Wan couldn't help but shed a tear, and she muttered to herself. Mom, can you see it? Your daughter has finally found happiness. Honey, dinner's ready. Wang Yu's voice came from outside. Coming, honey. Those two simple words contained the happiness that belonged to the two of them. The three of them sat down at the table, and when Wan looked at the food in front of her and was still very happy. At first, she thought this Uncle Wang was a scammer, but after spending some time together, she felt that he really was very good to her mother. The three of them sat together, Wen and her mother buried in their own food, warm and gentle. Wang Yu watched with a smile on his face. The two women didn't eat much, and they were full in no time. The rest of the food was then unceremoniously swept up by Wang Yu, who didn't mind the leftovers at all. The little girl had leftovers. Ha ha. Of course he wouldn't mind, after all, it's a shame to waste food. After finishing eating, Wang Yu once again began cleaning up. The skill with which he did so made Wan, who had been observing him, nod slightly. Men who do housework are the most handsome. After tidying up, Wang Yu wanted to leave. After all, there was still a large light bulb here, and the warmth in front of him was palpable. He couldn't help but feel itchy, and it was better to avoid seeing it. Wan seemed to know what Wang Yu was thinking, but for so many days, the two of them had slept in each other's arms. Thinking about Wang Yu suddenly leaving, her heart couldn't help but feel empty. That warm embrace was really comfortable and very reliable. Wan, wait, I'll help you tidy up the guest room, you can sleep there tonight. Wang Yu, who was about to leave, immediately stopped when he heard the sound, turned back and looked at her with burning eyes. Just as Wan was about to go over and clean him up when she was being looked at by Wang Yu, there was a knock on the door outside. Chapter 67. Sumu died before he could achieve success. Sumu outside the door was a little nervous. She didn't know what happened when Wang Yu's little nurse came to get the medicine. Somehow she managed to send the little nurse away and got her address. She stood at the door for a while before gathering her courage to knock on the door. She was blushing as she stood there with the herbal medicine. Hello, sister, who are you looking for? A cute little girl appeared in front of Sumu. She looked to be 16 or 17 years old, with a slightly pale complexion, and it could be seen that she was a bit weak. Thinking of Wang Yu's phone call just now, Sumu knew that the girl in front of him was the niece that Wang Yu had treated. He immediately gathered his thoughts and said, "Little girl, is Dr. Wang Yu here? He asked me to boil the medicine, and it has already been delivered." When Wan heard this and had no suspicions, she politely invited Sumu in. In the living room, when Wan was smiling warmly as she drank the medicine to calm her nerves, while Wang Yu was looking at her with ill intent. Silk could be drawn from the eyes of the two. Sumu's sudden appearance took Wang Yu by surprise. He had originally thought that it was his beloved general who had come, but unexpectedly it was the director who had come. "Director Su, why did you come in person?" Tian suddenly had something to do, and I happened to want to talk to you about Nan's situation, so I came over. Sumu walked into the house and saw Wan Xin sitting next to Wang Yu, and his heart was very difficult. For so many years, he had finally fallen for a man. What a pity! The bud of love had just sprouted, but it was burned clean by a fire. "Oh, what's wrong with the policewoman? Wasn't the operation a success?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "The medicine is here. Let's talk about Nan's situation when you go to work tomorrow. It's a bit troublesome." A trace of pain appeared in Sumu's lost eyes. Her best friend's wound had healed, but she had 7 large holes in her body. Even if she recovered, those scars would follow her for the rest of her life. In the past few days, Sumu has been watching Nan, who is still in a coma, and it has been particularly difficult for him. He thought about going to ask Wang Yu if there was any way to remove the scars, but who knew that the kid had taken leave? This time, he came to deliver medicine, and on the one hand, he wanted to come over and ask, and on the other hand, he hadn't seen him for a few days and missed him very much. But it's too late to say anything now. The woman beside him has an elegant temperament, beautiful appearance, and a gentle air of luxury. Although she didn't say anything, in her confident smile, Sumu felt that she was like a little maid next to the queen. "I'm leaving now." After saying that, Sumu turned and left. Wang Yu was a little puzzled, but it was good that he left, so that his wife wouldn't be jealous. Just as he was thinking, a sharp pain came from his waist. It hurts, hiss, my wife, let go quickly," Wang Yu said with gritted teeth. Wen Xin had been carefully observing Sumu since she entered, and quickly discovered that this beautiful doctor also liked the man by her side. But judging from Wang Yu's appearance, she had no idea at all. She was relieved at the moment, as she already had 2, and Wen Xin really didn't want to increase that number. Although Wang Yu was in the right, Wen Xin felt uncomfortable in her heart, and immediately reached her hand to the soft flesh at her waist. "Humph. Let you flirt with other people. Wife, why are you suddenly angry?" Wang Yu asked with a confused face. Wen Wan smiled and prepared to eat the melon. Wan Xin gave her a look, which scared Wen Wan so much that she threw the melon away and ran directly back to her room. "That beautiful doctor likes you, can't you see?" "You're thinking too much, I don't know her well, I've only met her a few times, and you're saying she likes me? Impossible, definitely impossible, that Iceberg would never like a second marriage man like me." Thinking this in his heart, he hurriedly explained. "Honey, she just came to give me medicine, she definitely doesn't like me, and I'm a divorced man, how could Director Su like me? If you don't know what to say, just don't say anything. What's wrong with being divorced? She doesn't like you, but I like you. Do you think I'm worthless?" Wen Xin grabbed Wang Yu's ear. "No, honey, really, listen to my explanation." "Explain what?" "You're so clumsy with your words, I don't know how you managed to trick me." "I'm not good with words, but I'm not bad with my hands, am I, honey?" Wang Yu also noticed at this moment that Wen Xin was jealous because of Sumu's arrival, and said so, then he held out his hands. "Ah! You let go. Honey, who's wrong? You, ow." Wen Xion's words didn't come out before Wang Yu stabilized her small mouth. The two people fought on the sofa in the living room for half an hour before Wang Yu let her go. "Honey, do you like this apology?" Wen Xian heard this and gave him a cold stare. How had she not noticed that this guy was such a scoundrel? "Okay, stop messing around and quickly heal Wen Wan. Well, listen to your wife." With that, Wang Yu went to knock on Wen Wan's door with the medicine. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard some noise from inside. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the door was actually not closed, and there was a gap about the width of a finger. Then the image of himself and Wen Xin just now, the girl saw it all. Are children's curiosity this heavy nowadays? "Wife, come here." Wang Yu waved at Wen Xin. Curious, when Xian walked over and, at Wang Yu's gesture, saw the crack. She immediately blushed, but quickly recovered her composure. This girl actually dared to eat her own melon, she needs to be taught a lesson. When Wan, come out. When Xian said with a dark face. Don't scare her, wait and see what I do, I guarantee she won't dare do it again. Wang Yu said, holding Wen Xian's hand. What's wrong, Mom? Do you need me for something? Haha, a natural-born actress. Come, Wan, it's time for your treatment. Without waiting for Wan to say anything, Wang Yu said gently. Yes, thank you, Uncle Wang. Wan's obedient appearance is very deceptive. Wang Yu gave a small smile, then opened the medicine jar that Sumu had sent over. There was a small bag next to it, containing some brown sugar. Wang Yu had prepared it because he was worried that the little girl would not like the bitter taste, but it seems that she won't need it now. You have to suffer hardship to become a person of accomplishment, and you should let your child suffer hardship when educating her. Come on, Wan, drink this potion. Wang Yu said, taking out a potion pot that was bigger than Wan's face, and it contained a 3-day dose. He had originally thought of drinking a little each day, but now he had changed his mind. It was no problem to drink a 3-day dose at once, and he would just give himself a few more injections later to let his body absorb it all, so that he would recover faster. But the process is inevitably a bit uncomfortable. When Wan looked at the medicine jar on the table and found it a bit hard to accept. This is a bit too much, how much herbal medicine is in there? Are you going to drink it all? The little girl's face turned white at this moment. Drink it, it will be very helpful for your condition. But I don't think I can drink so much. Good medicine tastes bitter, just bear with it and it will be over. Chapter 68 Blessing is actually the strongest supernatural power so far. When Wan looked pitifully at her mother with a pained expression on her face. What are you looking at me for? Do you still want me to feed you? Hurry up and drink your medicine. Wan hugged her arms around her chest and remained unmoved. Drink it, girl. In the future, you will have to drink a bowl every day, and slowly you will get used to it. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Wan opened the lid of the medicine pot with a sad face. Looking at the medicine pot full to the brim, she almost couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, I'll help you. Wang Yu said, and brought over 5 cups, then poured the medicine into each one, just filling them up to the brim. When Wan went over and picked up a cup, gritted her teeth and drank it down. The bitterness in her mouth almost made her vomit. But thinking about her own body, she forced it down. After finishing the first cup, Wang Yu handed her another. Here, drink this one. There are still 3 more. After watching Wan drink all the herbal medicine with such pain, Wang Yu, who had originally wanted to scare her a bit more with acupuncture, also gave up the idea. After honestly finishing the treatment, Wan ran to the bathroom as if she was escaping. I drank too much. Wang Yu and Wen Xian smiled at each other and prepared to go to bed. That night, Wang Yu quietly hugged Wen Xian, smelling her tempting body scent, and slept soundly. Wan, however, did not sleep well. Every time she tried to sleep in the first half of the night, she had to go to the bathroom. She tossed and turned a few times, and as a result, when she had breakfast the next day, the little girl still had dark circles under her eyes. Thinking that Sumu had something to do with her last night, Wang Yu arrived at the hospital early after finishing eating. When he arrived at the inpatient department, he found Sumu in the female police officer's ward. Director Su, what can I do for you? Sumu turned around and saw Wang Yu, and forced a smile, but no one could see it because of the mask. Dr. Wang, I want to ask, can the scars on Nan's body be removed? Oh. So that's what you're worried about. Wang Yu, who is known as a gynecological expert, prescribed the medicine according to the instructions of the system as early as the treatment. If you take the medicine for a month according to the prescription, the scars will not be an issue at all. Although they cannot be removed quickly, with the medicine changing the activity of the cells in the scars, they should be fine in 1 to 2 years. Thinking about this, Wang Yu began to explain. Director Su, don't worry, the medicine I prescribed is very effective for wound recovery. When the officer's wounds heal, the scars will disappear a bit, but it is estimated that it will take a long time to completely remove them. Really? Sumu looked at Wang Yu in disbelief. You have to know that there is no technology to completely remove scars at all. Don't worry, trust the medical skills passed down by our ancestors. After saying that, Wang Yu smiled and was about to leave when he saw 2 older police officers walk in. They were familiar with Sumu, and after Sumu introduced Wang Yu, he knew that he was the doctor who performed the operation. He immediately shook his hand in gratitude. "Dr. Wang, this is Officer Zhou, Nan's father." Sumu pointed to the policeman who looked a little like the injured policewoman. "This is Officer Hu, a friend of Officer Zhou." "Officer Zhou, Officer Hu, it's a pleasure to meet you both. It's our duty as doctors to heal and save lives." "You're too kind." "Hey, Dr. Wang, my daughter is too ambitious. If it weren't for you, she would have been killed or crippled." Officer Zhou's eyes began to fill with tears as he said, "My dear daughter, she almost died. As her father, I'm heartbroken." Wang Yu casually agreed with him, then assured him that the treatment would be very effective and there would be no aftereffects, before preparing to leave. But just as he was about to go, he suddenly remembered something and wanted to test his hunch. He immediately used his supernatural powers to bless Officer Zhou, then immediately opened the system panel. It clearly showed that the blessing had been completed, and he had gained 12,734 merit points. The huge number made Wang Yu unable to recover on the way back. A huge wave of emotions washed over him, and his previous guesses were indeed true. He had gained more than 200 merit points when he blessed Wenxin, and later, after chatting with her, he learned that Wenxin had not only adopted 4 children, but also paid to build more than 10 Hope primary schools. Every year, she donates large sums of money to orphanages, nursing homes, and other institutions. Over a decade of accumulation has seen Wenxin spend more than 1 billion yuan on charity. But he just couldn't understand why such a kind-hearted Wenxin had only so little merit. The injured policewoman was definitely no more than 30 years old, and she couldn't have worked long hours either. From her appearance, she didn't look like the kind of person who had time to do charity work, and most likely she was on her way to arrest a criminal. When it came to assessing the two people's contributions to society, Wenxin's was of course greater. However, blessing the policewoman had earned him thousands of merit points, and since then Wang Yu had been afraid to bless people lightly. It wasn't until today when he met these two policemen that he tried to bestow blessings on them to see if the mechanism for obtaining merit points from this supernatural power was as he had imagined. When he saw that Officer Zhou had provided him with 10,000 merit points, Wang Yu finally understood the mechanism for bestowing blessings. Cause and effect. Yes, it's just like that. There is nothing inherently wrong with Wenxin giving large sums of money to charity, but the elderly people she helps are basically poor. Regardless of whether or not she has done evil in the past, she has at least not done much good. Next are the orphans she helped and the schools she donated to build. Those are all children, but who can guarantee that those children will definitely become good people when they grow up? We must understand that although orphans are very pitiful, objectively speaking, their life trajectories have left most of them with more or less some kind of deficiency in their hearts, making them more prone to extremism when they grow up. Of course, we cannot say that there are no people who have succeeded through hard work and then give back to society. But statistically, there are too few. Most of them lead a mediocre life, and some even go astray and commit crimes. Helping these people is not an issue in itself, but in terms of cause and effect, these people receive help from Wenxin, which will more or less have an impact on her. It's fine if they lead an ordinary life in the future, but if some of them do evil deeds, Wenxin, who helped them, will definitely be implicated. On the other hand, why are the two blessed policemen able to gain so many merit points? It is necessary to analyze their occupation. As a police officer, they must arrest people who are suspected of breaking the law. And once they are identified as suspects, then this person will definitely be investigated thoroughly. After all, they will not wrong a good person, nor will they let a bad person go. This is not just empty talk. Chapter 69, he is Coco and Xiaobao's biological father. To convict every criminal, the police will look for a lot of evidence and analyze a series of detailed circumstances such as their motives, time of commission, and tools used. Excluding some extremely rare cases of injustice, one can come to the conclusion that the work of the police in arresting criminals is actually to stop human evil. As busy police officers, they rarely have time and do not have the financial resources to do charity like Wenxin. But they spend their time every day maintaining social stability and ensuring the interests of the people. When they face criminals, they strike hard. So the conclusion is that eliminating evil is the same as promoting good. And after they arrest criminals, they provide complete evidence, and the court finally convicts them. The result is that the actions of the police are completely to stop crime, without the sentencing process, which further reduces the occurrence of unjust cases. Therefore, Wang Yu was able to gain a large amount of merit points by blessing them. Back in the consultation room, Wang Yu looked at the patients in the corridor outside and instantly felt unpleasant. Through the mechanism of bestowing blessings, he could see that he was earning too little merit as a doctor in a hospital. The main reason was that everyone else was paying, and he was also getting a lot of benefits from it, so it couldn't be said to be doing good. At the moment, he felt that he had lost out after being so busy for so many days. If he had known this, wouldn't it have been better for him to just go to the criminal police team every day and sign in? What was the point of working so hard day after day? If it was said to be for the money, then that would be belittling Wang Yu's intelligence. The 10 million from Tang Honyuan should have made him realize that as long as he provides medical services to those top bosses, he will never lack money. Moreover, he has the supernatural power to give birth to sons, so as long as those rich people who want sons are not completely infertile, he can also help them fulfill their wishes. That way, he won't get tired and can also make a lot of money. At the moment, Wang Yu wanted to resign as soon as possible, and didn't want to stay at the hospital for even a minute. In the past, although he felt very tired, he was still very motivated when he thought about the more than 10,000 merit points a month. But today's blessing completely made him feel invigorated. Who needs a bicycle when you have a car? Wang Yu sighed while working. After all, he had signed a 1-year contract, and he could not break his promise. Although there was no punishment, as a man, he would keep his word. Regret. Absolutely impossible. A man must keep his word, even if he has to get on his knees to do it. Brother Yu, the dean wants to see you in the office. Tian interrupted Wang Yu, who was seeing a patient. Did you say anything? No, he just called and hung up. Okay, I'll go up and take a look after I finish reading this, and you can take a break. After finishing writing down the prescription, Wang Yu finished the treatment. When he arrived at the dean's office, Wang Yu actually saw his ex-wife again. This time, she wasn't alone, but was accompanied by a clean-looking man. Judging from his appearance, he had the potential to be a gigolo. What can I do for you, Dean? Wang Yu simply ignored Chen Yuding, as if he hadn't seen her. Chen Yuding saw that Wang Yu only glanced at her when he came in, and then ignored her directly. She had originally wanted to persuade Wen Liang not to be so overbearing. Now it seems that there is no need at all. This guy is so ruthless. Although he has made you a cuckold, you have lived together for 7 years. Moreover, you have apologized and made amends many times, and you did not initiate the divorce. This guy has gone too far. Chen Yuding immediately turned cold and whispered something in Wen Liang's ear. Dr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is the general manager of the Wen Group, Wen Liang. Mr. Wen is also currently the largest shareholder of our hospital. Oh, hello, Mr. Wen. What can I do for you? Wang Yu didn't know what was wrong, but ever since he came in, he had looked at this guy with displeasure. Of course, many years ago, Wen Liang had looked at Wang Yu with displeasure. In his eyes, Wang Yu had not broken up with Chen Yuding, and Wang Yu was completely a third party meddling in their relationship. As for Chen Yuding, well, it was the world of the dog liquor, and the woman he liked would never be wrong. You are Wang Yu. Wen Liang's eyes were cold and his tone was not polite. Who is this guy? Is he sick in the head? I am Chen Yuding's boyfriend. Wen Liang looked at the calm Wang Yu and said provocatively as he put Chen Yuding in his arms. I see, we are divorced. She has the right to find her own happiness. Do you have something to say to me? Wang Yu not only felt that this guy was sick, but also that he was a fool. We're divorced, and you're showing off your existence with Chen Yuding in front of me. Do you feel like you care about her? If you cared about her, you wouldn't have divorced her, and you wouldn't be here. Wen Liang was at a loss for words. He was completely taken aback by the other person's calmness. Shouldn't he have shouted at Chen Yuding, saying that she had only just divorced him and already had a new boyfriend, that she had betrayed him a long time ago, and so on, a series of incompetent rants. Then he raised his fist angrily at himself, before beating him up and stamping on him. In the end, Wang Yu was left alone, dragging his injured body away. But now the plot was not going according to the script, and Wen Liang was stunned. He was the biological father of Coco and Xiaobao. If you want to understand a man, you have to be a woman, especially if you have lived together. Chen Yuding's simple sentence achieved the result Wen Liang wanted. Damn it! You big idiot! I've been looking for you for a long time. How dare you show off? Today I'll kill you. Chen Yuding's words made Wang Yu's anger rise to the heavens, and his rage made him completely lose his composure. Who in the world could remain calm in the face of an adulterer? Immediately, he cursed angrily while launching an attack on Wen Liang. However, contrary to Chen Yuding's expectations, Wen Liang was no match for Wang Yu at all. Last night, he even told her that he was a black belt master in Taekwondo and that he would definitely beat Wang Yu to the ground today. But now it was Wen Liang who was on the ground, having just put up a little resistance before being beaten the whole time. President Han still hadn't figured out what was going on when he received a notification at work that the hospital had been acquired by the Wen Group. Before long, the general manager of the Wen Group came looking for him and asked him to invite Wang Yu over. Seeing Wen Liang accompanied by a beautiful woman, Dean Han thought there must be some unspeakable secret. Who knew that after Wang Yu arrived, the two got into a fight after just a few words. To be honest, Wen Liang's martial arts skills were still very good, and an ordinary person could probably not compete with him. However, Wang Yu's self-defense techniques were not designed to fight women, and his black belt in Taekwondo was not impressive at all. Chen Yuding watched as Wang Yu brutally beat up her boyfriend. She just froze for a moment, and then screamed and went up to tear Wang Yu apart. As a man who never hit a woman, Wang Yu didn't hesitate for a second and made an exception for his ex-wife. He slapped Chen Yuding and sent her flying. Dean Han also reacted at this point, immediately went up and hugged Wang Yu's waist. If he didn't pull him away, the new chairman of the hospital would probably be killed by this guy. Chapter 70, Good People Are Rewarded. Let go of me. Held by Dean Han, Wang Yu's performance was affected, and Wen Liang, who had been knocked to the ground, immediately ran away as far as he could. Calm down, Dr. Wang must calm down. Dean Han was using all his strength, but it felt like the guy could struggle out at any time. Calm down my ass, I'm going to kill this asshole today. The hatred of being cheated on is so great that Wang Yu simply could not calm down. Dr. Wang, I beg you, please stop. Dean Han was about to cry. Just as they were struggling, Sumu pushed open the door and walked in. Normally Sumu would not be so rude as to just barge in without knocking, but hearing the commotion inside and Wang Yu's shouting, she couldn't care less and just pushed open the door. The scene in front of her was unexpected. Looking at Wang Yu, who looked like he was about to eat someone, Sumu was still very worried. But now was not the time to worry about it, so she immediately went over to pull Wang Yu away. The man in the corner who had been beaten looked bruised and battered, and there was a woman on the floor next to him, covering her face and sobbing. Although she didn't know how she had offended Wang Yu, she decided to stop him first. After all, if things went wrong, Wang Yu could be locked up. Sumu's arrival had a calming effect on Wang Yu. After all, he had just lost his temper, not gone crazy. And after the previous outburst, he had vented a lot of anger. As the two people tussled and tried to calm him down, Wang Yu stopped struggling. But his eyes glared fiercely at Wen Liang, as if he was about to charge at him if they had a disagreement. Before long, the police arrived, and coincidentally, they were the same ones who had met Wang Yu a few days ago. The one who called the police was Chen Yuding. After being knocked down by Wang Yu, she chose to call the police. The police officer who responded to the call met the police officer at the door, who was about to leave after visiting Nan Nan. The two sides met and exchanged a few words briefly before going to the dean's office. When they saw that the perpetrator of the violence was the savior of their captain, the group of policemen simply pushed the neighborhood police officer aside. Take them all away. A leading policeman said. Captain Yang, this is our jurisdiction. The neighborhood police officer was a little confused, but seeing that the group of people who had come to help had already started to take action, he couldn't help but say. Well, it's been handed over to our criminal investigation team. You go back and complete the paperwork, and come find me for my signature and seal. After saying this, Captain Yang waved his hand, and Wang Yu, Wen Liang, Chen Yuding, Sumu and Dean Han were all invited to go to the criminal investigation team. Wang Yu was invited to get into a separate police car, while the rest of the people were taken away in a commercial vehicle. Sitting in the car, Captain Yang was about to ask Wang Yu what was going on. After all, judging from the situation, the kid who got beaten up was not lightly injured. Dr. Wang, what happened? Tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help. Once he was taken to the police car, Wang Yu felt an urge to speak up, but he had no regrets. If you encounter something like this, you just do it, what's there to regret? The policeman in front of him didn't really ring a bell, but from what he heard, it sounded like he knew him. Officer Yang, you know me? Well, that day in the operating room, you saved our comrade. I was standing guard outside, and I saw you at that time. I recognized you even though I was wearing a mask. Wang Yu was a little curious. Ha ha. We're professionals. We can basically confirm a person's identity by their build, figure, and eyes. Dr. Wang, why don't you just tell me what happened, and within reason, I can still help you. Well, thank you, Officer Yang. At that moment, Wang Yu told the entire story. At this point, he was not afraid of being embarrassed, and he also told the situation between himself and Chen Yuding Wenliang, and even did not hide the fact that they had 2 children. Afterwards, he explained Wenliang's identity. Although he didn't know which one group it was, he could buy the Maria Hospital, so his wallet must be pretty full. Brother, you did the right thing. After listening to Wang Yu's account, Captain Yang understood his feelings at the time, and did not defend Wenliang, who had been beaten. Don't worry. Rich people have no privileges in our criminal police team. Leave this to me. He said this and handed Wang Yu another cigarette. Captain Yang made a few phone calls and made some arrangements. After all, he had given his word, so he definitely had to go all out. 10 minutes later, the several people were taken to the police station for separate interrogations. Sumu was let out a few minutes after she went in. After all, she had only been in there for a short while, and at that time, Wang Yu had already been pulled over by Dean Han. As the Dean Han, who had been eating melons the whole time, was let out after recounting what had happened. The two discussed for a while, and then Dean Han left first. Sumu was whispered to by Captain Yang, who said a few words of thanks before leaving with peace of mind. As for Wenliang, no one interrogated him. When he arrived in an interrogation room, someone immediately came to treat him. Everything was used to reduce inflammation, relieve pain, and resolve blood stasis. A master with very good techniques was found to give him a massage for more than an hour. Finally, he was restored from the state of having been stepped on by a cow. Wenliang is very confused at the moment, but he is still very grateful to the police for treating him. After entering the police station, he thought about notifying the company's lawyer, but since the police were so friendly, he felt that it was unnecessary. At the moment, he is leisurely eating in the interrogation room. Yes, Captain Yang bought him food that helps promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. As for Wang Yu, he was locked in a detention cell at the moment. After all, he had hit someone, so it would not be good if he was not locked up for a while. Chen Yuding has been trembling with fear since the interrogation began. The questioning just now has left her feeling very uneasy. The police know exactly what she did, and they even investigated her background. If she hadn't stopped them, Lu Baoxiang and Li Yuzhen would have been here by now. She never imagined that such a humiliating thing about herself would be dug up, and she couldn't even care about identifying Wang Yu as the assailant. She just wanted this to end quickly so that she could leave early. It wasn't until after 3 p.m. that Chen Yuding, Wenliang, and Wang Yu were called into the mediation room by Captain Yang. When they arrived, Wang Yu was held against the radiator by the wall. He looked very determined. The matter has been investigated thoroughly, but I still suggest that we settle this privately. Captain Yang said to Wenliang and Chen Yuding. Settle it privately? He beat me up like this and wants me to settle it privately? Wenliang immediately refused, thinking that he would send Wang Yu to jail for a few years, so he could not give up so easily. Mr. Wen, calm down. It is true that Wang Yu was wrong to hit you, but you also interfered with someone else's marriage, which is also very immoral. Moreover, Wang Yu has raised your child for 3 years, and if we pursue this, all of this will have to be investigated. And your injury assessment is not even a minor injury. The behavior of the two of you can at most be characterized as mutual assault. The result is that Wang Yu will be detained for 3 days and then pay some medical expenses. But if you choose to go through the prosecution process, then Wang Yu's expenses for helping you raise the child and the compensation for mental damage will also be counted. Captain Yang's outburst confused Wenliang directly. The guy sat there for half a day without figuring it out. So I got beaten for nothing. Not really, after all, you screwed his wife. Captain Yang's words pierced Chen Yuding's heart like a knife. She had been quiet up until now, but she could no longer hold back her tears. Chapter 71, Wang Yu decides to resign, and Sumu is preparing to stir up trouble. Wenliang's heart felt a burst of annoyance at Chen Yuding's crying. Thinking about Captain Yang's words, he felt that if he held on to it, it might make things worse. He was only the acting general manager, and if the brother and sister found out about this, they would definitely go to his mother. Given her personality, he would no longer be qualified to inherit the Wen group. Wenliang is normally very smart, except when he is faced with Chen Yuding, when he goes blank. After a short period of thinking, he made up his mind. He had already acquired Maria Hospital, so there would be plenty of opportunities to get back at Wang Yu. Captain Yang, I accept mediation and let's forget about this. I can't be bothered about the medical expenses. After saying this, he picked up a pen and signed the mediation document, then dragged Chen Yuding, who was still crying, away. Wang Yu squatted obediently by the wall, not saying a word the whole time, and didn't react until when Liang and Chen Yuding had left. That Captain Yang, did he let me go? This is the first time I've been handcuffed, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Dr. Wang has been wronged. With that, he unlocked Wang Yu's handcuffs. This matter will end here, but in the future, Dr. Wang must remain calm. Don't worry, I've let off some steam. As long as they don't provoke me again, that's fine. Although I really want to get even with that Wen Liang, after all, this is a society ruled by law. Captain Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll be going back first. No, it's fine. After Captain Yang finished speaking, he thought about the results of the investigation into Wen Liang. This guy still has a lot of connections, and after suffering such a great loss, it's hard to guarantee that he won't take revenge in private. He then said to Wang Yu, "If Wen Liang retaliates against you, Dr. Wang can give me a call." "Thank you very much, Captain Yang." After the two exchanged phone numbers, Wang Yu left the hospital. This visit to the criminal investigation team was still worthwhile for Wang Yu. After bestowing blessings on Officer Zhou today, he wanted to bestow blessings on a policeman every day in the future. He came in the afternoon to get to know the place, and although the process was quite unexpected, the result was good. After taking a taxi back to the Mary Hospital, Wang Yu was in no mood to go to work. He went to the parking lot, got into his car and left. After returning to his home, Wang Yu was thinking about what he should do in the future. Wen Liang is now the chairman of the hospital, and he beat him up today. That guy will definitely retaliate against him. He can't stay at the Mary Hospital, and he doesn't want to earn merit points by seeing patients anymore. He just took this opportunity to quit his job, and Dean Han can't say anything. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Han Cohen. "Hello, Dean Han, this is Wang Yu." "Dr. Wang, you're out?" Dean Han was a little surprised to receive a call from Wang Yu. "Well, you saw what happened today, I'll have a hard time hanging around the hospital in the future, so I wanted to talk to you about resigning." "Resign?" Dean Han was shocked. Wang Yu is currently the mainstay of the hospital. If he leaves, the hospital, which has just taken off, might immediately go downhill. "Dr. Wang, please think about it. I will be the mediator in this matter. How about you have dinner with Chairman Wan and apologize?" "Apologize? I didn't kill him, I already respected the law." "President Han, please stop. You don't understand what happened between us, so it's better if you don't get involved. I won't write a resignation report. I've already told you anyway, so you can decide what to do." After saying this, Wang Yu hung up the phone. Wang Yu had originally respected Dean Han very much, but what he had just said, although it sounded like he was being nice to himself, was still thinking of making Wang Yu make money for the hospital. Since he had already decided not to work there anymore, he could certainly do whatever made him feel comfortable. Wang Yu felt comfortable, but Dean Han, who had been hung up on, did not feel comfortable at all. After thinking for a while in his office, he called Su Ning, Sumu's father. Su Ning was previously the largest shareholder of Mary Hospital, but after the strong intervention of the Wen Group, he could only settle for second place. Of course, it cannot be said that Su Ning has lost money. After all, he made a large sum of money from this acquisition. After receiving a call from Dean Han, Su Ning briefly learned about what had happened. When he heard that his daughter had also been taken to the police station, his heart sank. However, he was relieved to hear that she had only been released after cooperating with the investigation. After chatting with Dean Han for a while, he called Su Mu and told her to come home that night. He wanted to learn about this person Wang Yu through his daughter and find out if he was worth taking action against. Su Mu answered the phone call from Su Ning. She felt very uncomfortable. Her father told her that Wang Yu was going to resign. Although she had already dismissed the idea of pursuing Wang Yu, she still felt very unwilling to let such a good doctor leave. At the moment, Su Mu still didn't know that Wang Yu had been released, and she thought that he was still at the police station. She immediately started contacting Captain Yang. Su Mu and Nan Nan were best friends, and she also knew her colleagues, having eaten dinner together a few times before. After the call was connected, Captain Yang told Su Mu that Wang Yu had already left a long time ago, and went on and on about the cause of the fight between Wang Yu and Wen Liang. Su Mu is not normally a girl who likes to gossip, but the news that Captain Yang broke was just too big and too attractive. It was originally thought to be an ordinary fight, but who would have thought there was so much more to it? Sumu was stunned to hear about Chen Yuding's flirtatious actions, Wen Liang's dog-licking attributes, and Wang Yu's affair. In Captain Yang's narration, Wen Liang and Chen Yuding were each other's white moonlight. And Wang Yu was the replacement after Wen Liang left, toiling like an old workhorse to take care of Chen Yuding. Then Wen Liang reappeared after a few years' estimation, and renewed his relationship with Chen Yuding, even going so far as to make 2 children for Wang Yu to raise. If Wang Yu hadn't discovered it in the end and decided to divorce, who knows how long the hat would have been worn. Yesterday, the Wen Group just bought the Maria Hospital, and today, this Wen Liang brat showed up here as the chairman of the board with Wang Yu's ex-wife, and specifically asked to see him. Isn't this obvious bullying? Sumu felt that he shouldn't have gone to pull Wang Yu back then. If he had known about all this, he would have definitely beaten up those bitches Wen Liang and Chen Yuding with him. After eating the melon that Captain Yang had sent, Sumu changed her clothes and went home to find her father without waiting for her shift to end. She now had an idea she wanted to discuss with her father, one that would preserve the reputation of the Marine Hospital while also allowing her to take revenge on Wen Liang. And Wang Yu could continue practicing medicine at the hospital in the future. But this was a difficult matter to handle, so she would let her father, an old fox, take care of it. Wang Yu had already slipped downstairs. He had just called Sun Xian, and the 3 girls had not yet returned from the village. He said that he wanted to show filial piety to Wang Yu by taking better care of his parents and by improving relations between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. When the showdown comes later, Wang Yu will still be able to stay alive under his father's fist. So he will stay in the village for a few more days and take the opportunity to experience the place where Wang Yu grew up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel ashamed. After all, he still owed Sun Xian, and he didn't even have the courage to face his parents head-on. This caused Sun Xian to take action herself. Chapter 72. This is called a win without effort. I won before the opponent even made a move. After Sumu returned home, he quickly told his father what he had in mind. Is Wang Yu really worth it? After listening to Sumu, Su Ning was a little undecided. Although Wang Yu had made great contributions to the hospital during this period of time. But the Wen Group's financial resources are really terrifying. If Wang Yu leaves, so be it. With the Wen Group's capital injection, hiring a few well-known domestic experts at high salaries can completely maintain the current profit. It can even go further, making the hospital bigger and bigger, and in the future, branches can be opened in other cities to completely establish the name of Mary. Dad, you haven't met Wang Yu, so you may not know how good his medical skills really are, but please trust your daughter's judgment. And this way, our family will not lose money. While the shares are still high, we can sell them to Wen's family, and withdraw a large sum of money. Even if we don't do anything with it, we will still make a huge profit. Su Mu's words made a lot of sense, but Su Ning was undecided for a moment. After all, the value of the shares in his hands was more than 500 million yuan, and if he judged incorrectly, it was likely to result in losses. Don't worry, there's no rush to sell the shares. We can first open another hospital, and you can run it. As for Wang Yu, I'll ask Dean Han to help him. Su Ning did not completely listen to her daughter's words, but she also prepared to open another hospital according to the plan. If it is run well, she will sell the shares in her hands again at that time. Although she may lose some money, this is more stable and the risk is not so high. What about Wang Yu? He has already resigned. Sumu said a little discouraged. Ha ha. It was just a phone call, so it can't be considered a resignation. Tomorrow I'll have Dean Han fire him. On the one hand, it will give Wen Liang an explanation, and on the other hand, he will get a compensation. After the new hospital is built, we'll invite him to join again, so that he will get some money and a new way out. Su Ning is truly a fox, and he is not hesitant to betray his own people. Originally, Wang Yu resigned on his own, and the hospital didn't have to pay a dime. Now that it's changed to dismissal, the hospital will have to compensate Wang Yu 1 year's salary according to the contract. You have to know that Wang Yu's annual income has increased to 10 million. This move by Su Ning has caused the hospital to lose a lot of money for nothing. And that money went into Wang Yu's pocket. However, Wen's group has the largest stake and is definitely the party that will pay the most. Using other people's money to do your own thing, and then being able to sell Wang Yu a favor afterwards, is a profit no matter how you calculate it. After hearing her father's explanation, Sumu's eyes lit up. She felt that her father's method was indeed very good. As for the fact that her family would also have to pay a portion of the compensation, she automatically ignored it. As long as Wang Yu benefited, she happily kissed Su Ning on the cheek and then happily prepared to call Wang Yu. Girl, don't get involved in this matter. I'll let Dean Han handle it. You prepare for the new hospital now. In a few days, find an excuse to quit your job. Suning was in a good mood after being kissed by her daughter, and looking at Sumu's excited expression, she also became interested in Wang Yu. After all, her daughter was almost 30, and her marriage was the first priority. Sumu listened to her father's words, thought about it for a moment, and suppressed the impulse in her heart. She immediately went to her room to start looking for information and prepare for the construction of the new hospital. After watching Sumu leave, Suning thought about it for a moment before dialing President Han's phone. Han, there's something you can do for me. Yes, Chairman. In Han Kuan's heart, Wen Liang, the new chairman, was much less important than Suning, who had been with him for decades. He only had one boss in his heart, and that was Suning. Tomorrow, you fire Wang Yu. Do it quickly, before Wen Liang reacts, and complete all the paperwork. The compensation will be deducted directly from the hospital's revenue from yesterday. Don't worry, Chairman, I'll get the relevant documents ready and complete the task within 10 minutes tomorrow. Well, Han, you've been with me for so many years and have always been very steady in your work. After the new hospital is built, I'll let you be the dean and give you 10% of the shares. New hospital. Dean. Shares. Suning's words contained a lot of information, and Han Kuan's heart itched to hear it, but he didn't ask a single question about the new hospital. He knew that Suning would tell him what he needed to know, and that if she didn't say anything, it was because it wasn't time for him to know yet. But that last promise made his heart burn. Although he didn't know where the new hospital was, 10% of the shares was enough to make him work hard for it. With a trembling hand, President Han dialed Wang Yu's phone number several times before he finally got through. He didn't say much, just that the board of directors had decided to reject Wang Yu's resignation request and replace it with dismissal, and that he should come to the hospital early tomorrow to complete the formalities. Wang Yu hung up on Dean Han, a little puzzled. He had agreed to resign, so why had it been changed to dismissal, and why was he being told to go to the hospital first thing in the morning? Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it so much? Tomorrow, whether it's resignation or dismissal, he'll just leave the hospital. He'll make sure that this Wen Liang guy doesn't get the chance to make things difficult for him. Of course, it's not that Wang Yu is afraid of him, but that he is worried that if Wen Liang keeps jumping around in front of him, he won't be able to hold back and just hammer him to death. Wang Yu still doesn't know that this resignation of his has caused such a big storm, and that he will make a ridiculous 10 million tomorrow. Just like last time, when Liang got himself fired and lost 1 million. This time, he's going to resign, but Suning's sassy operation has caused the hospital to pay him 10 million instead. Although in both cases he didn't want to quit, who wouldn't want free money, especially since Wen Liang paid for most of it. This thing about getting rich just by quitting his job happened to him twice, and it was even paid for by the same person. If Wen Liang knew about this, I wonder if he would faint from crying in the toilet. At this time, Wen Liang was still diligently taking care of Chen Yuding, their daughter, who was also being taken care of very well by the nanny Wen Liang had hired. In fact, he even planned to get married to Chen Yuding in the next few days and change the child's surname to Wen. As for Wang Yu, he had not given him a second thought and was going to the hospital the next day to buy him a pair of women's shoes. He wanted to see if they would be comfortable on his stubby feet and hoped that Wang Yu would lose his temper again and get himself arrested. Chen Yuding gradually calmed down under Wen Liang's reassurances. Looking at him, she felt that he was much better than Wang Yu. The slap she received in the morning still made her ears buzz, and her face was swollen like a steamed bun. In the afternoon, she was investigated from top to bottom at the police station, and the things she had done in the past were almost exposed. The physical pain and mental torture made her rise in hatred towards Wang Yuxing. Looking at Wen Liang in front of her, who was still taking care of her despite the bruises on his face, Chen Yuding felt that this was the person who truly deserved to be loved. Thinking about it, after Wen Liang left, she got married, but he never said a harsh word to her after he returned, and he had always been so good to her. Then she thought about Wang Yu again. She had apologized and promised to live a good life together in the future, but he still insisted on getting a divorce, and today he even hit her. Chen Yuding felt that she had made the right decision when she decided not to have children with Wang Yu. Chapter 73, Wang Yu gets 10 million for free. Early the next morning, Wang Yu arrived at the hospital. Before it was time to go to work, he was already waiting outside the office of Director Han. Unexpectedly, Director Han arrived even earlier than Wang Yu, and immediately warmly invited him in. Dr. Wang, although you haven't been at our hospital for long, our cooperation has been very good. And the time you have spent at the hospital has also made a great contribution to our hospital. Therefore, after the board of directors studied the matter, they decided to reject your resignation application and instead, you will be fired. Wang Yu looked at Han Kuan. This guy looked no more than 50 years old and was in good health. Being able to become the hospital director shows that there is nothing seriously wrong with his brain, so why is the logic of what he is saying so anti-human? President Han, are you sure you understand what you are saying? Wang Yu looked confused. Oh, I didn't explain it clearly. Dr. Wang, if you resign voluntarily, you will only be able to get 10 days worth of wages at most, but if you are dismissed, although it doesn't sound good, you will be able to receive 10 million yuan in compensation per year. President Han immediately went over the situation with Wang Yu. So, in other words, if I'm fired, the hospital will pay me this money, and when Liang will pay the most? Well, Dr. Wang understands it very well. This is what Director Su specifically instructed. Although we were unable to protect Dr. Wang, we cannot let you suffer either. Director Su? Wang Yu was a little surprised. He didn't know the person either. Are capitalists nowadays so generous? Don't worry about the details. Just sign the contract and take the money and leave, otherwise it will be a problem when Chairman Wen arrives. This won't cause any trouble for Dean Han and Director Su, will it? Although he really wanted the money, if it caused trouble for the people who had helped him, Wang Yu felt that it was better not to have the money. There won't be any trouble. Dr. Wang publicly assaulted the chairman of the hospital, which was extremely bad behavior. Although he is highly skilled and has made outstanding contributions to the hospital. But we will never keep someone like this in our hospital, so we are dismissing him and criticizing him in the entire hospital. How does Dr. Wang feel about this reason? President Han looked harmless with a smile on his face, but Wang Yu's mouth kept twitching as he listened. You guys still know how to play. When Liang, as the chairman of the hospital, was beaten for no reason. After going to the police station and being arranged by Captain Yang, he was back at the hospital and was still being set up by his own subordinates. And there was nothing he could do about it, which made him feel vindicated. President Han was right. I deeply recognize my mistakes and accept the hospital's punishment. After saying this, Wang Yu began signing the documents under President Han's guidance. In less than 2 minutes, all the procedures and materials were completed. President Han smiled and shook Wang Yu's hand. Dr. Wang, let's cooperate more in the future. Okay, President Han, just contact me if you have any problems in the future. Looking at the message on his phone that the 10 million yuan had been received, Wang Yu felt that Han Kuan was really a good person. After leaving the dean's office, Wang Yu went to the outpatient department, where Sweetie was sitting like a bruised egg. What's wrong, Sweetie? Who's upset you? Wang Yu asked the young nurse, concerned to see her unhappy face. Is it true, Brother Yu, that you've been fired? Yes. Wang Yu thought for a moment, then decided not to tell Sweetie the truth about his dismissal. Did you really hit the new chairman yesterday morning? Yes. Wang Yu sighed in agreement. Brother Yu, does that mean I won't be able to see you anymore? Well, yes. No, it doesn't. I've just been fired, not killed. We just won't be working together anymore. We can still meet up for dinner and chat sometimes. I almost let this little girl lead me astray. Well, I know, but I'm still very sad. Tiantian's mood was not going to recover anytime soon. Spending more than a month together had made her feel a deep sense of dependence on Wang Yu. After working for more than a year, Wang Yu was the best doctor for her. He never scolded her, usually had a good temper, and there was no pressure when working together. He also cared for her very much. Although he was usually a bit busy, the scene of the two of them struggling together to avoid overtime was deeply imprinted in her heart. Don't worry, Sweetie, after a while, I'll set up a private clinic outside, and I'll hire you at a high salary, how's that? Wang Yu said with a smile. Brother Yu is going to open his own clinic? Tian perked up immediately upon hearing this. I'll call you when it's all set up, so don't be a no-show. Don't worry, Brother Yu, I'll resign once I get paid for this month and wait for your call at home. Wang Yu's invitation finally put a smile on the nurse's face. Wang Yu was very satisfied with the young nurse Tian. After leaving the hospital, although he had enough money to spend, he always felt that life was too dull without something to do. Last night, Wang Yu discussed it with Wenxin, and through Wenxin's connections, they helped wealthy women in their circle see a doctor and receive treatment. Moreover, Wang Yu also slightly revealed that he could use his medical skills to help women successfully conceive, and it didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl, or even twins. Although Wenxin felt a little unbelievable, she still had great faith in Wang Yu's medical skills. After all, her own body had indeed improved a lot through Wang Yu's treatment. If you think about it, Wang Yu was able to bring back an old woman like Granny Li, who was already 1 foot in the grave, so what he says is even more believable. And Wang Yu is also treating her daughter's congenital heart disease. Although she hasn't had a physical examination yet, she does look a lot better. After discussing it, the two decided on the matter. Wenxin was going to invest some money in Wang Yu to help him find a better place. But Wang Yu refused. Although this guy is very good to his woman, he still doesn't want to spend his wife's money. For this reason, when Xin pinched Wang Yu a few times fiercely. However, she soon gave in under Wang Yu's shameless advances. Today, Wang Yu came over to see what tricks Dean Han was up to, and on the other hand, he wanted to invite Tian. When his private clinic opened, he couldn't be without a nurse. Now that both things were done, after agreeing with Tian, Wang Yu was ready to leave the hospital. As soon as he reached the hospital entrance, he bumped into Wen Liang. Chen Yuding's face had not yet gone down, but she did not accompany him today. Wang Yu looked at Wen Liang and sneered. The look of contempt made Wen Liang's fists clench, and his temper flared up. However, he did not dare to provoke him again. After all, he could not beat him, and the place he was beaten yesterday still hurt. The expression on his face looked as if he wanted to eat Wang Yu. Hey! While others can forget their grievances with a smile, these two hate each other enough to kill each other. After a brief stare, the two parted ways. Wang Yu was going to stroll around Shudu City to find a suitable place to open his clinic. Wen Liang, on the other hand, couldn't wait to go to the dean's office and get Wang Yu into trouble. Last night, I couldn't sleep thinking about this, and even Chen Yuding in my arms wasn't sweet anymore. After getting up, I comforted Chen Yuding for a while, and then gathered my strength to get ready to fix Wang Yu. Chapter 74, Wen Liang is 1 foot taller than Dean Han. Wen Liang, with a face full of hatred, kicked open the dean's office with a face as stern as a mountain. Dean Han looked up. Hey! Isn't this our big, Ron chairman? The bruises on his face made him look much more pleasant than yesterday. President Han didn't even care about the disrespectful act of kicking the door. Ha ha! Face is nothing, is money important? He then trotted over to Wen Liang, slightly bent over, and smiled with a face full of flattery. Chairman, you're here, sit. He then gave up his throne to Wen Liang. Wen Liang, who had been very angry, was calmed down quite a bit by Dean Han's actions. After sitting down, he looked at the desk with disdain and casually flipped through the financial statements that the hospital had prepared for the previous quarter. In his hand was a cup of coffee that Dean Han had brewed himself. He took a sip and the taste was not bad. Han Cohen, who had finished making the coffee, stood obediently to the side, not even taking a seat on a stool, waiting to serve Wen Liang. The majesty of the chairman was displayed to the fullest extent by Dean Han's self-effacing demeanor. The few directors who came to the dean's office in the morning to report on their work saw what was going on inside and didn't dare to make a sound. At Dean Han's gesture, they obediently stood to the side, waiting for Wen Liang's inquiry. After installing 13 for more than 10 minutes, Wen Liang was very satisfied with the reaction of the hospital's senior management. They were all outstanding talents who knew how to adapt to the times, especially Dean Han, who, although a bit older, could be praised as a dragon among men. Thinking about the purpose of his visit today, Wen Liang gathered his thoughts and said, Director Han, what are you going to do about Wang Yu? Although Wen Liang had his own ideas, he felt that he should give Director Han a chance, as he was so cooperative. What if the method he came up with was better than his own? Han Cohen, who was standing next to Wen Liang and looked like a loyal servant, immediately straightened up and said angrily when he heard Wen Liang's words. Chairman, for Wang Yu, a black sheep who openly provokes the hospital system and randomly beats others, a hospital cannot show the slightest leniency and must give the harshest punishment. The harshest punishment. Hooray, I like it. Wen Liang likes Dean Han more and more the more he looks at him, and every word speaks to his heart. Well, tell me what punishment you want. After I got back yesterday, I immediately reported the matter to the directors. In the afternoon, the directors could not get in touch with the chairman, so they held a special meeting on the incident. The topic of the meeting was how to deal with Wang Yu for hurting the chairman. After 3 hours of intense discussion, the directors unanimously decided to resolutely kick Wang Yu out of our medical team and criticize him in the entire hospital. President Han's words were powerful, and Wen Liang was filled with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Kicked out of the medical team, so this guy is cleaning the toilets or washing the bedsheets. And then the whole hospital was notified and criticized, so Wang Yu's face is now falling fast. As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher, and President Han really has my heart. Isn't the punishment too severe? I just looked at the financial statements, and Dr. Wang's abilities are still worthy of recognition. He has also made considerable contributions to the hospital during his time here. Wen Liang was secretly happy, but still wanted to show his generosity and kindness. Chairman, please don't say any more. I have been blaming myself for not protecting you yesterday. The punishment for Wang Yu has already been implemented, and the materials criticizing the whole hospital have been distributed to all departments for them to study and learn from. Looking at President Han's righteous appearance, Wen Liang felt that he was a waste of talent as a president. Okay, since everyone agrees, I won't say anything. Although I am the chairman, I can't have a one-man show. I support the punishment for Wang Yu. I wonder what position he has been transferred to now. After a long time, when Liang finally asked what was on his mind. He couldn't wait to see Wang Yu's ruined appearance. How can such a scoundrel stay in our hospital? He has been fired and is now unemployed. And I also gave him a bad review in his file. In the future, he will never be able to find a job in the medical field in Shudu City. President Han's words were like a wake-up call. Some people would be awakened, but Wen Liang was stunned. He couldn't recover for a long time. Mad Lao Zi hadn't even started to enjoy himself yet, and you're telling me that the person is gone. Wen Liang's face was gloomy and uncertain as he pondered over President Han's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt unwilling, and the more he pondered, the more his heart felt blocked. Then he looked at the little old man bending over, head down, with a servile expression on his face. Wen Liang really couldn't find an excuse to blame him. Yesterday morning, when he was being beaten up, it was this guy who desperately held back Wang Yu. Today, he even gave him face, and Wen Liang couldn't find anything wrong with the punishment for Wang Yu. First, a hospital-wide criticism. Then, he was directly swept out of the hospital. That bad review would also block his future path in medicine. This was already the strongest punishment the hospital could make at this stage. You can't just take Wang Yu out and shoot him, even though you'd like to. But the hospital doesn't have the right to do that, and Wang Yu hasn't done anything that serious. President Han, actually, Dr. Wang's medical skills are still worthy of recognition. I think they can be salvaged. Wen Liang still wants to try to salvage the situation, otherwise he really doesn't know how to swallow the anger he's been holding in today. Chairman, when Wang Yu came in just now, I gave him a good scolding, and he stormed off after completing the formalities. Besides, this matter was a decision made by all the directors of the hospital to save your face. As for the issue of medical skills you mentioned, with the chairman's capital injection, I am already preparing to hire 10 well-known experts from across the country to work here. Wang Yu is not worth mentioning. President Han's words made Wen Liang calm down a little. Although he always felt that something was wrong, he just couldn't figure out what the issue was. If he really is not worth mentioning, then I won't disturb President Han and everyone at work, I'll leave first. The directors next to him had been eating melons for a long time, and Wen Liang finally mentioned them in his speech. Although it was just a polite remark, it made the directors feel the chairman's deep love. As he watched Wen Liang's back as he left, a hint of an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Dean Han's mouth, but it quickly subsided. Directors, I've kept you waiting, let's get started today. At this moment, Han Kuan, sitting on the throne of the Dean, had a clear expression and a kind face, and it was completely impossible to tell that he had just been fawning. President Han's words made several people also regain their composure. Although the chairman is very fragrant, the president still calls the shots here. Hey! You don't even have the qualifications to ingratiate yourself with the chairman, so why think so much? Just keep flattering President Han. After all, you've been flattering him for years, so you're used to it. Chapter 75, Chunmei ate too much dog food today. When Liang left the hospital, feeling suffocated and unable to vent his anger. He just felt like his lungs were about to explode. As soon as he returned to his newly purchased villa, he saw Chen Yuding's expectant gaze. Wen Liang, what did you do with Wang Yu? At this time, Chen Yuding no longer felt the slightest bit of remorse for her ex-husband, only deep resentment. Wen Liang listened to Chen Yuding's words, but dared not admit that he had made a wasted trip to the hospital today. He immediately embellished the story of what Dean Han had done, and then took the credit for himself. Chen Yuding was delighted by Wen Liang's flattery. Humph. This damned man deserves this. He's not tough, is he? Let's see if he can still be tough after being fired and losing his job. Chen Yuding didn't know if Wang Yu could still be tough, but Sun Xian, who had returned to Shuzhou City, knew very well. Sun Xian had started her return journey that morning. After all, there was still business to take care of, and she had also made her presence felt enough in front of her mother-in-law in the past few days. A phone call from her third brother that morning summoned her back. What for, of course, was that Sun's eldest daughter had finally found a suitable husband. With the strong assurance of the three Sun brothers, although the Sun family had never met Wang Yu before, they all had a very good impression of him. The Sun family patriarch and matriarch immediately decided to hold a family banquet tonight, so that Sun Qian could bring Wang Yu along. This was why Sun Dishing had conveyed the patriarch's order to Sun Qian early in the morning. On the way back, Sun Qian contacted Wang Yu, and the two of them said all kinds of mushy things for 10 minutes. Wang Yu didn't really have anyone around, but Chunmei and Sun Qian's car couldn't stop wincing as she listened, feeling really uncomfortable. Finally, when Sun Qian said enough, the phone went to Yuwen. Thinking about her best friend's usually quiet and shy personality, Chunmei felt that Yuwen must be much more reserved than Sun Qian. But after Yuwen called out her husband in a cute voice, Chunmei felt that she had really misjudged this woman who had been pining for her cousin since she was 16. Now that she had got what she wanted, the romantic words were coming out of her in a torrent, with the sound effects turned up full blast. After listening for more than 10 minutes, Chunmei suddenly realized that the three of them had been ignoring her and chatting for more than an hour. They had made a date to go to the Tianjia restaurant for lunch and only reluctantly hung up. Chunmei, why are you here? Yuwen suddenly remembered that there was someone sitting next to her, and she had been so happy chatting that she had forgotten about Chunmei. When she thought about it, she felt a little embarrassed. Chunmei heard what Yuwen said, and then looked at her best friend seriously, wanting to see just how much she valued her friendship. She hummed a song until Yuwen blushed in embarrassment. I should be under the car, not in it, hearing how sweet you two are. Although the meaning of the whole song did not match Chunmei, this lyric fully expressed her true thoughts at the moment. Sun Qian drove the car, listening to the two people behind her making a racket, her face beaming with a happy smile. This mission into the village had ended successfully, and in the evening she would take those dear friends and family members home, and her own matter with Wang Yu would basically be settled. She did not ask to always have Wang Yu by her side, for she was afraid that this would turn their love into a family relationship, and they would lose a lot of passion and fun. An appropriate distance and short periods of separation can lead to a burst of passionate energy after reuniting. Haven't you seen how Wang Yu likes to do bad things in his third brother's lounge? Humph. No matter what kind of personality a man has, they all like excitement in this regard. In fact, Sun Qian is not the type of person who, once she falls in love, clings to her man. Otherwise, she would not have been a non-marriage advocate before. If she hadn't met Wang Yu, she would probably have to rely on her nephews and nieces to support her in her old age. It can only be said that love comes without knowing where it comes from. At a little after 11 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yu arrived early at the Tianjia restaurant, parked the car and stood waiting at the entrance for the three girls to arrive. The previous few times, Sun Qian had waited for him in the hot sun, and today he didn't want that. Of course, his woman deserved his care and love. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wang Yu saw the familiar figure and couldn't help it. He went up and gave Sun Qian, who was in the front, a hug. This feels so good, I've missed this so much. After the hug, he saw Yuwen following behind, and his eyes lit up as he prepared to go over. However, he was kicked in the butt by Chunmei. Okay, be careful of the impact, so many people are watching. Wang Yu patted his butt and said with a smile. I've missed you guys so much, I've lost my temper. Yuwen looked at Wang Yu's funny expression and walked over obediently, putting her hand in his. Then she lowered her head and said sweetly, Brother Yu, I miss you so much. Wang Yu almost couldn't help doing something again when he heard this, but he was calmed down by Chunmei glaring at him. The four of them went to a small private room. After Sun Qian ordered the food, she gave Wang Yu a secret look. Then she walked out. Yuwen, who was being scolded by Chunmei, thought that Sun Qian had something to do. Wang Yu was a little restless. It didn't matter if Sun Qian meant that. What matters is that as long as you think it means that, it is fine. At that moment, he could not sit still anymore and said to the two women who were still chatting, I'm going to the bathroom. Chunmei waved her hand and didn't say anything. Yuwen seemed to understand a little and lowered her head again, but her delicate ears turned red. After walking out of the private room, Wang Yu went directly to the restroom. He pushed the door open and sure enough, it wasn't locked. The process was too intense, so everyone just fill in the blanks. My brother fell in the toilet. After waiting for half an hour, the food was all served, but Wang Yu still hadn't come. Xianxian was also gone. Chunmei finally realized that the two of them had been gone for quite a while. Let's eat first, they'll be here in a bit. Yuan already guessed what the two of them were doing, so she didn't wait and urged Chunmei to eat. Our innocent Chunmei was still confused, wondering why her brother and his future sister-in-law had disappeared together. Half an hour passed, and they still hadn't returned. Chunmei was getting anxious, but Yuan calmly called the waiter over and ordered a few dishes that Wang Yu liked. Sure enough, a little while after the dishes were served, Wang Yu and Sun Qian entered the restaurant holding hands. "Brother, where have you been? Xianxian and I had something to take care of, but it's done now." "What was it?" "Don't pry into other people's business." After a few perfunctory words, Wang Yu began to eat. After vigorous exercise, one really has to replenish one's food. During the meal, the guy ate 3 bowls of rice, Sun Qian half a bowl of vegetables, and Wang Yu finished off the rest. After Sun Qian finished eating, she went over and took Chunmei's hand, saying, "Sister, later on, I'll take you to see my showcase in the mall, and I want you to work there in the future." "Great, great, now?" Chunmei really didn't want to continue eating dog food here at this time, as she was almost full. "Well, I'll take you there, Yuan, you wait here for Xiaoyu, and come back when he's finished eating." After saying this, she winked at Yuan. Chapter 76, Sun Qian. At this time, Sun Qian strongly hoped that Sun Qian would take Chunmei away. Yuan, of course, understood what that meant. Thinking about what was going to happen in a moment, she didn't have the strength to use her hands to serve Wang Yu food. Wang Yu looked at this little green plum next to him, and for the nth time, she dropped her food on the table. After wiping her mouth, she gently held her little hand. A moment later, the lounge on the 3rd floor once again made a great contribution. Yuan fell sound asleep this time, and after closing the door, Wang Yu called Sun Qian. "Hey! I was so excited that I couldn't control myself and had to go by myself." After Sun Qian gave the address on the phone, she complained to Wang Yu a bit, not knowing how to care for people. Wang Yu couldn't help blushing when she heard it. Thinking about it, she really didn't blame herself. How could she let go when Wenxin was pregnant? These past few nights, she's made sleeping difficult for him, and he almost picked up the handicraft skills he developed in college. It's all the fault of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. It's all his fault. The pent-up emotions of the past few days were now swept away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu prepared to meet Sun Qian and Chunmei. Just now, he agreed to go to Sun's house to meet the parents, and it happened to be on the way to the mall, so he would buy the gift on the way. 10 minutes later, Wang Yu arrived at the place Sun Qian said, looking at the familiar furnishings in front of him. "Isn't this the place where he bought Wenxin the bracelet? Could it be that Sun Qian owns this jewelry store?" Seeing Chunmei, who was already dressed in her uniform and looking smart as she started to greet customers, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, he had not yet told the two women about his relationship with Wenxin. For one thing, he had not yet thought of how to tell them, and for another, he had been quite happy and had forgotten about it. "Mr. Wang, you're here again." A surprised greeting from the side interrupted Wang Yu, who was thinking. He turned his head and saw that it was the waitress who had served him the other day. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly, and before he could say anything, Sun Qian came over. "Ms. Sun." Seeing Sun Qian come over, the waitress respectfully greeted her. "Well, you know each other." Sun Qian had just noticed the waiter, and ran over to greet Wang Yu with gleaming eyes, like she had just seen a treasure. She was a little jealous and a little curious, and couldn't help but follow. "This Mr. Wang is our customer, and some time ago purchased a jadeite bracelet worth more than 6.6 million yuan here." Wang Yu's heart sank when he heard the waiter's reply, and he was prepared to be interrogated. "Oh, so you're a VIP. I wonder what else you'll be buying this time, Mr. Wang." Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu's nervous appearance and inexplicably wanted to tease him a little. As for the matter of Wang Yu buying a bracelet, she didn't care. Who knew if the guy had divorced at that time? It might have been bought for Chen Yuding. After all, in the Chen family's situation, buying a bracelet worth a few million yuan was really a piece of cake. If she pursued it, it would only stir up the unpleasant feelings in Wang Yu's heart, which would be too disappointing, and she would have no desire to find out the truth. Wang Yu didn't know what Sun Qian was thinking, but listening to her call him Mr. Wang, he had already filled in a lot of the plot. He immediately went over and put his arm around Sun Qian, and in the surprised gaze of the waitress beside him, he said gently, "Come here. I'll buy you." Sun Qian was overwhelmed by Wang Yu's embrace, and all her petty thoughts disappeared. She immediately took Wang Yu's arm with an air of confidence and said, "He's my husband." Without any further explanation, those who were paying attention here understood the relationship between the two in a single sentence. "You go and entertain the others, I'll show him around." The waiter was a little disappointed. What a generous customer, but it turns out to be the boss's husband. Thinking about how Wang Yu threw away money before, he felt that rich people really know how to have fun. Buying a gift in his wife's shop and then giving it to his wife, is the money really spent? Hey, I can't figure it out. Shanxian, what kind of gift is appropriate for me to bring to your house tonight? Seeing that her wish did not come true, and Sun Qian did not mention the idea, Wang Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I've got it all ready, we'll just go over there together later." Hey! What a good woman, so considerate of herself. Thinking about the fact that he was still hiding things from her, Wang Yu could not help but feel very self-reproachful. After going to Sun's house, just tell the two girls about Wenxin, after all, this matter cannot be kept hidden. Continuing to hide it, Wang Yu felt that he was not a good person. The two strolled casually around the shop. Sun Qian happily introduced Wang Yu to the jewelry in the showroom, describing the design of each counter and some of her own ideas. In just half an hour, Wang Yu's opinion of Sun Qian had changed dramatically. Although the woman next to him had big breasts, she really had a knack for business. Some whimsical designs were actually from Sun Qian's hand, and even the jadeite bracelet he had bought was also designed by her. This woman was really too good, too perfect. She has beauty, money, and talent. And she is really good to him, too. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Of the three women, Wenxin is pregnant with her child, Yawen has been waiting for him for many years, and Sun Qian has sacrificed the most for him. But what has he done for them? Has he made them young and beautiful? It's still just taken advantage of them. As for the rest, Wang Yuzhen didn't expect anything, let alone treating their illnesses, let alone Wenxin and Yawen. Sun Qian's second brother even gave her 5 million. You have to know that in the end, when she came together with him, Wang Yu would never take that money even if he were killed. Shanxian, do you have any wishes? A sudden sentence interrupted Sun Qian, who was explaining. Looking at Wang Yu's gentle face, Sun Qian's heart was rarely a little nervous. My previous wish was to live the life I wanted freely and to be forever beautiful and pretty. But after meeting you, I just want to be with you now, and you have also helped me realize the wish of always being beautiful. I feel very happy with my current life, and I can't think of anything else for the moment. Sun Qian's words left Wang Yu speechless for a moment. Is this woman so easily satisfied? But if other women knew his thoughts, they would definitely hate him to death. Being always beautiful is not just Sun Qian's wish, but also the common wish of all women. If they knew that Wang Yu could do this, then from 18 to 88, they would never let him go. I've already said it, now think about it, say whatever comes to mind, I will definitely try my best to help you achieve it. Sun Qian listened to Wang Yu's words and really thought about it seriously. She didn't lack money or love, and her parents and 3 brothers were all in good health. Sun Qian felt that life had been fulfilled at this point, and she really couldn't think of any wishes for the time being. Frowning with a cute frown, she looked very cute. As she thought about it, Sun Qian suddenly thought of something she didn't have yet. The more she thought about it, the more impatient she became, and the more she pondered it, the more she couldn't hold back her expectations. Xiaoyu, I really want to have a child that belongs to the two of us right now. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. Wang Yu looked at the sparkling light in Sun Qian's eyes and lovingly rubbed her hair. Chapter 77 Happy moments always meet disgusting people. What a good woman, the wish she proposed doesn't make me feel at all difficult. This is not a clever thing for Wang Yu, who has supernatural powers to give birth to children. Shanxian, trust me, I will help you fulfill this wish, and it will be very soon, we will have both a son and a daughter. As he spoke, a strong red light enveloped Sun Qian's lower abdomen. Sun Qian leaned her head lightly against Wang Yu's chest as he gently stroked her, listening to his reassurances. At this moment, she felt as if she were drunk, her eyes beginning to blur. After leaving the jewelry store, the two strolled casually through the mall. Sun Qian also changed her usual carefree personality, and like a little woman, she took Wang Yu's arm. From time to time, she glanced at him, and the more she looked at him, the more she thought he looked good, and the more she liked him. The two walked to a clothing store, and Sun Qian pulled Wang Yu in, ready to dress up her man properly. But suddenly they encountered two people, and Wang Yu, who was happily enjoying himself, felt sick as if he had eaten a fly. Wen Liang and Chen Yuding were actually strolling here hand in hand. After seeing them, Wang Yu grabbed Sun Qian and wanted to leave so as not to ruin the good mood he was in today. Wen Liang didn't notice Wang Yu at all, as he was with Chen Yuding. His attention never wandered, and he wouldn't even glance at someone running naked beside him. But Chen Yuding was different from him. It was as if they had a connection, and she instantly noticed Wang Yu, and then saw Sun Qian holding his arm. Chen Yuding didn't know Sun Qian, after all, they weren't in the same age group, and although they were from similar social classes, they had never met. If she had only seen Wang Yu alone, Chen Yuding would have had no interest in him at all. Even if she had seen that Wang Yu had a new woman by his side, she would have at most cursed him secretly and then turned away. But if this woman looked younger than her, prettier than her, and more radiant than her, then it would be unbearable for Chen Yuding. Wang Yu just felt a little sick like after eating a fly, but Chen Yuding felt like she had eaten a bomb and wanted to explode immediately. As Chen Yuding's most loyal lapdog, he immediately noticed the changes in his goddess. When Liang turned his head and saw, holy cow, isn't this Dr. Wang who was fired this morning? This guy actually has the mood to hang out at the mall, and he even brought along such a pretty girl, whose appearance is almost comparable to his goddess. As the saying goes, the brave wins when two rivals meet. When Liang changed his slobbering dog look and reached out to embrace Chen Yuding's waist. Looking at Wang Yu, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. After all, the goddess was now his. In Wen Liang's opinion, whoever Chen Yuding ultimately chose would be the winner, not to mention that they had two children together. Even if this guy had been married to the goddess for 7 years, he still hadn't gotten a single thing, and in the end, he was left with nothing. Today, under his own strong revenge, he has even lost his job, his files have been hacked, and he has lost a way out in the future. As he thought about this, Wen Liang got carried away and completely forgot the miserable look he had when he was beaten up by Wang Yu yesterday. Dr. Wang, instead of looking for a job, you're still interested in shopping at the mall. Wen Liang walked arrogantly up to Wang Yu and looked at him with contempt in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Yu only felt that Wen Liang was a big idiot, and he didn't know how Dean Han had fooled him into having this illusion. But this guy was obviously fooled, and he could even mentally fill in the scene of himself being fired and going to find a job. At that moment, Wang Yu couldn't help but tell him about the 10 million compensation, and also remind Wen Liang that he had a large share of that money, since he had more shares. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was better to ignore such idiots and women like Chen Yuding. Now he felt that he hated them all a bit, and he was sorry for the word hate. Without saying a word, he took Sun Chen by the hand and, without even looking at them, was about to leave. It was more important to spend time with his own woman. Why waste his energy on such people? Wouldn't it be nice to go shopping with Qian? Wang Yu's disregard was seen by Wen Liang as a sign of fear of his own retreat, which only further fueled his arrogance. Dr. Wang, don't be nervous. If you are willing to apologize to me and Yuding, it is not impossible to give you a chance to return to the hospital. Wang Yu, who was already a little upset, really wanted to open his head and see who gave him the confidence to say such things after hearing Wen Liang's words. Chen Yuding behaved like a good girl at this time, tightly hugging Wen Liang's arm, waiting for her man to take her revenge. Wang Yu's gaze was also full of contempt, and she secretly hated herself for being blind and marrying such a man. Xiao Yu, looking for trouble? Sun Qian had returned to her initial state at this time. She was currently eyeing Wang Yu, waiting for an answer before going up and fighting. Feeling Sun Qian's change, Wang Yu held her small hand to calm her down. After all, he was still standing, and there was no need for the woman to charge forward. Wen Liang, I'm warning you, it's best not to make trouble, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and beat you up again. Ha! Quite a mouthful. Wen Liang said this and waved his hand, and 4 burly men in black suits and sunglasses walked over from afar. After being beaten up by Wang Yu yesterday, this guy hired 4 bodyguards, thinking that he would provoke Wang Yu in the morning so that Wang Yu would make the first move and he could retaliate fiercely. Unfortunately, he didn't even see Wang Yu's hair in the hospital in the morning, but fortunately, he ran into him now, and it wasn't a waste of the money he spent. You try to touch me. Looking at the 4 strong men standing behind him, Wen Liang and Chen Yuding instantly felt safe and secure. Pop. Sun Qian's left hand hit Wen Liang's right cheek hard. What's wrong with you? I've put up with you for a long time. Wang Yu, who was about to strike, also stopped and looked at the angry Sun Qian in front of him. From the moment when Liang and Chen Yuding appeared, Sun Xian had sensed an issue, even though she hadn't seen that Wang Yu was pulling her to leave. Although she was curious, she still enjoyed the happy moment and didn't think too much about it. She followed Wang Yu and was about to leave. Who knew that this white-faced cold Wen Liang, apart from speaking in a strange voice, had actually brought a few men with him to threaten her man? At that moment, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and she was ready to start fighting. Having grown up, Sun Xian had finally managed to act like a good girl, but at this moment, she looked at Wen Liang with eyes that wanted to kill him. Wen Liang, on the other hand, was stunned by Sun Xian's attack. He had never expected such violence from such a seemingly weak woman. But since he had been beaten, whether or not Wang Yu had done it, he blamed it on Wang Yu. Beat him up for me. He also ignored Sun Xian and commanded the bodyguards to go and fight Wang Yu. The chance for revenge had come, and it was worth it even if he got slapped. If he didn't beat Wang Yu's face all over, he would take Wang Yu's surname. Chapter 78, when Liang's revenge failed, and he was slapped in the face again. The 4 bodyguards were quick to act. After all, they were being paid to take the blame for others. They immediately surrounded Wang Yu in the middle. Wang Yu reached out and pushed Sun Xian out. He said seriously, "Listen, stay put and protect yourself." The 4 bodyguards didn't make things difficult for Sun Xian. After all, they really didn't want to hit such a pretty woman. But if the boss paid more, they wouldn't be able to hold back. The fight was about to break out, and Wang Yu moved his hands around, getting ready. When Liang put his arm around Chen Yuding's shoulders, his face wearing a hideous smile, and said in a cold tone, "As long as you don't kill him, just beat the hell out of him. Our brotherhood will control the strength so that you will look miserable, but you won't have internal injuries." One of the bodyguards, with his back turned to Wen Liang, whispered to Wang Yu. Wang Yu was about to teach them a severe lesson, but on hearing this, he felt that the other party had a point. In that case, just use some force and cause some superficial injuries. He immediately nodded with a smile to the bodyguard. When the guy saw this, he said, "Wow. He cooperated quite well. I feel that Wang Yu is quite accommodating." As the old saying goes, a kind word persuades a person to eat his fill. After the 2 sides confirmed their glances, they were about to get started. They both wanted to show mercy, but forgot about the fiery girl who had been pushed out of the circle. Sun Xian, who had just been jumping around, could not be pacified by just one word from Wang Yu. "Sun Dexing." Sun Xian yelled out loudly in the shopping mall. From Wen Liang's provocation to the appearance of the bodyguards, there was probably a 5-minute period. Although it wasn't long, the mall's cameras had full coverage. With something like this happening, security still hadn't shown up, so someone inside must be messing with them. As for who was messing with them, Wang Yu didn't know, Wen Liang didn't know, the 4 bodyguards and Chen Yuding didn't know. But Sun Xian knew very well, because the owner of this mall was surnamed Sun. The fight that was about to break out was interrupted by this shout, and everyone turned to look at Sun Xian. "Xian, why did you yell at Urge?" Wang Yu asked curiously. But before Sun Xian could reply, she saw Sun Dexing trot all the way up to Sun Xian. "Little sister, what's wrong? Urge is here." "Urge, don't think I don't know. You've been following me. It's fine if you eat melons, but why don't you care when you see someone causing trouble for my man? Don't tell me you don't know. Every time I come here, before I even enter the mall, you've already been notified. I've been shopping here all afternoon, and you usually show up long before I do. What were you doing? Do you have an explanation for me? Otherwise, I'll talk to your sister tonight." Your junior high school classmate, Lan Lan, who sat next to you, I heard that after her divorce a few years ago, she's still single until now. Sun Xian's words made Sun Dehang break out in a sweat. He did eat melons all afternoon, and as the owner of this shopping mall, he knew as soon as his younger sister entered. And the scene of Wang Yu putting his younger sister in his arms, this guy even captured a short clip from the surveillance camera and sent it to the family group. As for why it didn't appear at first. Hey! To be honest, Sun Dexing really can't be blamed. After those dear friends saw the video, the group's messages instantly went up by 99+. After half an hour of chaos in the group, it was only after the eldest Sun Dejiao's greeting that the screen flurry finally stopped. After a short discussion, everyone decided to let Sun Dexing report the situation in real time and post the relevant videos to the group. As the owner of a shopping mall, Sun Dexing had no choice but to run to the surveillance room and act as the anchor for the group. While Wang Yu and Wen Liang were having a conflict, Sun Dexing was answering issues in the group and cutting the video at the same time. When Sun Qian slapped Wen Liang in the face, he realized something was wrong. He dropped the mouse and keyboard and started running towards the scene. He arrived just in time to hear Sun Qian's shout. After Sun Dexing arrived, he was still catching his breath when his younger sister started berating and threatening him. He felt so aggrieved that he turned his head and looked at Wen Liang and the 4 bodyguards. Without bothering to waste any words, he reached out and beckoned, and in a flash, more than 30 mall security guards surrounded them. "Little sister, Xiang Lan and I are really innocent. We are just partners in business. You must not frame me with your sister-in-law." Sun Dexing saw that he had control of the situation, so he hurriedly begged for mercy from his sister. "Fine, I'll see how you behave today." Sun Qian was still angry at this point. She had never been in a relationship before, and she had just tasted that sweet feeling, only to have it ruined. At the moment, she doesn't like anyone except Wang Yu. "Brother-in-law, you said you want to die or live." Sun Dexing may act like a grandson in front of his wife and sister. But they are his wife, whom he has loved all his life, and his little sister, whom he has taken care of since she was a little girl. As for outsiders, the second son of the Sun family has built such a big business outside, and he is still a good man. Wang Yu had been a little confused since Sun Dexing's appearance. He had not been able to get enough of Wen Liang yesterday, and now there happened to be a few people running around for him to get his hands on. This guy was like a summoned beast, and Sun Qian called him out with one shout. Then with a wave of her hand, the 4 bodyguards and Wen Liang were trapped in a circle, and the matter was settled without a single word from her. This made Wang Yu, who had been thinking about the subsequent plot to act like a 13-year-old, feel particularly bad. But when he looked back, Sun Qian, with her tiny waist and frowning face, made him feel much better. His wife was really pretty, even when she was angry. "Brother-in-law." Sun Dexing saw that the guy was drooling over his sister-in-law, and reminded him again. "Brother, you can handle this little matter yourself. Qian and I will go shopping." At this moment, nothing like revenge, acting like a 13-year-old, or slapping someone in the face was as important as being with his woman. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he went over and put his arm around Sun Qian's slender waist, kissed her gently on the cheek, and said softly, "Baby, I'll take care of things here, let's go somewhere else and have a look around." Sun Qian, who had just been furious and wanted to rip someone apart, felt her body soften when Wang Yu put his arm around her. That gentle kiss made her feel her soul tremble. "Okay, whatever you say," Sun Qian said, blushing. Then, ignoring the surprised stares of the people around them, they finished feeding the dog, took each other's hands, and walked away with smiles on their faces. Holy shit! Sun Dexing was amazed at the way his sister had changed her expression, and quickly took out his phone and called the surveillance room. "Hello, this is Sun Dexing. I was just in this area, so please copy me all the video files from the past half hour." "Okay, put it in my office when you're done." After hanging up the phone, Sun Dexing suddenly remembered that he still had something to take care of. He looked back at the few people surrounded by the police, tilted his head to the side, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Take them to the security office, and send them to the hospital in 10 minutes. After saying this, he left. After all, his brother-in-law had already said that this was a trivial matter, and it was more important for him to go back and continue being the melon-eating anchor, sharing his younger sister's wonderful love scenes with the whole family. Chapter 79. When Liang was taken to the police station again, and Sun Qian's love affair was broadcast live. With the main character gone, the remaining security guards carefully carried out their boss's orders. They took Wen Liang and the 4 security guards to the security room, ready to teach them how to behave. Chen Yuding didn't dare to make trouble at this time either. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she secretly called the police. She didn't know Sun Qian, but she had seen the 3 Sun brothers, who were famous in Shudu City, with her own eyes. Just now, the second son of the Sun family looked so flattering towards Sun Qian, which made Chen Yuding clearly understand that Wen Liang had kicked against the iron this time. And Wang Yu's ignoring of her further aroused Chen Yuding's determination to retaliate. Previously, Wang Yu had angrily accused her when facing her, but today he didn't say a word, and his eyes didn't even bother to fall on her. Seeing Wang Yu's gentle expression towards Sun Qian, Chen Yuding's heart was filled with unspeakable anger. The huge gap and extreme jealousy did not cloud Chen Yuding's mind, but instead made her even more calm. Wen Liang was now her greatest support, and she could not just watch him being taken away by these people. However, she was a weak woman, and there was simply no way for her to save him at the moment. Even if she went up there and caused trouble, it would be useless, and she might even get herself into trouble. After calling the police, Chen Yuding quietly followed the security team. When Liang was at a loss at this time. He felt that he had been particularly unlucky these past few days, and he had not been able to accomplish anything he wanted to do. At the moment, he was even being controlled by someone else, and later he would not be able to escape a beating. Fortunately, he did not involve Chen Yuting, otherwise he would be heartbroken. The 4 bodyguards in front of him were nothing, but it would be enough to ask a few security guards to put on a show. Everyone is just trying to make a living, it's not easy, so why make it difficult for your peers? The brother took this money, so he has to suffer this. One security guard said softly. So stand up straight when you get beaten, we are all paid to do a job, and we can't let the boss down. The other security guard added. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard wanted to curse in his heart. It seemed that all the nice words had been wasted, and it looked like these guys definitely wouldn't hold back. The few of them looked at each other and could only give up helplessly. It wasn't that they didn't want to put up a struggle, after all they were still pretty good fighters, and if they resisted, it was possible that 1 or 2 of them could escape. But the rest would be miserable, and they might have to spend a few months in the hospital. It was better to take the beating honestly, apply some medicine and be back to normal in a few days. As they rounded a corner, when Liang, who had just been keeping his head down and not saying a word, suddenly broke free. Although his black belt in Taekwondo was no match for Wang Yu, it was very powerful at this moment. A few security guards were immediately knocked down by the sneak attack, and when Liang took the opportunity to run. While running, he yelled, "You 4 block them, and I will give you 500,000 yuan each in return." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 bodyguards, who had been preparing to take the beating, immediately perked up. People will die for money, and birds will die for food. The 4 bodyguards had been working together for many years and knew what their partners were thinking without having to communicate. 500,000 yuan. They each earned 30,000 yuan a month, and they would have to work for more than a year to earn that much. Of course they couldn't give up now that they could earn it by taking a risk. The 4 of them immediately launched an attack, broke free from the security guards, blocked the stairway, and unwaveringly gave Wen Liang a chance to escape. At this moment, the police, who had received the alarm call, finally arrived and, under the leadership of Chen Yuting, headed for the security room. Sun Dihang, who had been notified, didn't take it seriously at all and sent a manager to deal with the police. When Chen Yuting was about to go up the stairs, she happened to bump into Wen Liang, who had just escaped, and the police officer who was coming towards them directly took control of Wen Liang. Then he went up again and took the 4 bodyguards and dozens of security guards who were fighting into the police station. The manager who rushed over to deal with the matter didn't say a word and just watched as the security guards of his own shopping mall were taken away by the police. He immediately reported to Sun Dihang. Sun Dihang, who was happily eating melons, couldn't help feeling a bit down after hearing the report. Not only had his brother-in-law failed to handle this trivial matter, but one of his own employees had also been arrested. This really affected his mood. However, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. There was a party at his house that night, and it was almost 5 o'clock. If he went to the police station, he wouldn't be able to eat melons that night. If you go now, try to keep the situation under control. After all, we didn't hit them. Just pay them off and keep my sister and her husband out of it. Wang Yu and Sun Qian had long since forgotten their earlier disagreement. Deeply in love, they could see nothing but each other. Dressed in the clothes Sun Qian had personally selected, Wang Yu felt particularly happy. He felt like he was back in college, and couldn't help but think of the sweet moments he had with his first love. Then Chen Yuting's face appeared in his memories. Ugh! How sweet! How sweet it was in the past, and how disgusting it is when I think about it now. Who says that first love is always beautiful and can be remembered for a lifetime? This first love of his disgusts him to no end. What's there to remember? The Chanshan in front of him is much more worthy of his attention. Walking past the drinks shop, Sun Qian went in and bought a medium glass of fresh juice, and asked for 2 straws. However, they did not meet the dedicated waiter from the internet, so there was nothing to describe about the purchasing process. Then they sat on the stools in the leisure area, facing each other with their heads touching, drinking from the same glass of juice. Sun Dexing, who was watching the scene from the surveillance camera, was excited by the way they looked at each other and held hands. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to the group chat, and all the relatives who were watching the video started to comment on how sweet they looked. Sister-in-law and brother-in-law, you are so perfect for each other. Oh dear. My sister-in-law is so sweet. My brother-in-law is also very handsome. Just now, she pushed her sister out of the way and faced the 4 bodyguards by herself, so manly. Shanshan is a girl with good taste. The young man is really a good-looking guy. I think we should get married tonight and go straight to the bridal chamber. Isn't that a bit too hasty? I'm not against getting married today, but I'm afraid Shanshan will be too shy to agree. At this moment, Sun Dishing, who was reading the message, was speechless. He really wanted to tell the group that his younger sister was not shy at all, and that the wedding night had already happened. If they had their wedding night today, would they be able to have a baby next year? Well, they are a perfect match, and the baby they have will definitely be very cute. It would be good to have a girl. Our family is too masculine, just the two of us and my sister-in-law. Yes, she is still a little girl. The relatives in the group were eating melons while discussing what to name Sun Xian and Wang Yu's child. As they chatted, they also talked about where to send the child to kindergarten, and after college, what job to get and where to work. At this time, Sun Xian only felt that the sound of her phone's notifications was annoying, so she immediately set it to Do Not Disturb mode. As for the information in the group, she didn't even glance at it. After finishing the juice, the two of them strolled around for a while, and Wang Yu bought Sun Xian 2 sets of sexy lingerie. As for why they bought them, of course it's because the previous ones were too small, and Shanshan is still growing, so it's only natural to buy a few pairs of underwear. Chapter 80, Sun Xian takes Wang Yu to meet her parents. Shanshan, shall we go? It's the first time I've been to your house, so it's better to go early. Wang Yu looked at the time and saw that it was already 5 o'clock, so he immediately suggested it. Well, let's go now. Sun Xian had a particularly happy day today, and nodded obediently in the face of her beloved man. Thinking about taking Wang Yu to meet her parents that evening, she couldn't help but feel a little shy. As for Yuan, Wang Yu hadn't forgotten her either, and had called her on the way over to tell her about himself and Sun Xian. He asked her to go straight back to the house outside Sun Xian's after she had rested. Meanwhile, Chunmei was still working diligently, and once again she had been ignored by her brother and boss. When she was hungry and her stomach was growling, she realized that the two of them had long since gone somewhere. After venting her anger, she took a taxi to find Yuan alone. When she arrived at the Sun family home, Wang Yu was still shocked, even though she had been mentally prepared. It wasn't that the Sun family home was big or beautiful. It was just that there were so many Sun family members. Looking at the dozens of people, all staring at her, Wang Yu swallowed a few times and forced herself to calm down. Sun Xian was also very shocked. Apart from Chinese New Year, her family's relatives had never gathered so neatly. Several nephews who were studying abroad had actually run back, and her eldest niece, who had married into the family, was also there with her baby, beaming with excitement. Her 3 brothers were still normal, but what was the point of all those cousins and their families coming too? If Sun Xian could read the messages in the family group chat, she would definitely understand. After Sun Dishing announced Sun Xian's news in the morning, the entire Sun family was in a sea of joy. The only single girl in the family has brought a man back, the meeting is cancelled, and contracts and the like will be discussed again. Brother, sister-in-law, and brother and sister all took leave from work one after the other, and those who were away bought their tickets as soon as possible. The nephews who are in college are also very excited. After communicating privately, they took collective leave to go home. The sister-in-law is bringing her man to meet the parents. I really want to see what kind of man can handle my sister-in-law. The Sun family has been looking forward to this for many years, and they have mentioned it many times, both explicitly and implicitly. Now that they have finally got their wish, they absolutely cannot miss the important moment in the evening. By the afternoon, Sun Dexing's live broadcast had further aroused their great enthusiasm. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet, and everyone had gathered neatly, waiting for Wang Yu to come to the door. Big brother, what's going on? Sun Xian thought it would just be her parents and 3 brothers, plus her sister-in-law at most. As for the women of the eldest and 3rd eldest brothers, since they were not formally married, although they had children, they were considered Sun family members. But on this occasion, they would also be mindful of the impact, and it is estimated that they would not bring them alone. But to Sun Xian's surprise, all 4 of the eldest brother's women came without fail. The 3rd eldest brother also had 2 beautiful sisters-in-law sitting next to him, and he was holding the 3rd eldest brother's son in his arms. What had originally been thought to be an ordinary family dinner with less than 10 people had now been turned into a family gathering. Sun Xian, who is usually so carefree, is also feeling awkward in this situation. Little sister, your brother doesn't know about this. It was the 3rd brother who made the announcement. Sun Dezhou is worthy of being the eldest brother, not a care in the world. Sun Xian's gaze is locked directly on Sun Dishing, who is introducing Wang Yu. Sun Dishing, who is full of enthusiasm, inexplicably feels a chill, but he doesn't pay it any mind, perhaps it's because the air conditioning is set too low. Sun Xian couldn't go over to help her third brother tidy himself up, so she just pouted and put it out of her mind. When she arrived at her parents' side, Sun Xian obediently helped her mother massage her shoulders, her face red as she listened to the teasing from her aunts. As for Wang Yu, Sun Xian couldn't care less. She had brought him to meet the family, and so far everyone seemed quite enthusiastic. Wang Yu, meanwhile, was feeling a little dizzy. Sun Dishing had introduced everyone, but he hadn't been able to remember any of them. At most, he could tell which were the uncles and aunts and which were the brothers and sisters-in-law. When it came to Sun Dishao's several women, Wang Yu finally understood why Sun Xian had encouraged Yu Wen to follow him at the time. She must have been influenced by her eldest brother. However, when he found out that the second brother only had a second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, he felt that there were still good people among the three brothers. The third brother did not introduce his woman first, but Wang Yu had seen the guy proudly hugging two girls when he first arrived. No introduction was needed to know that they were all third sisters-in-law. After getting to know all the cousins and siblings-in-law, Wang Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Those people looked at him with no sense of strangeness, and it felt like they all seemed to know him. There was an indescribable feeling, always feeling that something was wrong. You have to know that apart from Sun Xian's third brother's own brother, none of the others have met him before. Sun Xian's older nephews were quite polite to Wang Yu. After all, they had grown up under Sun Xian's oppression. They didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to their uncle, but the younger ones, who hadn't experienced Sun Xian's suppression, weren't so easy to let off the hook. They surrounded him and a bunch of issues came at him. After messing around for a while, he realized from their words that Sun Dishing had actually notified everyone in the family group. Damn it! I had such a good impression of him, calling him brother Sun every day, and I never imagined that he would pull off such a big stunt to trick me. Sun Dishing spent half an hour introducing everyone before leading Wang Yu to meet the family. The main event was about to begin. Sun Xian's parents were sitting comfortably on the main seat in the living room, waiting for Wang Yu to come over. When he came before the two elderly people, Wang Yu still felt guilty. After all, there was this guy, and there were also two women. At this time, facing Sun Xian's parents, he was so nervous. The young man's name is Wang Yu, right? Don't be nervous, our family is just a bit more crowded and a bit more enthusiastic, and everything else is the same as an ordinary family. Sun's mother couldn't help but speak reassuringly as she watched Wang Yu standing there constrained. Sun's father also nodded with a smile, very pleased with Wang Yu. As the head of the Sun family, the matter of his daughter finding a man had always been a lingering nightmare for him. He had once fantasized about how reluctant he would feel when he first met his son-in-law, and whether he would be in tears when he sent his daughter off to marry. He had always hoped that his little cotton-padded jacket would stay with him for a few more years, for fear that she would be bullied in her new family. Sun Xian's father was still quite well until she turned 30, but as his daughter grew older, he couldn't hold out any longer. Although this cotton-padded jacket is very warm when worn, it's not a good idea to wear it for too long. So he started looking for a son-in-law for himself, but Sun Xian wasn't interested at all at that time, and she didn't meet with any of them. Sun Xian's parents first thought that their daughter was just reluctant to leave them, but after a few years they realized that wasn't the case at all. The girl really didn't want to get married, so her mother-in-law started calling on her siblings to do some ideological work on her. The arguments made Sun Xian's head hurt, and after 2 years of insisting, she really couldn't take it anymore, so she bought a flat and moved out. Until Sun Xian turned 40, the old couple still hadn't seen their daughter thinking about finding a man. This matter was no longer a source of worry for the old couple, and after their eldest granddaughter got married, Sun Xian's marriage became a common source of worry for the Sun family.